the religious sector, the interreligious sector will select two. The one selected by if I can look at the law, the respective nominating bodies shall select the nominees for appointment through a competitive and transparent process. So this is different from previously, which means that people have to apply, people have to be interviewed, and then after those interviews, these nominating bodies now choose, which means that as the Gen Zs, you have to look at that process and even look at who is going to be in the panel, because those, in many ways, if you have a good panel, you'll have a good IBC, the commission. If you don't have a good panel, then there can be issues. So you have to be very careful so that in that competitive process, you can call out. If you know that people have applied, you look at who has applied. If there are people there with corruption or whatever it is, you cancel them. You say that these ones are not, and you follow that process, because otherwise, the dominating group is the politicians, 5 of them, and if they interfere with the religious sector, that will be 7. So I think it's somewhere, because we want a credible electoral commission, so that we get away from this past of elections all the time being rigged. And maybe finally, because I've taken more time than is allowed, maybe finally, you see, I think it is important because yes, you are leaderless, you are partyless, you are tribeless, and you are all that. But I think it's important somehow for you to develop a technical wing, so that each issue can be looked at, so that as you advocate, you're advocating from a position of significant knowledge. Because, for example, when the finance bill was withdrawn, and that was a big step, because usually if a finance bill is dropped in other jurisdictions, that can lead to a vote of no confidence. So this was a big step. But then, there are the other 2 aspects. There's the budget, and then there's the Appropriation Act. And the Appropriation Act, which was signed, is a summary of the existing budget, the 2023-24 budget. So it means that the budget is being implemented as is. Although the president has said that there are going to be areas where it will be chopped. But as of now, it is being implemented as was. And the finance bill, which is operational, is the previous one of 2022-23. That is the operational one. So it is important for Gen Zs to focus on, this new finance bill. When is it going to be talked about? When is there going to be public participation about it? And to understand it thoroughly, because one of the problems of the finance bills is, and also even the IBC law, the way in which laws are made. The previous one, they simply say add this, delete this, and so on and so forth, so that when you are reading that, you can't quite understand exactly what is happening. And lawyers sometimes, are the ones who understand, because it is not like the old one and the new one made one, so that you can read as a flow. But it is, now we are amending this section and delete this, add this, and so on and so forth. So you have to look at this finance bill carefully. And then the budget, you see, that's where there's the big thing, because Gen Z should say, okay, this is the budget that exists. Although the president has said that 1, 2, 3, 4 things should be, will be chopped and all that, but you want to interrogate that budget and to say that this is the budget that you want. If it is, salaries, or if it is CDF, if it is allowances, if it is whatever it is, so that you negotiate. Because if you don't negotiate on that budget, which makes the Appropriation Act, which makes the finance bill, the Appropriation Act, the finance bill, if you don't, then it means that this seeming gain will be a Pyrrhic gain. It will be like, actually, at the end of the day, that has not been achieved. And in all fairness, I think it is important that the things that appear like concessions are real things. Because if things are put under the carpet, we are going to have the same issues that we had in, from in the 90s during Moi, things are promised and they are not done. Even when Kofi Annan came here and was saying that there should be, agenda, I think it's agenda 3, things about economic, socioeconomic, and all this issue, youth issue, which actually there's a lot of legislation to say and policy to say what are the things that should be done with the youth. And in actual fact, the government, the successive governments, shot themselves in the foot, because there was even supposed to be youth organization from, I think, sub-location or location up to the national level. But that was not done because people were fearful of the power of the youth. And even when it is promised that there's going to be AGPO, where youth are going to do business, all those things have not been implemented. So I think I've said quite a bit and tried to answer some of the questions that I had. But let me again, conclude by saying that the opposition should not go to the government and tell the government that we are going to have dialogue, because it is the Gen Zs who are the aggrieved party, and it's only them who have the right to say whatever they want to say, and not the opposition. And I don't want to talk about names and appear like I am attacking anybody, but I'm simply saying that this country has a lot of promise. The youth have done us proud, and of course condolences, because 41 passed on, others are in hospital, and all that kind of stuff, and abductions and all that. And I think the opposition must understand that pain, the pain of the Gen Zs, and not think that they are going to keep on doing the things that people do, and maybe they get money, and maybe they get what, and maybe they come back in the next elections and still they use the tribal card. They use political money because they believe you don't have political money, and therefore at the end of the day, and you'll get tired, and you'll get confused, and all that kind of stuff. So if ever there is going to be any dialogue, it's only Gen Zs who can say, okay, if you don't know what you have been asking for, we are going to tell you face to face or through our expenses, not the ones that are bought, but we will tell you. And just to say, Sonko, that this is another level of public participation, and it should even expand. And these are things that, when we were talking about public participation, some of our writings and so on, even things I've written about young people, like I used to write some in Sunday Nation. This is really unexpected and beautiful, and it struggles take a long time. So people must not tire, and we want the best for everybody in Kenya. We don't want to sink anybody as such, but we want people to be of goodwill and assist young people. Maybe I can just finish with something that made me cry. When I talked to one of the young people who said they had finished a degree and after they finished the degree for about 5 years, they had not got a job, and they were contemplating suicide. But when this Gen Z thing came about, they said, I'd better go to the streets. Even if the police kill me, that will be aided suicide. That's what one person told me, and I actually shed tears. So thank you, go on, press on, and all the best. God bless.
Yeah, so we give it to Chege, and then others. So Chege, the mic is yours.
Asante sana. Prof, Okay, kwanza Raymond and KOT. Sijui professor akona muda kiasi gani. As you can see, Prof, hands have gone up during your presentation. I think you're really helping us understand some of the things. You've been part of the struggle for liberating this country. You are a constitutional lawyer. You are a professor of law. And I think you're really helping us. The last time we were with you, Prof, with Senator Okiya Omtatah, it was amazing the kind of information that we were receiving. So just two things that have come out from your discussion that I was really burning to ask, and that's why even I put my hand up. And then you can also tell us how much time maybe we have with you so that we can see if maybe we shoot questions and then we continue with the conversation. Number one, this IBC law that was signed, the bill that was signed into law today. The issue of the, I don't know if you've had time to interrogate it. If you haven't, no problem, because I see Eric is here. We were with Eric earlier in the day, and maybe Eric can be brought up later. We were asking about this issue, whether it can be confirmed. No, actually, I've remembered. I'm confusing myself. Sorry. So for the vehicles issue, what exactly is it? Is it there? Is it not there? Is it something that maybe we need to come and revisit later? Because there's a lot of things that are peddled around. When these guys went to Bomas with the Fungua server, is there things that they sneaked in? Is there not? Because I think this movement is going to change a lot of things. We are going to demand a lot of things be put right. And the political class, whether they believe it or not, we are coming for them. We are going to demolish everything. And I don't think there's anything they can do. The old rule book doesn't apply anymore. If they can come for Chege, but the movement will not die if you get Chege. So that's number one. Number two, it is the other one. There is this other bill that came from anti-corruption. What we have had so far is that when it came from the Anti-Corruption Commission, it was a very good bill that was preventing the double dealing, the conflict of interest, but it has been mutilated by the Senate and now sent back to the National Assembly. We were wondering what is it that was intended when it came from the EACC, and then this mutilation that has happened, so that we can ensure that whatever is intended happens, and we do not have people trying to sneak in conflict of interest in a so-called conflict of interest bill. Those are the two things that come to my mind, and thank you so much for being here.
Okay. Naweza kuendelea?
What we are doing with Prof. Yes, sorry, Raymond. We were allowing maybe 2 or 3 other people to ask questions. Then Prof can deal with more than just one person's questions.
Okay.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a lady and then Professor Cosmas. Yeah.
So number 2 kuuliza professor some questions. Kitu ya kwanza, as we know, Kenya is a democratic party. That means it's a multi-party country. Now, according to my view, easy multi-parties, let's say, easy kubwa like UDA, ODM, Wiper, zimekuwa zikichangia sana corruption and some things kama hizi kupasi hizo bills ni kwa sababu ya hizo vyama. Ukiangalia for example, mbali na kupasisha kwa wabunge, napofika kwa wabunge, kwa sababu tumewapitisha na mrengo fulani, inafikia mahali sasa inakuwa wanafuatilizia chama, hawafuatilizii vile wananchi wanavyosema. Second, tumekuja kuona kwamba imekuwa pia kama ikichangia sana wazazi wetu, let's say wale watu ambao ni wa miaka hapo nyuma kidogo, ambao wako kitu kama 40%, not 40%, 20% Kenya, unapata ni hao mama zetu. Wanapofika, for example, mimi nimekuwa agent nafikiria mara 2 kwa sasa, wanapofika kwa kwa debe kupiga kura, unapata wengi wao waga wanagafilika, wanafuata mlio. Unaweza kuona kama saizi mtu unamuuliza MCA wako unapigia nani, anaweza kukwambia piga wheelbarrow zote, I need kitu kama piga machungwa yote. Vitu kama hizo nafikiria umeona kama zimekuwa zikichangia sana hii, na watu wengine leaders wenye tunawaona wengi sana wamelalia mrengo fulani. Unapata mtu ni totally corrupt, but sasa kwa sababu ya chama anaendelea hivyo mpaka anapita. So what can we do about it? I think umenipata vizuri.
Okay.
Yeah, Kenyan lady.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for engaging us in matters to do with the hii mambo ya law na hayo mambo mengine. So this is a professor from 001. Nitajaribu kuongea kwa Kizungu manake Kiswahili ndio imenitawala sana. So I had a question, bwana former governor Kivutha. Since we don't trust this government, just to be in short, the entire political structure of Kenya, we don't trust it. Is there any other mechanism that can be used to constitute this IBC, since we don't trust this government? Because these are tyranny. So is there any mechanism that can be used to, can be maybe brought to constitute this IBC thing?
Kenyan lady and then Cosmas. I'm a Cosmas, Kenyan lady. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, KOT, Raymond. It's good to be with Professor Kivutha Kibwana. He was my governor. He introduced me into civil society when I was a student. I followed up his steps until we worked together again in Makwiny. He was my governor. I was an MCA. And he's been a mentor in one way or the other. But I want to tell you, and this is something that Professor will confirm. The executive arm of any government is the arm that actually squeezes the society. That's how it is created. In the US, here in Kenya, everywhere, the executive arm always works to squeeze resources from the society, and the legislative is actually supposed to protect them. And so that takes me to what just happened at the Senate with the ESC bill, where the Senate, everybody in fact, hii maneno ya kusalimiana au ndio wanafaa kusalimiwa. Everybody decided to go to do business with the government, and I'll give you a small example, because they're still doing it. They are still doing it, and even when we were in government with the professor, some of the MCAs were still doing business, although using a second arm. And it happened one time, one of the MCAs was demanding to know why a classroom had not been done. And he was asking Professor, I think you will remember that. He was asking in the presence of the people, and Professor Kibwana was there, why the project was not done. But I think somehow Professor knew that the MCA had an ant in the project. So he put it back to the MCA. You are the one who is in a better position to answer, because I think he knew that the guy used a proxy. So this is one thing that needs to be reversed, that legislative cannot actually do business and still oversight the executive. So that particular bill, I think Gen Z is, like I said earlier, you need to be more proactive. You need to know these things before they happen. That's how we were trained by Professor Kibwana and all the other guys, Kinamwili Mutunga, when we were students and we were in the civil society, being introduced into activism. because I just when I listen to people and to the current guys who are pushing for these changes, some of them are forgetting there were people like Kibwana, Mutunga, and the others. So going forward, this is something that Professor, maybe you can advise. Is it possible that the National Assembly can reverse those dirty amendments done at the Senate on the interest where the senators want anybody in government to do business with the same government? That means even what these guys are fighting for, what these young people are fighting for, will never be shown up. Because again, if you, I'll just call the minister, I'm the senator, I'm the chairman of that department, and we will just share whatever is coming up. So it is that I was listening, and that is something very, very harmful. Lastly, I just wanted to, I listened to Raila Odinga, and every person who is in Kenya today would tell you Raila was not talking to us. Raila was not talking to Kenyans. Raila was talking to AU. He has to be seen like the peacemaker if he's going for that position. So he has done his bit. Let us just give him his peace. Let him go and try his level best elsewhere. He has done his bit. For people also to castigate that he never achieved anything, I think that one will also be disservice to everybody who fought for the second liberation. We were students, some of us were beaten, others died at that time. It wasn't a lesser fight. So thank you for giving me that opportunity again. But my very issue that I think Professor Kibwana would advise us, His Excellency, is the Senate. Whatever has been done as the Senate, can it be reversed at the Assembly? Because if it can be reversed, I can tell you, because the Senate castigated the Assembly, it will be time for payback. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Kenyan lady.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kibwana, for joining us. You know, I don't think I want to speak much of what has been happening, but the mood in the room can tell you that we cannot trust anybody. Okay, I do not think that that there is anybody in the room still who is trying to downplay you know, the position or the achievements that we have seen over time being achieved by the senior opposition politicians. But according to what is happening right now, going by what is happening right now, which is very dire, you know, our country is in dire need for leadership. Us as the young people, the millennials, the, you know, the Gen Zs, and everybody right now, Kenyans, I don't feel me as the Kenyan lady that like there's anybody that we can trust so far. So that could be my best statement, you know, opening statement coming from you know, the current happenings. Now, going on to my main questions. The one that is really, the one that really concerns me is, yes, we know there has been looting that has been going on. Yes, we know that obviously people have been flaunting money. Our politicians have been flaunting money. A politician that's making I don't know how much they make is out there flaunting 20 million to give in a Harambe. Another one is accompanied by fleets and fleets and fleets and fleets of you know, of Gazlas. You know, I don't even know where to start with this, but the loot that has been stolen from the people, I do not know how to go about that, but I feel it should be returned to the people. because that is the same exact way, because of us being either blinded, because of Kenyans being not having the route of which we can recover, which majority of the time we expect the people that are speaking for us, maybe, will be in the opposition or whatever it is. I mean, I don't think there's an opposition right now, but helping the movement right now. Here are my thoughts, and I want you to let us know whether this is something that is possible, and if it is also protected by the Constitution, because I am very, very interested. All of us are interested, much as we shelved the 2024 finance bill. Our interest is also to pay off those debts, because the last thing that you want is to not pay off the debts, because it will be in a worse position. But how do we go about it? We need to recover this money. We need to recover the 200 million that was paid to some royalty private jet. That is literally 2.4 million every hour of our taxes that were used to pay for this private jet. How much of that bill can we foot with that money? Those are just but examples. So this is what I was wondering, Professor. Is there any provision still in the probably us being able to have the right to speech, the right to gather, the right to share ideas as the public, the right to spaces like we have right now? Is there a way that we can have ni kama bunge la wananchi? It's like an independent jury, an independent, a place where panaweza kuwa na kongamano la individuals, and also we can have lawyers, attorneys, whereby we can be able to have a depository, because there are a lot of, we've had this discussion before, especially when Senator Okiya Omtata was here, that there are so many documents out there which are very incriminating, but yet we cannot use it in the mainstream courts because they are not allowed. Because you are told, oh, how did you obtain that document? How this document is supposed to be, you're supposed to obtain it legally by asking from the person. Now, listen, how do I go to the president and ask for the document that he used to procure a $200 million jet? How do I get that? However, through other means, we can have a space or an area, or an area, it can be online, where people can anonymously be depositing documents without being incriminated. The thing is, through the platform, we'll have the lawyers, we'll have an independent jury, we'll have members of the public that can be selected, or they can volunteer, and we'll be able to look at these documents and actually vet them and see whether they are actual documents. And if they are actual documents, what can prevent us from prosecuting and from asking for our money? Because what has gotten us here today is the looting. And because of this looting, we are not able to pay for our debt. Look, like for instance, we're talking about the Eurobond the other day. When somebody went to trace how the Eurobond money went, they were able to see how the money was actually given, right? How the money was released. However, it was at some point, I think it was intercepted, and it went to Qatar, and then from there's no more information. This information should be made public through some form of a depository, where we can have attorneys of the Constitution, we can have attorneys, watu tu wajitole. And then through that platform, we will be able to vet people, we'll be able to vet documents, and then we can see how these documents can go mainstream, and we can actually recover our loot, or we can prosecute these people and the money can be returned to us. I don't know if I am making any sense, and I'm speaking this in parallel too. After all the skirmishes, after all that happened during the maandamano, we know, and everybody can attest, that we have established a way into which we are able to compensate the families of the, those that have been bereaved, those who have been affected, the ones that have been in the hospital. So all we are doing when we are able to is contributing to the mchanga, and then we do have a person on the other side, 2 or 3 people who are able to actually execute and implement these funds in a way that is very, very reliable. So why can't we have a different platform still working and very effectively working on planning and implementing ways into which we can recover our loot and somehow be able to pay our debts somehow. I will yield from there. Thanks.
Okay, sawa sawa. Solo, do you have something to say?
Yes, I do have something for Professor. So, Professor, thank you for giving us your time and kind of enlightening us on matters constitution and how far we've fought. I concur with the previous speaker about what can we do to bring back the loot, because that is the main point. We've been talking and doing a lot of things, but until and unless we bring those money back up, we will be still recycling the problem. So my other question for me is the judiciary. You talk of 2010 constitution. Is there a way in which this constitution, we can fight for it to be implemented in totality? Because we've seen some bills are being brought in pieces, but is there something we can do? Can we have a push? Is it something which is possible? We can push this to have this constitution implemented in totality as part of our demand as Gen Zs. And then my last question to you, I don't want to bombard you, I got a lot, but the judiciary. We know the judiciary is rotten, but they are rotten because they have to do the bidding of the executive. Is there something we can do constitutionally to protect the judiciary, and how can we participate in selecting the judiciary representatives that are sitting there as judges, and can we be part of that activism to be sure that when a judge or a chief justice is being selected, can our X platform be part of vetting, not only for the judiciary but also even for these MPs and CESs? Is this something we can do legally, that before somebody goes there, because they say public participation, but they don't listen to us. We want them to be in a position where they listen. And this is what brought this financial bill 2024. We told them we don't want it, but they don't listen. Is there a way in which we must be incorporated in making sure that any selection to public figures can be vetted and should go through us as part of the requirement of the Constitution? Thank you so much. And that is my question for you.
Asante sana. Sando ko hapo. Cubic, are you there? Okay,
Yeah,
sawa
yeah,
sawa. Now,
Raymond, I'm here. Can you hear me?
okay, sawa.
Yeah, I did ask a question earlier about the quickest way to uh, if the any lawyers here in the room can tell us what is the quickest way we can cut off, or we can lower these elected officials' salaries. Do we need a referendum, or is this something that they need to agree themselves to do?
Okay, so basically the process of reducing their salaries, eh?
Yes, 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 that's my concern.
Aya, sawa sawa. I think if there is no any other person wa kuuliza swali, kuna watu kidogo tu wamecomplain kwa DM yangu, si accept hizo mics zao. It is not that ninakataa guys, ni vile sometimes siwaoni, unless maybe nikutumie mic ndio unaweza kuingia direct, so please follow me, follow pia KOT ndio aweze kukuona pia. Yeye haoni watu wengi, ananiambia anaona like 6 people, na kuna pia watu wana complain sana sana, so thank you. Professor, I think mic ni yako sasa, because hatuna mtu mwingine. So Eric Dhauri, karibu kwa space. Yeah, karibu.
Yeah, Raymond, I think also tunaweza shuka to allow other people to come in. Naona speakers zimejaa. That's why.
Yeah, actually kama umeuliza tu swali unaweza kushuka chini, and then kuna watu wengine pia wanataka kupanda hapo hivyo, wengi sana, but kama unataka kukaa hapo juu unaweza kukaa. Patiane comments zako. Karibu Professor.
Sorry. Can we stay so that if there's any clarity that's needed from our questions, we are able to directly ask? Is that okay?
Yeah, that is okay.
Thank you very much for those questions, and I'm happy Eric is also around, and some of the legal questions he will be able to assist us. The reduction of salaries, public salaries are supposed to be the purview of dealing with those ones, setting them up and all that is the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And although sometimes even Parliament, refuses, and sometimes they say that their salaries are supposed to be determined by the Public Service Commission, but according to the Constitution, it is that body. And if that body was minded during the reviews of salaries, because they do that, and there's been a lot of talk about the wage bill management, then they can be able to say that this is the new direction, and also with policy from the government, because this has been one of the demands, that if, for example, it's a member of parliament and you earn 1 million shillings, and you have the mortgage, the health, the car, we have all those things. That is, and we are one of the countries where political leaders are paid the most in the world. So that is really an issue that we need to revisit. And when we talk about even paying public debt and managing the budget, those are areas. And this benchmarking, when people go abroad and they have to pay, they are paid per diems every day of a lot of money. Actually, the salary and also sitting allowances, like you are supposed to to represent people, to legislate, to oversight. And when you sit in parliament, you're also given an allowance. If you sit in committees, you are given an allowance. If you go out, instead of whatever hotel you are in being paid and for your food and all that, there are those astronomical allowances. So with policy and with the government now doing what it has promised to do in terms of reducing those salaries, it is something that SRC can do. What is the quickest way of getting elected officials out? The recall law for MPs is now mature in terms of, although there's provision in the Constitution, and I remember in the other discussion with Omtata, was arguing that what is in the ordinary, what was in the ordinary law contradicts the Constitution in terms of recall. But I also argued that since it's 2 years, and the 2 years are ending in August, that's next month. those who feel that they need to recall their MPs and their MCAs can exactly do that, of course, following the constitution. And it will be another matter to deal with the law which Omtata argued is unconstitutional for later. But for now, actually the time is right. And that's why I think there are some constituencies which are already planning to do exactly that. And of course, there is a contradiction because the opposition, like ODM said that they were going to recall 6 of the MPs who voted yes. But if ODM was to go into a coalition again with the government, so one has also to look at such issues so that one is kind of consistent. Now, when it comes to how constitutionally the president can resign, the president can be impeached, of course, following the constitution. And if is absent for whatever reason, then the deputy president first becomes the acting for 60 days so that there is an election. And of course, when there was no IBC, and there's not going to be an IBC for a while, because the panel is given 90 days, I believe, to finalize the selection. I think 90 days. And indeed, yes, 90 days. And indeed, Parliament can even extend the 90 days of the panel constituting the commission. So even another early election would be problematic in the absence of the IBC. I think it is Muguna who has argued that acting on Article 1, if citizens were able to push the government out, then there would be a transitional authority. But again, I don't think that the details have been farmed out constitutionally how that would be created. So that, you know, all over the place, this person is not saying I want to be the transition authority, another one saying I want to be in the transition authority. So that requires, you know, more thought. And indeed, also the argument was it is that one which can, that transition authority which can decide on which is a proper IBC, which will be truly independent. But I think, although there is invocation of Article 1, and Eric might also speak on this, there is invocation of Article 1, but the mechanism of establishing a transition authority, the mechanism of how you appoint people to it, and to be sure that you don't excite the military and all that kind of stuff, those are issues to further discuss and build more consensus. But I feel those who are focusing on 2027 and those who are focusing on Ruto must go now. I think in terms of the conflict of interest, I think basically even some of the politicians that usually are more trusted are going back towards saying that even when you are in government, including, you know, your relatives and all that, you can trade with government. And the argument is that government gives most work. And therefore, that is why, you know, there should be leeway for people to, you know, to do so and to declare and all that kind of stuff. But that actually destroys the conflict of interest law. It is as ESCC argued, it is better that it's not even passed in that form, because it is militating against what was supposed to be cured. And you see, the more we emphasize that most business must be done with government, the more we don't expand the private sector. because there's still this continued focus, particularly by our policymakers, that most business must be done with the government, most, tendering and all that kind of stuff. And even focusing on, like, among the young people, focusing on the question of social entrepreneurship, because all these problems that we have, it is possible to solve a lot of them by creatively having social enterprises which are run by young people and by other people. So I think the conflict of interest law must be called out, and the National Assembly must be told that that's a no-go area. Because if one of the issues that actually keeps on recurring in terms of what agencies are fighting for is to demise corruption, then it can't be proper that that law is vandalized, so to speak, is vandalized, and it's very, very unfortunate that has happened. And every time there's been this push for, I talked about open contracting, but there's been this push of every company must really explain who is behind it, the beneficial interest. And I think that is one. There was also that question of where, an MCA or, people using proxies and so on. The law to show that who is behind every company. Again, that is a very, very critical thing for us to accept. That also must be agreed on. The asset recovery and that noble idea of having an independent jury of citizens to shadow the asset recovery unit, because the asset recovery under the economic the Crimes Act, it actually recovers, but it has to go to court, and then the court has to accept that any property you have has been purchased through proceeds of corruption and all that. So I think that's an important, that would be an important thing, because the X spaces can begin to have, if it is something about asset recovery, so that there is that conversation there, and to also target the asset recovery, and then say we have gathered information that so and so, this is money that they didn't have. Even when, for example, now we say wealth declarations, because every 2 years, I think, public servants must declare what wealth they have. Like when you get into the position, 2 years later, it should even be 1 year. And then if you find that somebody has got unexplained wealth, then the asset recovery institution is told to look at you, and also this independent jury that was suggested. I think that's a good citizen innovation, because under Article 1, people are beginning to create a people's government, which is going to also shadow all government entities for public accountability. So I accept that. And actually, those who are abroad, you can follow in the countries, like if it's a country which we have done a contract with, their laws are better in terms of availing information. So you can tell them that we want this information, and even use their court processes, their institutions to get that kind of information and bring it back home. But this issue of where one has got wealth from, it is an issue that requires to be followed, because people must get to a position where they understand that you can't profit from the government if you're working with it. Accept that you're coming here to get a salary, and that's it. It was the Ndegwa report just after independence, which said that civil servants could do business, because the constitution was clear. When you have this job, you are not allowed to do, any other. You are not supposed to get into the private sector. And there are some companies, there are some countries, especially in the Arab world, where when you get into government, whatever businesses you were doing are now run by an entity of government, so that you don't do, you are not supposed to do business whatsoever until your tour of duty is completed, so that there isn't this conflict. Of interest. How can we implement the constitution in its totality? There is civil society, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, the Katiba Institute, and the many who have really done us proud in terms of all the time litigating when the constitution is infringed. And I think that is an important thing to do. And these X spaces require to connect with them so that they can give them a push in terms of things that they take to court. But on the whole, one of the principal reason for our government is to follow the constitution. So in actual fact, we shouldn't even have a situation where a government is being forced to follow the constitution. If there are lapses, they should be minor. And then when the government is told that you have done wrong here, it quickly corrects. And if people have to be taken to court or whatever, that happens. But I think for me, this Gen Z movement, its major focus and thrust, therefore, is to ensure that Kenya becomes a country where the constitution is implemented to the letter. And when we get to a situation of changing it, again, there is real consensus. We don't have changes just because people feel they need changes that will help them. The judiciary, actually, particularly when I worked at the counties, was very helpful in terms of protecting devolution, because national government did many things wanting to undermine devolution that has happened from 1963, when the first edition of devolution was cancelled. So yes, there is also, like everywhere else in the public sector, some corruption, but that's one arm that requires more engagement. So that when there are bad things they are doing, they are told, and also they are supported when there is the onslaught of the executive. But many constitutional things, like BBI was stopped by the judiciary, things that are not legal, the judiciary takes, and it has prevented unconstitutional or constitutional changes. But again, whether it is the executive, it is the legislature, it's the judiciary, it's the independent commissions and offices, when they do wrong things, they must be called. They must be called out. I think one thing about Raila, I think one has to acknowledge, and this was said, that historically, he has been quite helpful in this country, and even suffered detention, I think, for 8-9 years and all that kind of stuff. He almost got, in 82, he almost got executed because of being associated with the coup. But again, given where we are, one has to be extremely sensitive to the demands of Gen Zs. Because, in today's meeting at KCC, when one sees ODM, one sees, all those parties there, it's like they are begging for inclusion in a coalition government, in a government of national unity. And if that happens, without the Gen Z saying that this is what they want, and I'm not sure that's what they want, then that would not be a good thing. But where he has also helped this country from, that can't be denied him. His father, Jaramogi, was even really a major actor in our structure, in our constitutional political structure, alongside Pio Kagia, and all those others. Now, the judiciary, when they were attacked, and I think the Chief Justice's office was attacked. There's usually a judiciary protection unit of police, but somehow they were absent during that period. So one hopes that going forward they are going to be more careful to protect these officers that are supposed to be protected. I think in my reading of the IBC, these changes that happened, and Eric will also tell us, there isn't that thing about cars being or vehicles being polling stations in some instances, but I want us to look at the elections amendment bill. I think that's where normally it would be. But I have not looked at it, so I don't want to comment to say that it is there or it's not there. But I saw that Kioni said it was somewhere there. But in the IBC, I've looked at the IBC. I've just, as we talked now, I have quickly looked at the IBC amendments, the IBC bill of 4th March 2024, unless at the end there were some changes introduced, which take into account stuff like that. But normally, those kinds of provisions should be in the election amendment bill. We talked about the conflict of interest, about the National Assembly saying, you know, this is not allowed and so on. The party, one of the problems with our political parties is they are not ideological. They are basically owned by people. They are mostly ethnic based. They're ethnic based, and therefore most of them don't have long staying power. They are electoral units, and then after elections, that's it. Very few survive any election, and therefore, unless, for example, the Gen Z comes up with a manifesto, unless, for example, they think about whether they want to have a
Guys, looks like we lost the speaker. Is Professor still on the mic?
Raymond, I can't
Hello?
hear Professor.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Prof, you're back?
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear Prof. Bwana.
Okay. Yeah. So going forward, I think, but maybe that's something that the movement will think about. But the route of independent candidates, it's an interesting route, but they may think about, you know, either adopting a party, having a party, or adopting several parties which are sympathetic to what the Gen Z likes. The civic education is very critical, and that's why through these spaces and, you know, every other way, one has to reach as many people so that they're at the same level with you guys. The IBC, I talked about how, given where we are in terms of this law that has been ascended to, and given that the panel they will use competitive methods to the panel. For people to come into the panel, a competitive method is used. So it is up to Gen Z, this movement, to look at the people who come to the panel and later the people who apply to become commissioners, so that it's really people of significant integrity, and to be very, very clear that those are the people who are going to give us a commission that can be in charge of truly free, fair, transparent elections, as the Constitution says we should have. Of course, we'll remember that in 2022, when after there was the maandamano because of the question of the elections, the people who died were not that issue was forgotten, because I think ODM did go to court. They said that they'll be compensated and so on, and they were forgotten. And I was saying this because we saw during this time the Gen Z movement itself trying to assist the families and those who are in hospitals and so on. So that's also something else to keep on reminding, that even when people get hurt and all that and die and so on, when you don't follow up, then people have a bad taste in the mouth. They are saying that it's like we are being used. And when we get, the political class goes and talks and forgets us. So this was extremely commendable. What Anifa and Mwangi and Hussein and all of you, what you did in terms of also crowd funding, and you have been crowd sourcing your ideas, and that has assisted a lot. Therefore, the last question, I think you cannot trust anybody, and that was said emphatically, that you cannot trust anybody to get into leadership, meaning that the Gen Zs are once beaten, twice shy. They really don't want to hear names being floated and all that kind of stuff. But I want to say, even if you don't trust the older people, you must trust yourselves. If I can remember historically, Muammar Gaddafi became Libya's leader at 27. Thomas Sankara led Burkina Faso at 34. There was the president of Madagascar, Andre, who was actually a former event organizer, and he initially became president of the High Transition Authority of Madagascar at 35. Martin Luther King, who led America's civil rights movement, did so at 26, started doing so at 26. Sebastian Kurz, who became Chancellor of Austria, did so at age 31. Sanna Marin became Finland's prime minister at 34. Jacinda Kate Laurel became New Zealand's prime minister at 37, and she had been elected as a member of parliament at 28. So these examples confirm that it is a myth that young people cannot occupy the highest offices of the country. So it is up to you to prepare yourselves in all ways. And no, it's a long struggle, but we need to have a country that is a human rights centered state, and the constitution is implemented to the full. The economy is democratized, and young people, have a major role in their country, and that's my prayer. Thank you.
May I please ask for clarity through the host? Please.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll ask after you.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Please proceed.
Okay. I think probably Eric is able to answer to this, or respond to this. According to the election laws, which I think we discussed when Okiya Omtata was here, Senator Okiya Omtata was here, he said that because me hearing that we have to wait another 90 days for the IEBC to settle, to get reconstituted, to get this done, that done, he raised something that we thought on the panel, we thought the people that had attended that meeting, that maybe could be the easiest way for us. Can't the presiding and the returning officers at the county level, can't they call for elections? That's one thing I would like clarified. And then the other thing about trust, Professor Kivuda, we do not trust the political elite. That's what we are trying to put forward. We do not trust the political elite. And amongst us, amongst the Gen Zs, the millennials, we do have leaders. We do have courage. We just need to find our structure. We just need to find our way up there. So I will yield with, with that. Thank you.
Okay, I also need a certain clarification here, kindly. Maybe Eric or Kivuda can answer me. I was suggesting if we can have a transitional council that can work parallel to this government. And since of course saizi kila mtu ni we don't trust this government at all these airlines. So can we have a transitional council that will have maybe people activists there, we'll have maybe the people from the civil society and also Gen Z. Manake, we are the founders of this revolution.
Okay, one more question from my end. Now that we know that Ruto has violated the constitution so many times, can we indict him, or do we need again another referendum to come up with laws? Because it seems right now that he can suspend the constitution anytime he wants and do whatever he wants. Is he above the law at this moment in time? Can we indict him, or does he have to be impeached before we can do that? Thanks.
We have another person who has a question, or we can break and bring more people here. And before that, I can see Dr. Ezekiel Mutua in the house, the MCK CEO. Doctor, welcome on this panel. And if you wish to actually participate and give us your views and advise us, the young people, you can always request for the microphone. Yeah. Otherwise, let's continue to one.
My host, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so one message to Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, now that I know you are here. I think you have the same message as Raila Odinga to have the dialogue with the president. We are not ready for that. He knows what we want, and he knows what to do. There is no ground for any conversation between us and the president. Thanks.
Okay, so Professor can take over. Professor Eric, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. I think I'll answer some, and then Eric can also bring his legal knowledge to bear. Yes, I remember, because I was also in that space with the Omtata. Omtata argued that returning officer, according to the minor KI case, returning officers, actually the results are from the polling station, and then in the constituency, the returning officer is able to take the results to the IBC at whatever center, and then IBC is able to announce them. And so he said that even without the commissioners, it is possible to do an election. But I think it's Articles 88, subsection 4 or so, which gives the role of the IBC, the commission itself, in terms of supervising, directing elections, referenda, and all that, registering people, doing all the works. It gives leadership to those. And because all those things have not been done to give way to an election now, because of the IBC has not been in place for a long time, one can have those bottlenecks. And the Secretariat alone will be hesitant to actually do those things, because even in terms of who appoints the presiding officers, the returning officers, it's not the Secretariat. It is the commission itself. So yes, I can see where the argument is coming from, because truly it is at the polling station where the result really comes from, and then the rest is like addition. But is that the role of the commissions? And therefore, can there be a commission without commissioners? Can the Secretariat alone be a commission? And of course, according to the law now, the new law, the entire commission announces the results. The entire commission, not just the chair. They must have concurrence. So I think that is an area for further discussion. And Eric can weigh onto that as well. Can there be a parallel transitional council? See, this movement, like how I said in makwiny, we had also a people's government, and it was able to, it could do anything, that the government did. It could bring all those ideas, because we thought this is an Article 1 county. So it depends on how the Gen Zs organize themselves, so that through these expresses, through whatever else they create, will be able to continue their advocacy and to continue what they want to do to achieve the result that they want to achieve. And of course, ultimately, whatever decisions are taken, it comes down to how are they enforced. Like now, even what has been considered, how is it enforced? So that there have to be those mechanisms of doing that kind of stuff. And also to protect oneself from being told, now you are doing treason. But of course, when citizens say that we have Article 1 power, and we can, when we delegate authority to you, if you do some of those things like we don't want, and we go to the Ministry of Health, and we go to wherever else we go, we withdraw, I think that is what is being contested, and that is something new on the African continent. The impeachment, our president is impeached through parliament, and parliament has the ways of what it must do and what numbers are required and all that kind of stuff. But of course, given the nature of our current parliament, it would not be easy to see how the parliament would be able to take on such a task, even when citizens require it, or when there is reason, especially in terms of how one implements or does not implement the constitution. But I think what you're doing in terms of creating more and more avenues for discussion, and also this thing I suggested about some relying on some technical people in every area that you want to raise a point, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in law, whether it is whatever, just sourcing information, including even from the diaspora. I think those are important things. And of course, to know that when one wants to change their country fundamentally, it is done. It's a long job. It's a long haul. It is not something to to think that you'll do it tomorrow. It takes, particularly when you want to change the institutions, the culture, the policies, the laws, the all works. And that is why, to finalize, I've been very happy to see that the agencies themselves are focusing on even changing themselves in terms of the Kenya that they want. So that if it is, if you do wrong, they criticize you among them, each other. They are persistent. They go to these demonstrations. You don't see the looting by them. You don't see, when they say that people shouldn't be corrupt, you don't see them wanting to do that. There's empathy. They raise money for those who have fallen and those who are unwell. You see, you must, like Mahatma Gandhi said, create within yourselves the society that you want. And I think I can see that happening. And even when people go to those demonstrations, and sometimes it spills a little into during the night, people don't drink, and they don't, the boys don't abuse the girls, they protect them. And it's important for you to create even within yourselves the new society that you want all of us to have. Thank you very much.
Professor, before you go, one more question about the indictment I asked about the president. Can he be charged, or is he above the law?
According to the constitution, if you do anything against the constitution, you cannot be above the law. So it's a question of demonstrating what is it that the president or anybody else has done, which is, because like an impeachment is to get him out, but to get out a president whom, if you think that they have done wrong things, I would imagine, and Eric will also weigh on that. I would imagine that according to our constitution now, you cannot be against, above the law when the things that according to our integrity chapter of the constitution, if there are things that are against the constitution, you can only be protected, like if it's civil things or some criminal or something. When you're in office, you can be protected. But I think when if you fundamentally abuse the constitution, then I don't think there is being above the law.
Guys, I'm in a very noisy place, so at times I might not be able to speak, but I'd like to bring Eric on the space immediately after Professor. Eric, wherever you are ready, kindly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd actually logged in so that I can just follow the proceedings. And, Professor Kivutha Kibwana is a luminary in terms of leadership, in terms of his well-documented fight and support for constitutionalism in this country. And so I thought that this was a discussion that I wouldn't want to miss, and I logged in for that purpose. But of course, I may just want to say one or two things in terms of some of the questions that have been posed. And I think we may want to begin with the last question that was posed to Professor Kibwana in terms of the immunity that the president enjoys while in office. I think this is one of the issues that the court did make a pronouncement on the BBI case, and several courts have made similar pronouncements. In terms of Article 143 of the Constitution, the president, for the time being, as is in office, enjoys protection, or rather has immunity from any criminal proceedings. And I think if there are any, then they have to await when he gets out of office. And again, he is protected in terms of civil proceedings for anything that he does in the exercise of his powers under the Constitution. And so it becomes extremely difficult to bring a successful case against an existing president for any of the transgressions, be they criminal or civil, while he sits in office. And this also has to be taken into context with jurisprudence that is coming from other countries. Or you may not know that the Supreme Court also, the Supreme Court of the United States did make certain pronouncements with regards to presidential immunity on certain issues touching on their president, or rather their former president, Donald Trump. And so there are all those considerations that have to be taken when anyone wants to institute a certain action. But then again, I think that we should not always be restricted to our local fora. There are other fora in which certain challenges may be made, depending on the nature of claim that one would want to institute, against a sitting president. But that said and done, whichever avenue one seek, because of the nature and profile and stature of the office of the presidency, definitely there will be several legal hurdles that someone has to overcome before they are able to successfully bring such an action. Let me just also say something with regards to the question that is oft posed in terms of the IBC and whether elections can actually be conducted by the returning officers. And I think that the understanding that I have of the Maina Kiai case is that the result is actually at the polling station. And the issue about that is to protect the sanctity of the result and to cure the misadventure that has existed prior, that was highlighted in the Kriegler report, about results changing as they transit from one polling station and go to Nairobi, where ideally was the commission would be best to give the final result, so that it should be final at the polling station, but the finality is with regards to us to cure the aspect of election result manipulation. But if you can, it would be a bit difficult and tenuous also to draw a corollary, in the sense that if the result is at the polling station and that the polling station is under the exclusive control and jurisdiction of the returning officer at that particular level, and for the Senate, the returning officer at the county level, and that therefore, by extension, it would mean that they can then conduct elections. That in itself, I think, is an argument that may not be able to stand in consideration of when you are interpreting certain provisions of the law. You look at the mischief behind the law, so that it is not a more of a lateral interpretation, that if the results is final and is declared by the returning officer, then this returning officer can actually conduct the election. The election, as the courts have often held, is a process, and so there's a long process in terms of voter registration, verification of the voter register, and printing of the ballot papers, clearing of the candidates, and all those processes cannot be undertaken in the absence of the commissioners, because you have to look at it in the sense of the totality. There has to be a vacancy declared. That vacancy, if we are conducting by election, then the vacancy has to be declared, has to be gazetted, and those are things that have to be done by the commission. And so I think that it's an interesting legal argument, but one that may eventually not stand in view of the fact that there are other processes that are concerned in an election, other than just the actual act of casting a ballot and counting it and declaring it, that cannot be conducted by the returning officers, and has to be, at a collective, be handled by the commissioners, of course, given technical and administrative support by the secretariat. So again, quite a number of cases have dealt with those issues. The Supreme Court, in its latter decision, the one that cleared Ruto in 2022, also looked at that issue and made certain declarations about the commission acting with all the commissioners present. And so those are, again, issues that would, again, create problems for us. When we come to the recall clause that is in the Constitution, in terms of Article 104 of the Constitution, again, we find ourselves in a similar situation where we have the Constitution giving us that right, but we get to that point when you come to sub-Article 2, which says that Parliament needs to enact the legislation that would give the grounds. And then Parliament did so, but sort of, in a way, expanded those grounds in a manner that then defeated the provision that was in the Constitution, and of course, that was challenged in court, and the court actually did agree that that section is unconstitutional. So we are left at that place where perhaps we may need, again, to innovate and to try and see how we deal with that. Ultimately, we now come back to Article 1, which all of us are talking about and agitating, and there is no doubt, absolutely no doubt whatsoever, that power belongs to the people, because that is what Article 1 says. And there's good reason why that is Article 1 of the Constitution. It reaffirms the authority of the Kenyan people, and it goes in line with the constitutional doctrine that all of us have power to govern ourselves, but we donate that power to other entities that we create so that they can exercise it in trust and ensure that all of us are able to get to Canaan. And I remember, the words of Martin Luther King when he was talking about this, and he was basically saying that it's like we have put our money into a bank, and the power that the Constitution then is like a guarantee that every time we ask for our money from the bank, it will never come back unpaid. And so I think that what is happening right now is, I've had quite a number of people talk about the question of trust. I think right now we are saying that basically there appears to be an element of deficiency of trust, and so therefore perhaps a situation has arisen for the people to then exercise their power directly. Again, from a very legal standpoint, that creates a little bit of a challenge, because when you read Article 1, it basically says that although the power belongs to the people, it has to also be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. And then, but there is the aspect of directly, and other people would argue that the aspect of direct exercise of power is at the ballot, and then indirectly through the elected officials and other institutions that are set up within the Constitution for that purpose. And then again, we will look at Article 2 of the Constitution in terms of its supremacy, and the argument that may come in that any other action that then appears to be outside the Constitution, or one that usurps the constitutional authority of certain offices, may again be unconstitutional. And of course, for the lawyers, and Kivuta Kibona might be, of course, is probably much more aware of this. There's those discussions about, unconstitutional constitutional change of the Constitution, so that again, we get into an area of diverse legal arguments in terms of how can we be able to do this and do that. But the one thing that I want to say is that I don't think all is lost, because for the first time, I think we have gotten to a point where everyone in this country, and I'm not just talking about the Gen Zs, but everyone in this country has come to actually appreciate that people actually matter, that the views of the people actually matter, that people can actually come together and they can agitate for what is right, and that those who, for political expediency, think that certain things cannot happen. We have really turned a moment in this country where we are almost certain that this is a new era in terms of accountability. And I would want to see this agitation and see whether this agitation can be structured in a way that will then be seeking for greater accountability in terms of how our resources are utilized. If you look at, for example, the reports that have come from the Auditor General, some of the reports that have come from the Controller of Budget, years and years go by. All of them have been highlighting several cases of misuse of resources, but they have never been highlighted as it has been highlighted in this space. And I think that if we can be able to look at it and try and say that, yes, we are where we are in terms of our leadership and in terms of the crisis that we are in, if we can find a mechanisms to sustain this so that there is greater scrutiny and accountability in terms of all the challenges that we are facing. And I say this because, for example, there are people, and I think it's Okiya Omtata, who went to court and sought to to ask the court as a way of as a person exercising his sovereign power to be able to access the SGR contracts and the financing agreements that have been made around the SGR, and eventually it became a little bit problematic to be able to access that. Now, if you look at that and you look at the reports that have come from the Auditor General in terms of the audit of the public debt, you again see that the Auditor General seems to be suggesting that there are things that are not right in that process, that there are certain documents that are probably not available for scrutiny, that they're financing certain financing agreements and are not probably up to date. And so I think that a higher level of scrutiny, and people have always said that the price of democracy is, and I paraphrase it, is eternal vigilance. So if we can get to a state of eternal vigilance on everything, so that if you have, for example, a governor who really seeks to do well, but he finds that he has impediments, and you remember, and Professor Kibwana would probably say this, there was a time he had to propose for his county to be dissolved because he couldn't get his way around with his members of the county assembly in terms of the demands that they had on the equitable share that had come in and how much they wanted for the county assembly, and it led to a stalemate. And he took the bold and courageous move of saying, "Let us dissolve the county assembly so that." We dissolve all this so that we can be able to get this done. Of course, eventually things were resolved, and I think that perhaps those are mechanisms as even as we're trying to find. And I want to confess at this time that I have no ready solution or in terms of what we can do or what the Gen Zs and what everyone, because this is not just a Gen Z issue. It is an issue that touches on all of us, and because we care deeply for this country and we would want to realize the promise that the country has, and we would want to realize that the promise that is in the Constitution for all of us, we probably need to start thinking around those areas and try and ask ourselves, how can we be able to maintain a culture of eternal vigilance, of asking questions, of probing, of demanding accountability, not just within the national government, but also at the county level, so that then we can allow the few that want to do good to actually come out and do good. And I say this because and then this is in conclusion, because there was a comment that was made about the judiciary. And yes, I have worked with the judiciary, and I know that there are some judicial officers that, are really not up to scratch, either in terms of incompetence or because they can easily be accessed and that can make decisions on the basis of other persuasions other than the merit of the case. But they are actually also extremely good judicial officers who have courage and who deliver cases on the basis of the merits of that case, notwithstanding any pressure or intimidation. And I think that we need to get to that point where we can allow those that actually, and their majority, there are so many in so many places in government that actually care about this country, that actually want to do things right, that actually want to exercise their functions with integrity, but the system is so anti-merit. We are all seeing this instance of this guard who was working at, and this is an apt illustration at Java, and who would restrain the police from coming in and getting people, and would open for those, protesters who clearly needed a safe haven, and he was sacked for doing the right thing. And I think that is the service, and perhaps and maybe those are now some of the things that we need to look at ourselves and say, perhaps if we maintain this culture of vigilance, then we can allow those that actually want to do the right thing to thrive, and perhaps that then may bring about the change that we actually want to see in the management of our public offices. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you so much, Eric. We really appreciate for your time being here. And of course, I have a lot of speakers here. So, my speakers, I'll give this opportunity to my co-host to enable me moderate. Whoever has a question to Eric, you can pose the question. My co-host, kindly proceed.
Alafu,
Lady, are you
guys,
there?
before we proceed
Oh,
with
sorry.
the questions, yeah.
Sorry, I think
So,
I think I
guys,
was muted.
yes, guys, before we proceed with the issue to do with the questions, I'll also kindly remind you guys on the issue to do with the data support. Kuna hiyo namba yenye iko pinned hapo, so guys kindly kidogo tu 2050 ndio tuweze kusupport Marvin akiendelea kutuhost hapo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think actually you are the one who was causing the the echo. So, those of us that are on the panel, if you have not raised your questions, kindly raise your hand, and then we can direct our questions so that we'll be able to leave the panel and allow others to speak. If you could go ahead and ask your questions. Chege, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Kenya Lady. Eric, a pleasure to have you here. You've analyzed the issue of the Constitution quite well. I'm thinking about the trust deficit that is clearly there. And if I can be brutally honest, the leaderless movement is partly inspired by this trust deficit, but also on the knowledge that in the past, leaders are identified to be corrupted, to be abducted, to be killed, to disappear, so that you can scatter the movement. And I think of someone like Okia Mtata and his struggles for democracy and him exercising his constitutional duty as the sovereign to take cases to court and to put parliament to task, or rather the judiciary to task over things that parliament maybe has passed. And it begs the question why the Law Society of Kenya, for example, is not that champion for Kenya. We've had occasions in the past where people like Bishop Ndingi Mwananzeki, Reverend Njoya were champions of law and order and constitutionalism. And now, if you put all that in perspective and look at the Cherera 4 and Chebukati, and now these bombers discussions that have led to what we saw today, that Raila is now together with his brigade standing next to Ruto, and they are making the announcement, and we have now 5 commissioners who are going to be elected by the political class. And all this, we know very well, is an attempt to make sure that the announcement of who is going to be president will be somehow controlled by the political class. And then if we take a look at, for example, the US, there is no commissioner, there is no chairman who announces. If it is an arithmetic thing, why not take it completely away from the commissioners and we say, since the minor Kiai decision was made, what is done at the polling station and by the is it the presiding officer, I think, is at the polling station, and then the returning officer who is at the constituency, whatever he announces, we have media stations in each and every of those stations, and let the media call, just like the Americans call it, and if there is an issue, go to court. For me, this necessity, I agree with you that elections are a process. And therefore, the commissioners are important for the process, to supervise the process, to appoint returning officers. We saw in Advocacy a returning officer being shot So yes, for that purpose they are required, but for this importance that is put on the chairman of the commission, surely with everything that we have seen, with what we are going through right now, whereby things are being held on spaces, why are we going around in circles as if we do not understand what is going on? Gen Zs might be naive to some of these things. They are not. I don't think they are, because they're asking fantastic questions. But surely, you being a former chairman of the LSK and other chairman emeritus and attorney generals emeritus and all these lawyers that we have, justices emeritus, surely you guys are failing the country by not speaking out, by not being the champions of this kind of thing. So for me, I really would love to hear a more powerful, a more stronger opinion from your side and advice, so that you can help us navigate through that. Number two would be this issue of the conflict of interest laws. I really hope you guys are taking time. Professor has advised us that we should be having breakout rooms where we discuss some of these things. Prof, I was thinking as you were speaking that we have institutions in this country whose job it is to make sure that there is Hansards and things are captured in a way that is going to be made into laws. These discussions for me are very vibrant. They are very useful. Surely, Law Society of Kenya, Parliamentary Service Commission, wasikae hapo wakifikiria kazi yao ni kuongezea nini wabunge pesa. All these things need to be, we need to find a way of bringing them here. They are paid salaries to do this. The sovereign is calling you. By the way, we are the employer. The sovereign is calling you to come and take those Hansards and take those clerk of the National Assembly. They are inserting people here to investigate us and to block our systems. Can they be useful at least to these conversations and to be listening to the Gen Zs and to make sure that the things are captured in a way that makes sense and in a way that it comes through in society? Kenyan lady, I've seen Justice here. I think we need voices of the ladies as well. There is other people who haven't spoken. Kings Karibu, I'd seen your comment earlier. I was trying to communicate with KOT so that you can come on. Please, guys, put your hands up. Guys who are listeners, please come up. Dr. Ezekiel, come up. We want to hear from you people who at least we trust and we respect.
Justice Makonyango, are you able to speak to us?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to ask anybody who's currently at the parliament today if they can share with us the details of the NADCO reports, because I'm trying to find it online. I can't find it, but it seems to be a very important document as far as youths and development in Kenya is concerned. Dr. Kivuta Kibwana, do you have an idea?
Let's kindly, sorry, let's go to Professor so that you can answer all the questions. Professor's hand is up.
No, I think the NADCO report, one can just access it by Google. It has been there for a long time.
Professor 001, and then it's gonna be Jamal next, and then Kings, in that order.
Okay, let me, I was drafting something. Let me finish drafting it, then I will get back to you guys, kindly.
All right. Jamal, could you kindly go ahead?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Also, thank you.
By the way, Kenyan lady, as Jamal goes, sorry Jamal, can you just check if Eric Theory is still there? I think he's dropped from the speaker panel.
And thank you to the Professor Kivuta Kibwana for his rich input, and Eric, former LSK president. Recently, when the deputy president gave a press conference in Mombasa, there is one question that he posed. He posed the question, where did the rain start beating us, or something along that line? And unfortunately, he had narrowed it down to the current government that he is serving in. So he thought that by the time they were coming in after the elections, they were the darling of the country, and 2 years later, they lost the political goodwill from the masses. But I wish he had given us the answer where the rain started beating us. And let me now put in my thoughts on what I think is the answer to that question. And the answer to that question, in my opinion, is the rain started pouring on us during colonialism and immediately after. Because what happened is we agitated at that time against an occupation, against imperial colonial power from Great Britain, who came and occupied and looted and taken everything, killed, did everything that our current government is doing to us. But then you will realize the process out of that situation, while there were people who went to the forest to fight because they knew you cannot negotiate with the enemy, because the enemy does not understand the language of win-win. The enemy is there to take it all. And in the words of Malcolm X one time said, how it is not possible to sit down with the then white people, because the white people were more or less colonizing the blacks in the Americas. And he said there is nothing to talk about because these people cannot give up what they have. It is the system that gives them all that they have. Then how is it they will just give it up? It's impossible. So what we did is then during the colonial period, we went to Lancaster, we gave a few names here and there whom they had a hand in. At Lancaster, they negotiated. But what they ended up negotiating, the colonial power, is so one by one you go through, they say, no, this one you can't have. If you insist on this, then there is no independence. And we know the outcome of that. The outcome of that then was that the whites were changed with blacks who were occupiers because the system went on. The new black leadership went on with the looting. Now they were in competition with the white man to get, if it is land, if it is wealth, they grab it here. By the time the Mau Mau came back, hoping to find the land that was taken away from them, there was nothing because it is the chief and the new guys in town who took it all. I have friends here in Kiambu who tell me that they know that the time when their grandfathers were alive, they say, that place was my grandfather's farm and his household. But we can't access it because now the new guys took it over. Of course, it is a father generation who are currently occupying. So bring it forward to during Moi, during Kibaki, Uhuru, and of course the current president. So the thing is, we cannot isolate or be selective. We have to approach this because this is an opportunity in this country that has never presented itself. I think the closest we came to this was during the agitation back in the day of Professor Kivuza Kibwana and other activists, Orengo and the likes then. But we only came close to it. We never achieved it. For us to achieve this, then it means we must change our mindset. Because the major issue that we have in our country and within ourselves is our mindsets. We have all believed that the solution is not with us. The solution has to be copied from somewhere else. That is why you see everyone speaking will always give you the example in the US, in the UK, in the where, in the here. because we believe the white man has the solution. Then why did we need to uproot the white man from here if we don't have the solutions? It's a mindset problem. If you look at the younger generation currently agitating and doing this, and we all generally, before I say that, generally in this country also, the people who agitate are the ones who do not have an opportunity at the table. Over the years, it has been like that. All elections, whether someone won by merit or they rigged themselves in, the other side will always agitate because they are not at the table. The minute an opportunity or a window is offered for them to sit at the table, then it's all okay. We have seen, sorry to say, Baba, for example, when Uhuru allowed him to come and sit and eat with him at the table, he forgot about everything. And Uhuru, what did he do? The damage that he did to this country, the last 5 years that he was in power. Ruto, who was, of course, part of the previous regime, only that he was pushed aside for the last term under Uhuru, when he came in, whether legitimately or he was rigged in, again, the agitation of the other side. But the minute they are allowed to sit at the table, all is good. So the question then we need to ask ourselves is, as a country, what exactly is the problem? The problem can't be the personalities, because the personalities can, many have left the political scene, but nothing has really changed. The game is the same. It means there is a problem with society. It means this form of democracy that we have copied from elsewhere cannot really bring out any real change. It can only bring out eloquent speakers who will promise heaven, deliver nothing. In 5 years' time, they'll find another narrative that they will rally us around. They find us an enemy, whether it is the ethnic card, whether it is the class card, whatever it is, and then immediately they come in, they have to continue with what they have inherited. Where does that place us? That places us, are we culpable? Are we part of the gears that allow this to happen? Or are we bystanders? Are we victims, or as we purport to be? In my opinion, I don't think we are bystanders. I don't think we are victims. I think we are part of the problem. So then, if we accept that, if we accept that we are part of the problem, then what do we do? That is the major question. We could have quick fixes by removing this politician and that politician in the short term. But if the game is the same, because it is a systemic game, then will it really matter? Because we have seen many good people who have been given an opportunity, they have come into the political scene, and you can't recognize them a short while later. And in my opinion, it is the system. Unless we fix our form of democracy, unless we come together honestly and say there is a problem with the white man's form of democracy. Because when you study the so-called the US and all these countries, they are as corrupt as this country. It's just that they have so much, and they have better cover up, and the system is deeper than ours. Really, nothing can come to, because it is a system that is older than most of us, 400, 500, 600 years. The British is many, maybe 1,000 years. So then, what is the way forward? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. Is the way forward? Uh, do we then pressure the government in terms of we have outcomes that we must get in the short term, then we enumerate them, then we say we are pushing this agenda as a country, then we put a bit of pressure, and hopefully, like this current guy has done, at least he's able to listen here and there, and he's really conceding ground. Then do we go on like that, or do we bring it down altogether? and this is dangerous because we must also look at countries around us who brought down regimes because they felt they're bad. 40 years later, they're in the wilderness. And I'm sure the wilderness is far much worse than the current form. So then, I think, in my opinion, what we need to do is we need to organize properly. We need to allow professionals to guide this, and we need people to, if given opportunity to guide this, push or pressure on government, they make a public commitment that they will not benefit out of this at personal level. That commitment is made. The commitment can go in as far as even saying they will also not, because they'll become popular in this country, they will not even contest for positions in the next election. Because in this country, again, it is very easy to win elections by just pushing a narrative, and you trend here and there. The rest is now you pay influencers. All of a sudden, you are this angel. Then you lose your mind. But if you know from the beginning, you will not benefit out of this. You are doing it for the country. You are doing it for the next generation, and you will do your bit, and you step back. I think such kind of a leadership can take us to some extent forward. They can guide, and then we can do piecemeal reforms here and there, here and there, here and there, until we arrive in Canada. Because I don't think also it is easy to fix really this country in one instant. It is not, because the whole country is part of the problem, and we cannot get rid of all of us. So it means then we first have to accept, like they say, when you go to a psychiatrist, the first step is for you to accept that there is a problem. If you're an alcoholic, then step by step you take it forward like that. So in so many words, what I'm trying to say is, number one, let us look inward for solutions, the right solutions, without copying anyone. Pragmatic solutions, adaptive solutions that will cure specific issues in society. Conflict of interest is one. People, putting their children in positions of power, and this is not a kingdom. People who have very dirty background have an opportunity today to tell us, simply because they are not at the table, that this should have been the right thing to do. They can't be part of that solution. So if someone has a shoddy background, we just shun them. We ask fresh guys, professionals, young ones, 35, 30, 29, or even a 20-year-old can still think, of course, with guidance from older people within the group. Then step by step like that, I think if we are honest with ourselves, then we can fix the country. And the fix has to be slow and has to be painful. We must be willing to bear the pain. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do see Professor Kivuda and I see Eric on the request. Are you able to request the mic so that I can let you back on the panel? And I think I will need to drop off a few people. Professor 001, please go ahead as I try to get Professor Kivuda and Eric back in. Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to add, I just wanted to add some points basing my argument from the previous speaker. Actually, in as much as the tunataka kuwin, you guys tunapaswa at least we have a strategy. Manake I've been of late nimekuwa nikinotice ya kwamba kama size I guess I'm not wrong, kuna some spaces pia zinaendelea, so we need just to have a unity, and ile unity kuwe driven with the one agenda. So si ati hapa tayari kuna court, kuna Marvin hapa kuna space yake, ukienda hivi unapata kuna mwingine na yeye anaitwa bla bla, labda tuseme John akona space yake. So we need to have one space, we should all be driven with one agenda, in as much as tunataka kuwin hii war. Remember now we are fighting the enemy saizi ni ni our allies, the political allies ambao tumeweza kuona leo wote, of which leo wamejitokeza wote, and tumeweza kuona even the people that we were thinking of wanaweza tusaidia, the kind of people like Baba, of which I voted for Baba. Mi sikuvotia this motherfucker by the name Ruto. So in as much as tunataka kuwin, let's have one agenda, one goal, and in order to accomplish your goal pia tukue na unity amongst us. Without unity guys, hatuwezi. Ndio utapata watu wengine nao pia they are being paid by the government, so it's like now the government, they are compromising us, so they want to make that unity, ile unity yani ipotee tu bure yani. So pia tukiwa tuna fight hivi, tukiwa tunaandamana pia hivi, hata wewe pia ukitumiwa pesa na serikali pia jaribu kujiuliza maswali, jiulize Rex ako wapi, jiulize maswali, Rex ako wapi? So these are kind of a question. Na pia si basing also my argument, pia tuangalie pia taswira ya wale the freedom fighters, those who fought for our independence, those who fought for liberating us from ile utawala ya mzungu, and the so-called kina Ruto ambao sasa we are fighting them. We want to liberate ourselves from their utawala. So guys, let's unite, let's focus. Tuseme kama ni wiki niliona Eric Omondi come up na strategy ya occupy State House on Thursday. If at all Eric Omondi is serious with what he's planning to do on Thursday, let's back him up, back up kidogo pia sisi at least, so tusikue ati kuna division among us, we Gen Z. We are Gen Z. Leo nimeona Senator Omtata amenyimwa nafasi pale kwa Senate kuwasilisha hoja zake. So I wonder where we are heading as a country. This is a country whereby tunarudishwa kwa utawala wa Moi by this dude by the name Ruto. So guys, let's stand, let's have a goal. Mi nilikuwa nataka kuback huyu the former, sijajua jina, but mwenye ametoka kuongea, yeah, the previous speaker actually make points ambazo ni nzuri sana. Let's have unity. And also I had also suggested something that tuwezafanya hivi, we can also decide and maybe form a transitional council yenye pia itakuwa na Gen Z hapo, itakuwa na activist hapo, itakuwa na people from the civic society hapo, na kama tutaweza pia we can also kuweka religious leaders hapo kidogo, wale ambao wako mind zao zina read venye sisi zina read. So with this transitional council inaweza at least work in parallel na hii government. Hiyo ni kupeleka tu kuangalia government, kuiaudit, in short kuangalia, kuiweka on check government, vitu zenye inafanya, vitu kama hizo. So kwa watu kama kina Murkomen, watu kama hawa kina na Kumicha, we can bring them on board. Hata tukiendelea hivyo, also I was also suggesting that we should also start fighting these people invading their offices, our MPs, instead of recalling them. Nimesikia profesa hapa Kivudha ameongea mambo na IBC, and also we cannot trust this government to apatio task ya kuconstitute mambo na IBC. We cannot trust these people, manake they will end up messing, they will end up compromising kila mtu. And I'm also 100% sure that they'll also end up kutuwekea watu ambao tunawakataa, watu ambao pia ndo watatusumbua hapo when it comes ile period ya election. So guys, let's continue. Na pia just to add on, tuendelee pia kusupport hapo Marvin kwa mambo na hiyo data, manake unajua anatuhost na anatumia bundles, atumii wifi like some of us. So let's check on that. This is a professor from Mombasa County 001. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I have sent an invite to you, Professor Kivuda, and Mr. Eric Theuri. I have sent you speakers. I've sent you the mic. Just accept the mic so that you can come in and respond to the questions. I hope you're taking a record of them. Yeah, but just check. I've sent you both the mic because for some reason I'm not seeing your request. As they do that, may we have Derek go next and then Kings? Thank you.
So just before Eric goes, guys, if you really want to speak, you can DM me. You can send me a message in my inbox because I'm not able to see most of your requests. So I'll send you the speaker's invite manually. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kenyan lady, for the chance. Yeah, I also want to add, like, what do we do next as the struggle continues? I think above it all, sensitization and education to, like, those rural people, Kenyan people in the rural areas who don't understand even what is happening, can create, like, things to educate them, because as long as the young people in the cities and people are educated or who know how to use technology are participating in the struggle, we also need, like, the people in rural areas, and we need, like, all Kenyans, so that the struggle becomes uniform, so that it becomes about Kenya, not a certain section of Kenyans. You know, most unlearned or uneducated Kenyans always blame the educated ones, like they're the one who are taking us to the ditch. And partly it is sad and true, but mostly it's because of the conflict of interest that many people have. So if we, as the educated, as people now choose technology, can do some sensitization, show those people that are uneducated, or those that are illiterate, we show them that we are together, that this struggle, either they understand or not, they are a part of it, and we are coming to this space so that we can make Kenya better, not just for us, but also for all of them. I think even William Ruto can be convinced by us that we want to make Kenya better, even for him and his family. But if you look around, the question that is really being posed is a political question. That's why you see even His Excellency is a little bit timid, a little bit taking steps back and being humble and even listening to us. It's because we are raising a kind of a political question, that how will Kenya be governed? Who should govern Kenya? Under which circumstances and under which provisions should Kenya be ruled? You know, we are pushing a political, I think that is becoming slowly political. But yet, at the same time, you see a lot of Gen Z and even millennials don't understand the political space. And even if you look at politics in its nature, it's not something that is definite or something that is known exactly, like all the way from Plato to Karl Marx. They have tried to really talk about politics and its dynamics, even Aristotle, but it's that hard that even the best brains in the world that has ever existed find it hard to ponder on. So as we think about what next, we should not forget that the political part, although we are asking for development and change and liberation, but Kenya will not end. We'll still need a president. We'll still need a political system that will always be there and has always been there whenever human beings come together or whenever human beings are trying to be governed. Yeah, my other point is, as we try to make Kenya better, let us not also, as Gen Z, create enemies. Let not it look like some people are our enemies. Yet we are changing this country to become good for everyone. How can someone, a Kenyan or someone in Kenya, feel like this movement is our enemy? You see, the people have been killed, the people have been in prison, the people have been put behind bars. There are so many that we find it weird that some people in the political and also the technocrats in government feel like this movement is our enemy. Even some people here on social media feel like this movement is our enemy. The business people of Nairobi are feeling like this movement is our enemy also. But we need to find a way that, the game of politics or political games and games done by government and state officials are always dirty. So if we can make ourselves get a way that is clean, that doesn't put anyone against us, or even if it puts the majority of Kenyans on our side, it will be safe for us. Yeah, so I think educating our people in rural areas, trying to build a good rapport with everyone, are the things that we really need so as to make the movement alive and to exist even for years. For years, like many people remember Mau Mau and their struggle, things that happened long time ago, or Coyote and the struggle. People remember so many things, Nelson Mandela, things that happened long time ago. If something was to have a lifetime impact, then it must be made in a way that it is simple and understandable by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Kenyan lady now. I'm the person to go next.
Yes, that is Kings, correct?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, and then we will welcome back Professor Kivuda and Eric to respond. I think that's a long chain of response they have. Go ahead, please.
I've seen also Kabando has joined us. Kabando, please, if you can mute your mic so that maybe if there are any interruption from your end, it won't affect the speakers that are on session. Kabando, if you can mute, please. Okay. Now, mine will just be first of all to thank you, KOT, for this space, Kenyan Lady for being the co-host, and then Kivuda Kibwana for pumping in knowledge to us in terms of constitutionalism and understanding things from the legal perspective, and also Eric Theuri. Thank you for your time and being committal to this space. Responding to most of to the speakers that have come before me, I think the discourse at hand goes way before even the current political class that we are trying to fight with. One of it being that if you go back in history and then you go back to the church, remember the Catholic Church has been one of the key cornerstones, and they have also played a very big role in terms of development of politics. And way before, when the Catholic Church was starting at the Catholic in the Vatican in Italy, there is a way the church was fundraising, raising funds. And this goes back to what they used to call the Catholic Church at that time used to raise money through something that is called, they used to collect indulgences. So indulgences were a form of, like, the church had put a tax into people committing crimes. So, for example, if you go and steal from someone, then the church will be able to, like, put crimes in terms of their grievance or the magnitude, and then you'll pay a certain tax to the church. And then that led on to people now saying that even if I commit a crime and then on this day of the week, if I go to the church and pay according to the crime that I've committed, then my sins are sanctified. Then I can go back and continue doing what I do. So this has gone all the way from that time. Politics became part of the church. And then now these two are intertwined. And you saw the other day, after the maandamano of, I think, a week before this one, the president, the people he called to State House, he never called people who are really afflicted by the current discourse in the country. He called the clergies, because society has found it as a manner of if you want to inflict injury to the people, then once you do that, you involve the church. And remember also, this current regime came into power around 80-99% through pretense that they are these sanctified kind of people who are like fear the word of God so much, and then they'll come and undo whatever had been done by that time by the person they used to call that he's is it Mogoroki, and then there's a name they used to call Raila, that this person does not believe in Christianity. So basically our problems as a society have been are chronic in terms of, first of all, you cannot complain because naturally you are told that now leaders are chosen by God, but really God does not choose for you leaders. You choose your leaders, you yourselves. We chose Ruto. The people of Kenya chose Ruto. God never chose Ruto for you. But it is true also that leaders are a reflection of the people, because people are so corrupt in this country. People are so much we are kind of this society whereby it's like it's a wheeler dealer kind of economy, whereby because I know this person, then when this person gets into power, then I can be able to get this I can be allocated this section of in this sector, let's say in energy, I can be able to get these tenders. When it comes to maybe construction or infrastructure, I can be able to get this much because I also know this person. And because I also know this person is corrupt, then I know if it is someone that if I give them something, then I'll be able to amass so much wealth through the system that we the people have elected. So let's now as a people start demystifying the notion that goes around that our leaders are elected by God. No, God gave you the ability to elect someone. Even Satan is not involved in this process. We the people, if our leader is so bad, then it speaks to us, the electorals. It is a vindication of who we are as a people. So Ruto represents 50% of the Kenyan country. So whoever he is us. So as we are fighting this and going forward, marching on for this, is it fifth or fourth liberation of this country, we should also come with clean hands. That is why I've been advocating for the way this thing is organic, let it continue being organic. The other day on the Spaces on Sunday, Okia spoke about our problem as a country is not about who is leading us. We can even put tunaweza weka kondoo. We can put anything to be our president, as long as us the people accept to follow the law, to abide by the law, to abide by our constitution. Once we do that, then it doesn't matter who becomes a president. It won't even affect your day-to-day operations because the systems are working, the laws are working, people are following. If it is the right channels of procurement, you will know, as long as I've organized my house as an entity, if I apply for this tender and these are the criterias, and they are also not incriminative, they are fair to everyone, then I can be able to win that tender. I do not need to know anyone. The same way Kenyan has been done, and people are so like pulling back on it. They were negative about it not working, but I think that is one of the parastatals in Kenya, whereby if they float a tender, you go to the system, put your prices, you get it, you don't get it. Life goes on. So let's make systems work. Our problem is not even the person that is on top. Our problem is about the kind of culture that us as a people have adopted, to an extent that you will always feel comfortable when a person of your ilk is the one who is in charge of government at that time. And also now they have been able to divide us into these tribal cocoons, whereby it is this region that is coming together with this region. The way our deputy president is so obsessed with Watu wa Mulima. That guy, that he talks, he drinks, he walks, all his mind is Watu wa Mulima. Because the politics he has learned since he was a young man was tribal politics. He knows for the only way that I can ascend to power is to harness our community as 5 million Kikuyus, and then we go for this position. But now, come to the reality on the ground in 2024, the finance bill affects all of us, regardless of which region of this country you come from. Whether you come from Central, you come from Rift Valley, you come from Nyanza, the finance bill affects you equally. So, and then this movement is also rattling them in a manner that now they cannot go in the evening. Raila cannot go and call back his people. Kalonzo cannot go and call Kambas. The deputy president cannot go and call back his Kikuyu people. The president himself also cannot go back to his Kalenjin community and say now, it is this group that is against me. People have realized that no, for the last 30, 40 years, our politics have been elitism politics, whereby our politics is about certain characters. Kalonzo was there in 1992 during multi-party. Raila was there in 1992, plus his father during multi-party fight. Martha Karua was there. Akina Madividi were there. Who else was there in that panel today? Ruto was there against multipartyism when they formed the KY 1992 with Akina Jirongo. So if you look at the picture that was receiving that, I don't know, IBC something, these are the same people that have been in our political space for the last 30 years. In the last 3 years, the UK has had, I think, in 2 years, they have had, now this is the third prime minister, and life goes on. Our politics are so which word should I use? It's a cult of personalities. Like me, I'm a Ruto guy. Me, I'm a Raila guy. Me, I'm this guy, and that is where our problems emanate. The highest position in the country should be so useless that anyone can occupy it without you knowing, and your life goes on. It cannot be that after every 5 Kenya, by the way, you work only for 4 years. As business people, you plan your business or how you're gonna make your money between the first year. Actually, the first year when the president comes in, they are in this charlatan of who is taking this, who is getting this, who is getting this, who is getting to cabinet, who is my person. So the whole of the first year when the government gets into power is wasted in them deciding who will get a piece of the cake. So you will work only for 3 years. The last year of whoever is in power, now they are talking about election. So for every cycle of 5 years, you only have 3 years of working. The other 2 are wasted in politics. And we've been acclimatized now into that has become our cycle. And that is why we keep on saying there are no jobs, there are no this. Because this country does not give you space even to work. It doesn't even give you space to breathe and plan your things. You cannot plan your business. You cannot even sit down with investors and tell them that I'm thinking that whatever we are planning to do will go beyond this regime. Everyone will be like, Apana.
You want to
If
sum
this
it up?
person comes,
Kings, you want to sum it up?
sorry, yeah, I'm almost. I'm about to land.
Okay, and then
So
followed by Derek, and then now we can welcome Professor. Thank you. I'm sorry.
no problem. So my point is, as we are having this discourse, we should ask ourselves first, at the end of the day, who are we as a person? Are you here for a better future? Are you looking at this country like, if you say like, if I look into the future, in the next 5, 10, 20 years, will my kids prosper in this economy? If then they won't, if you are not aligned to a certain political class that is at that time, then we won't go far. So my final remarks will be, Professor, and also I've seen something going around about this formation of the task force and all that, because you are part of the team that formed the constitution. Why is it that IBC is so much inclined to president in this? The president has to decide who is coming into the panel. He also has to pick this list. Why can't we have this thing done by people who are not even interested with politics? They just they are given the KPIs, and this person needs to have this qualification and this, and they elect someone who is not who won't come and feel like I'm here because of President XYZ. So that's my final submission. Thank you so much, Kenyan lady, and thank you, Coyote.
Thank you, Derek. Would you make it quick, please?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's just an addition to what I was saying, because I had someone say the problem started from the British system that we inherited after independence. And the answer to that has been given severally, like decolonize, like all the way from Bob Marley's time, like free our mind from mental slavery. Currently, people are talking about decolonizing even agriculture and all aspects of the economy, like moving literally away from how the white man taught us and doing things as we Africans think about it or have thought is best. Even some people argue like some kind of leaders who are dictators around the world have better economies than democratic leaders. Maybe we as Kenyans should also think who is the best person that should lead us, which is the best system. And as young people and innovative as Kenyans we are, we can come up with systems that can work even better, because these are the things that I think even the president is asking. How do you want us to do it? Which system have you thought about it to do it? And as we think about it, I think we should really think from our African point of view, so that we don't depend on the system of the colonizer. There was a book written recently by some author. The book was titled "The Revolution Will Not Be Financed." Even recently, when the Gen Z were demonstrating in the streets, the question of financing came up. Who is the one giving them money? Because if they knew, if it's really coming from their hearts, they will win the revolution. And that is why partly we have won the revolution and we are still continuing. It must come from our heart. It must come from our system. It must come from our thoughts. Something that will make Kenya better must look like that. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Miriam, would you please go ahead?
Thank you for the mic. Thank you, guys. So I'll be quick as well. I want to say a few things. So I have been attending these spaces for quite faithfully since all this began. And considering I'm not into politics, this has been a first for me. And every time I've gotten a chance to speak, I have been agitating for action so that we don't keep regurgitating things and doing nothing. And I'm happy that we have been receiving a lot of action oriented talks, and I want to thank my seniors for that. But now today, the reason I was inspired to speak was listening to Professor Kivuda and my senior Eric. I started feeling how I used to feel when I was in GHC class in primary school or in Mensihanya's class. And why I said this, and I might sound like the devil's advocate, but hear me out. We might be like 1,500 of us, but maybe I would be speaking for maybe 500, or maybe just for myself, when I say that how I used to feel those days was change was never gonna come, because it looked like it was so far-fetched. There was so much to do. There was so many hurdles to cross. And that's the same feeling I had today. And I'm like, I hope no one else is feeling as I'm feeling, like defeatist or defeated, like, oh my God, there's so much to read. There's so much to understand, to taifika. So I guess what I'm saying is, I hope what I would prefer, the solution that I'm offering, is for the experts, the lawyers, Kina Prof, Kina Eric, to do their thing, so that the rest of us can continue just agitating and do what we do best, which is retweet and tweet for the Gen Zs to TikTok and dance and keep pushing for the agenda. Because I hope we don't get drawn into all that work that needs to go into these things that experts can do, like guys who can go to courts, let them go to courts, and then now we will follow and rally behind them and continue agitating. For the people who can go to Mandamano, let's also do that. Division of labor and specialization, for lack of a better word, because I would really hate for all these lessons that we are learning to also put out the fire. And I'm maybe speaking for just myself, but I hope I speak for one other person. So division of labor and specialization. The second thing I wanted to say was about mainstream media. I've noticed, and I keep saying this, that when I talk to people on this village, the market, the Makangas and the Deres, I notice that we speak completely different languages. Here on Twitter, we are very few people. The majority are outside Twitter or the social media. So I feel like, I don't know whether this can be done where we bring in social media and they also pledge allegiance to this movement. Because every time I have been speaking to these people, it's like the message that's being passed on by mainstream media can easily be misconstrued. So we need to get them to be able to send the right message, right, quote unquote, the message in a clear manner, the way we want it sent out. Then the second way is for us to also not take this initiative for granted and not assume that people outside this social media are seeing things the same way we are seeing with this, from the same perspective as we are. Most people aren't, guys. So we need to not overestimate the power that we have, or the tool of social media, and we need to start actively planting seeds in the people outside social media, because these seeds, we might need these trees, the seeds, to grow by 2027. We will really truly need these people. And finally, so that's civic education. Yeah, everyone needs to take part. And then the mainstream media, if there's a way we can merge the two so that we speak a common language. It's a very thin line. It's a very thin line when I talk to someone and they're like, oh, but si mlipewa alitikia kusign finance bill, mnataka nini tena? And that is a wave that spreads across like a group of people outside social media. So there's actually work to be done. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Please allow me to hand the mic to Professor Kivuda Kibwana, Mr. Deuri, and I think Kabando is here. Please go ahead and give us your wisdom. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, me, Kabando?
Yeah, so Professor Kivuda, and then Eric, and then Mr. Kabando. Whichever way you come in, speak to us.
Okay, this Kabando, I just want to say just a few things. A message of commendation to the movement pioneers, Gen Z, and obviously allied closely with their millennials, to say that this is a very unique historic moment. The issues that have been raised by these movements are very bold. In fact, since 1990, when we had the clamor for a multi-party democracy, removing Section 2A of the then Constitution, it is not about political power for a person or a group, but new leadership dispensation. So it is very, very unique. There are no ethnic hang-ups, as we have seen. It is evident that there are issues driven. This is necessary, and it makes the movement legit. Also, the movement issues are very clear. They are very well communicated. They are not sourced from a certain political corner with prejudice or with ownership and excluding others. Therefore, making the grievances very genuine and inclusive. The dialogue, some of us have been around for some time, that is being called between Ruto and his new political cohorts, is evidently a result of underhand deals. It is similar to, the precursor handshake, or then, the cooperation under Moi that led to merger or cohabitation for the chosen political elite, which, without a doubt, and I say this loudly, without a doubt, goes with the material rewards and some, contractual arrangements and the people being facilitated to do those political rounds. So, fortunately, this round, this season, this time, the Gen Z and millennials are making this wave to have power that, from what I've seen circulating in the social media this afternoon, it is making this deception, this latest deception that was happening at KICC, illegitimate ab initio from the very start. Now, what's the way forward in a view of a parent of a Gen Z and the millennials is that you are liberating generations, not just yours. I have been to my village, I've been to the suburbs and to the CBD. I'm yet to meet a single person, and this I can say, and I can even swear, that I have not met a single person who has condemned this movement. Even individuals who otherwise are very cozy and very, attached to the status quo, people who transfer or who transit their allegiance and loyalties from one camp to the other, depending on who is calling shots and who is driving the levers of political power that offers material benefits. I have not met one single person. And we had a discussion on Saturday and again yesterday evening with some peers, some friends. And you are saying, for the first time, nobody is condemning, nobody is angry. And we are saying, can you go forward? Therefore, we are saying the movement owners, the tribeless, the fearless, the faithless, Gen Zs and your allies, the millennials, remain steadfast, you are gallant, you have our unequivocal blessings. We truly, honestly are so buoyed, very inspired, and very proud of you. No selfish, covert dialogue seems to have a chance now. I can say that you are the Malcolm X of your time, the Steve Bikos, the Dedan Kimandis, the Mentakilili, and others who have, Akina Sankaras, who pioneered their time at your age. Step forward, and we are also ready to step forward to continue blessing you on your gallant, patriotic journey to bring a new dispensation. Kindly don't drop your guard. Stick on demands for drastic, radical reforms, including, for instance, full implementation of the Crow report that was documented under the guidance of John Gedongo, 200304, that made him being ostracized by the regime then. And also the Dongo report that shows the grabbing of Kenya by individuals and by institutions, publishing of the debt register, and dissolution of Ruto's government. You are winning. Everything that Ruto has said or done in the last few days is because of what you have done. Despite the violence, despite the kidnappings, the abductions, the maiming, the deaths, you are winning. No retreat. You got our backs in all ways possible. You are inspiring all and sundry. This is your moment. Don't drop the torch. be the torch bearers that you are already. And we say to you, kudos, God bless you. Asante sana.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much, Honorable Kabando. Dr. Kivuda Kibwana, would you kindly go ahead?
Yes, and I want also to thank Kabando. We come a long ways. I was Dean of the Faculty of Law when he was the student leader, and they put him into a lot of problems then. And so I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share this space with him and for the words that he has said. And I think he mentioned the name of John Githongo in terms of anti-corruption measures. John Githongo is one of the experts in the country. He has a long history of working with the Transparency International, and that's somebody whom the Gen Zs can rely on to get information about anti-corruption strategies. Let me also repeat something that Jamal, I think, said. He gave us a history of how, this problem that we have today is long drawn from colonial times. And even when today we talk about ethnic parties, ethnic-based parties, this is something that was planted during colonialism, because up to 1960, they only allowed district political parties. The KANU was the first national party when now they had decided they were going to give Kenya flag independence. So I think that's a very important point to underscore, to say that it is really issues that are about most facets of our society, which have roots from the colonial times coming into independence. And therefore, it's really what is being sought is like an overhaul of the system, and that is why it is not normally easy to do that kind of thing. And that is why it's a question of asking what is the best system. Yes, there is the constitution, but you see, the constitution to be given life requires, why would you have parastatals and those statutory bodies and so on? What do they do? Do they take money which they shouldn't be taking? And so you look at the entire system so that you can say that this system must be overhauled, must be revamped, so that it is citizen sympathetic or citizen friendly. And that is why it is always difficult, because there are people who will resist a system that has been giving them economic advantage, from the international level, from the national level, from even now local levels in the counties and so on. So I think that is what Gen Zs must know they are up against. So it's not just a quick fix. It is something that requires a lot of changes and with time, changes in the culture of how we do our things. And that is why whatever you plan, you must have staying power. Because if you think it will happen in 1 year, you think that you'll get all these changes in 2 years. I think it's getting the structures that you will have, so that this is a continuous thing. Even if you were to get new people that you think are good, there must be eternal vigilance, because people get influenced by all sorts of forces, and then you say they have sold out. I liked also the point which was made about enmity. Gen Z are not trying to be enemies with anybody, or looking for enemies or doing whatever. They just, I think, from how I view them, they want better. They want things that work for them. In actual fact, if government, all this time that people have been talking about a youth Marshall Plan, like how do you create a youth Marshall Plan where the people who are 15 to 35, and of course also those who are in schools below, they feel that they have citizenship in Kenya. They are provided for, and there are ways like the Ministry of Youth and so on, sports and stuff. They could have been thinking about a youth Marshall Plan where every ministry is told, how are you interacting with young people? What are you doing with young people? You know, even having like say, can youth make is there like a youth bank? You know, this ASLA fund, could it have been a fund, you know, properly managed, where people get, but not 500 shillings. 500 shillings, what business will you start with? You know, all you know, that kind of stuff. Because after the phone, where everybody has a phone and they do many things through the phone, the handset, then after the border where many youth also got involved. One of the things that could have happened is accessible credit to young people, so that they can be in, you know, their businesses, they can be in the social enterprises and all that, so that there are things that really make youth know that they belong to Kenya. Kenya is their country. But one thing that really makes me, you know, happy, somebody who taught in the university for a long time, worked with young people in civil society and so on in the county, what Gen Zs have done with the support of millenniums and some volunteers, Kenya will never be the same again. Even those who are thinking of coming into power later and stuff, they know that what has begun to happen and this awakening will not allow them to do politics as usual. And that is something to take our hats off for, you know, Gen Zs. And I think as their movement is growing, they're also growing so that they can do what is necessary to protect the movement from fizzling out, from being sabotaged, and from deception and all that kind of stuff. And so I really, Sonko, I really applaud you. Try to get, you know, you guys who are in these spaces, the ones who are positive and are pro Gen Z for real, try to see what kind of conversation you can have so that you streamline, you know, the agendas and some of how you are approaching this struggle. If this Gen Z movement fails, then Kenya will fail. And I can repeat that. If this Gen Z movement fails, then Kenya will fail. And maybe finally, to just come back to this dialogue thing, I wish, because, you know, I respect Baba. I know that because we have worked a lot together, especially in those early days of the Section 2A and the Constitution. But I wish he can actually talk to the Gen Zs and ask them, what do they really want? Instead of saying that they have agreed on a dialogue without having talked to the person who is aggrieved, the person who has raised all these issues. I wish he can take a step back and talk to the Gen Zs so that he can understand where they are coming from, who they are, what they now want. Because there was a time he had said he's rested because they have taken over. So now it is like he wants to come back, but come back without again talking to the Gen Zs and asking them where we are, how should we go forward. And of course, I think it will be a question of respect to these young people who have taken the baton of the relay in terms of assisting to change our country. And of course, one expects and one hopes that the president will appreciate that the Gen Zs are operating truly to change the country, and when they ask for certain things, it is because they want the change, and they are not trying to say that they are not trying to undermine anybody, but simply to say what we want is what we think will assist to change our country, and we need to be listened to, and the things that are promised in the interim, they need to be done, and let us be acknowledged as a new force in the Kenyan scenario, and to actually be, instead of going to talk to the opposition, because it's the Gen Zs who have raised these issues. I think it is important to realize that what they are saying is what is on the table, but not what the opposition will put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana, Professor. Is Eric still here? Eric, if you could kindly make your submissions. Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Have
I
the
still
mic.
am, although I feel a little bit inadequate speaking after Professor Kibwana and Kabando. But one, I think I want to agree with them, and I echo their sentiments that what has happened in this country.
I think, sorry, before Eric speaks, Kenyan lady, there's a question I had asked Professor, and it's like he never answered about this. I've shared the roadmap to full constitutional IBC, and as you can see around in 4 or 5 clauses, the president is like he's the one who will decide who will be our chairman for IBC and for most of the need that will be there, the commissioners. So, Prof, please, on that issue, why was it so necessary that on the new constitution that the president had to decide so much on who will be the chairman of IBC and also the commissioners? Because now this brings the point which we've been talking about the issue of conflict of interest.
And I think that again, with the permission of the host, this is the point that I made earlier, that under normal circumstances, even the panel itself should not have been chosen by a majority of the political class, which is 5. And if they influence the religious sector, because those are now 2 also, that's 7. So that only the Law Society and this PAC may have a different view. But the law has passed now, and I think I tried to say that what we need to do, what Gen Z needs to do, is to focus on, because it's a competitive process of even appointing this panel, to see that there is targeting to be sure that people who have a blemish, so to speak, are called out, and they cannot. So there will have to be a lot of scrutiny on that, because it might not be easy now to take the law back to Parliament. And you remember, I also said that they are given 90 days, so that's 3 months. And apart from 3 months, the Parliament can still give them more time if they haven't completed their work, the panel, in terms of instituting the IEBC. The parts of the constitution, the parts of the constitution that were there, which were not kind of interfered with, because it's not, you cannot do certain things without a constitutional amendment. Even if the president is able to say that, now this is who will be the commissioner, the chair, and all that kind of stuff. The primary actually choice comes from the panel, and that is why it is very, very important, as I said earlier, to check and to see who is the panel and the people that the panel who applies, so that some people can be cancelled if they have a bad history, and then the people who are shortlisted, the Gen Zs go through each one of them and raise issues about them. So it's that vigilance. I think that is going to help us. But anything about the constitution could not have been, anything about the constitution as is could not have been changed.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof. Kenyan lady, please proceed.
Eric, you got the mic.
Thank you. And Prof, maybe the question so much appears to be that, and I think that goes back to the discussion that we've had, that there is a feeling that the political class, the presidency, and the politicians have departed from ideally what should be the true north, that is faithful implementation and execution of the constitution. And so that where even power that ordinarily should then be exercised by the president or the political class, they start feeling that perhaps if it is exercised by those people, then it will not be exercised for the national good. And I think also Kabando did allude to that in terms of the trust deficit and the feeling that even the dialogue that is supposed to be, or rather the idea of the dialogue, is actually motivated by other underhand dealings, and that again is a concern that the Gen Zs have expressed, and I think that generally speaking, we've been having this conversation that the movement has no leadership, but it has a direction and it has a purpose, and it has a focus, and ultimately, I think that those will continue to be issues that will be central to that discussion. But for me, I just want to say that one, that this movement is extremely phenomenal. It is unprecedented. It is something that makes or should make all of us as Kenyans proud. I suspect that we are making other countries across the continent extremely jealous of the kind of political agitation and the kind of freedom and the kind of actions that we have taken, and probably we are making the leadership across the African continent also extremely agitated and uncomfortable, in the sense that we are likely to export this agitation to other countries, and probably shake the political establishment as it were. But then again, looking across the continent and across the not just the continent but across the world, we are beginning to see changes that are reflective of the kind of aspirations that have been expressed by the Gen Z. And so I don't think that we are alone as a country in that space, and it's something that we should agitate and then continue to seek for. My parting shot would be just like the oil industry has had to adopt an extremely efficient measure of transparency in terms of pricing, in terms of ownership, including beneficial ownership, and in terms of the transactions that are carried out between oil companies and governments, in a manner that has brought about a lot of transparency and efficiency in the manner in which some of these contracts, and considering just how precious oil is, that we should ensure that we do not lose that, even as everything else is going on, that we do not lose that aspect of transparency in how government is run. And that, in my view, in the short term, will lead to a change in our politics, an ethical change in our politics, because the kind of things, there's always talk. I mean, you listen to people and everyone believes that corruption is budgeted for, but no one has been able to pinpoint it and bring it out, and it becomes a national discourse. And so, if, for example, if there is budgeted corruption, and there are people who are talking about it, then it becomes something that those that engage in that activity then know that we cannot be able to do this, because if we do, it will be highlighted and people will ask questions and they will demand answers. And then we get to a point where things like resignation from public office because of public disapproval then becomes part of our political psyche, because the challenge that we're dealing with, the problem that we're dealing with, is not one that has a quick fix. It's we have to do it regrettably within our laws, within our institutions. And so what we need to do, because that is what has been lacking in this country. It has not been the lack of laws, it has not been the lack of the constitution, it has not been the lack of institutions, but it's because these institutions lack a breadth of culture that propels them to act ethically. And this is what this movement is trying to achieve. And then so we have to try and see how then do we operate within our current political establishment, our current political structure, our current laws and the constitution, but in a way that will breathe new life into those institutions. Because if we breathe new life into those institutions, some of the challenges that we are facing will become challenges of the past. If we are talking about, for example, police brutality, and there is greater accountability and greater transparency in terms of how police use their power, that in effect would snowball into having a police force that is more responsive to the needs of the citizen, that is less brutal, that is more humane in terms of how it handles people, that, things like abductions and some of the things that we have seen become a thing of the past, because the only way you can change that is by bringing in a culture of transparency, bringing in a culture of accountability, and bringing in a culture where people know that they will not get away with any transgressions, that as a country we will not be accused of having a short memory. And all these things over time, if we can be able to find a mechanism to maintain that element, would work. But ultimately, we are going to have a challenge, because we can say all the things we want to say. We can talk about the ills that are there in the government. We can talk about what our culture is coming from, colonialism and where we are, tribalism, and all those things. But a time comes when you have to draw a line in the sand and to say, you know what, from this moment, this is where we are. This is where we find ourselves. How do we get out of the hole that we are in? And I think the only way we can be able to do that and to do it successfully is to sustain a culture of accountability. I look at what we have been doing, much as I may have may not understand how it works. When we say, let's go and salamia so and so, let's go and salamia our MPs, let us go and do this. In other jurisdictions, it actually works in a way that those who are in public office understand that they are there as an institution of trust, and that immediately they lose the trust of the members of public, either by even their own private behavior in private, and that is what is contained in our leadership and integrity in terms of the constitution, that not only your private, not only your public actions, but also your private actions should be scrutinized and should matter when it comes to leadership. And so that if you conduct yourself in private, yet you are a public officer in a manner that does not bring honor to that office, then you're supposed to lose your seat. If we can maintain and find a way in terms of how we bring that to bear on our political establishment, to bear on our public office, then we would have achieved a true revolution in this country, true change in terms of how we manage. Because what we do is that we make it unfashionable for people to do the wrong things, because it has become fashionable to do the wrong things. But once we make it unfashionable for anyone to do the wrong things, then the people who are motivated to join politics for the reason that they would be able to get away with certain things, then will shy away. And those that really want to serve the people and to serve their country and to be a difference in the institution of the country would then step forward, and it will give us an opportunity to then realize all these issues that we are agitating about. And I think that ultimately we have to find a way to concretize that and have mechanisms for seeking accountability, both at the national level and at the county level, in a manner that will bring about a lasting legacy of change in the manner in which we manage public office. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate and to share my little thoughts on this very, very important discussion.
Thank you.
Kenyan lady, maybe just to finish on Kenyan lady, please. I'll be out of network in a few minutes, and there's something that Eric has touched on, and it's something that has been bothering me for so long. And now that Eric is here, a legal mind, and then there is a professor, and Kabando, an activist, he has also been in these spaces for so long. My background is in finance, and there is something even David Ndi was saying last week, that you people need to pay taxes because we have these loans that we are paying. We have these foreign debt, that external debts that we are paying, that I don't know, that needs to be, if we don't do this, then as a country we will default, and then these are the repercussions that will come in. And then I was like, wait a minute, what if we say, then let's default first? Because I run a company, and every month when we do our budgets for the expenditure for the following month, and then we also plan our revenues, we always sit down and say, what is our debt as of date, this and this, for the profit and loss account for this month. And then we know we owe KCB this much, we owe NCBA this much, we owe this bank this much. And then from there, from our revenues, we are able to plan on how we are going to pay those debts. So here is a scenario whereby in 2012, as Kibaki was leaving, our national debt was at 1.4 trillion. So my assumption is the government that came next, that is Uhuru, they had the responsibility of generating revenue or raising revenue, at the same time doing other development projects, as they also pay the debt. If you see our national debt for the last 10 years, it has been growing exponentially. If you deduce that graph, it is like we really don't pay the debt that we owe. So for example, if in 2013 our debt was 1.4, the following year we borrowed, an assumption, we borrowed maybe 2 trillion. As we are borrowing this, there is always an element, we are borrowing, this is our budget for this year, and from this budget we are also paying this much debt. So where is our national debt register that is telling us from the time of, let's even not go to Moi, because we all of us accept that was a critical juncture in 2002, whereby we said now we are starting a new leaf. Let's go to when Kibaki was living in 2013, 2012. Our national debt was 1.4 trillion. All of it, external and internal. Currently, we are being told our national debt is 7.6 trillion. My point is, we as Kenyans, this political class is forcing us into repayment of odious debts that in reality never came to Kenya, or if that money came in, then you are not responsible on how it was, the money was utilized. So for me, Theuri and Professor, we always say all laws emanate from natural laws. That is from the laws of fairness. That be the way you are fair to another man, then you also expect them to be fairer unto you. And from there, we form laws. So this is a person, IMF, World Bank, they are coming and telling our government, like, Eurobond, how much do you want to raise? 500 billion. Okay, we are giving you this money. Whatever you're going to do with it is none of our business. When you go to court again, the court tells you ignorance is never a defense before a court of law. So these foreign these foreigners who have manifested themselves, and they are into this financial space of work. They have made us slaves. They are financial slaves, are pumping money into corrupt regimes without really caring if the money that they are pumping in is used constitutionally. Prof, our constitution says that if you are borrowing externally, then that money should be specifically used for development projects. We've borrowed externally 7.6 trillion. Can we be able, and I don't know how much we paid as of now. Actually, most of the debts are odious debts. Can we be told where is the 7.6 trillion in terms of development projects that this the two regimes are, because these two regimes are one and the same. Can we be told there is this 7.6 trillion in this project, this and this and this and this? If they are not able to do that, then Eric and Prof, can we kindly default and say we are not going to pay these 2 euro bonds? We are not paying this money that we owe IMF, and life continues. If it doesn't, then that will be our critical juncture. We survived 2020 without so much importation. You were told that we cannot survive without importation. COVID came, ikakaa almost 2 years. There were no importations, and we survived. Hii kitu ya kutuambia sijui ati you cannot survive without wazungus. No. Life has, and if maybe this is the way we should end as a society, then let it be the way we end, so that when our sons and daughters sprout in future, at least they found that their fathers and forefathers, their uncles, brothers, and grandfathers did something for this country. Because all we are asking is, you are borrowing this money, where is it going? It's going to, let me tell you, today when the president met with Akina Rao, hiyo ni do inatembea, nothing else. Money is being exchanged. Our money, the next day, this guy David Ndi will come doing a lot of voodoo economics hapo, akituandikia hii ni deni yenye lazima mlipe. No, we are at a position whereby we are saying, you are taking our money, then we need to see it. We need to see our money. We do not need to be in your positions, but we need to see where our money is going. And then Eric, lastly, is it possible pia tunaambiwa nyumba yenye, apart from kuwamulika na kuwasalimia, is it possible we now start knowing our MP lives in Langata, house number this, and so that tukienda hatuendi kugongea mtu mwingine, tunaenda specifically hapo kumsalimia. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me take this opportunity real quick to welcome Afrocentric. He's the other selfless millennial that has been hosting us in his space. Karibu sana, Afrocentric. Please go ahead, Eric.
Okay, quickly, one, you know, the consequences of failing to pay our debts is that is that we then end up placing the country at a very, very high risk of an economic boil down because of you know there's a rating that the country is given, so that if you are to be able to attract debt, you need to have a good rating. There's a question of the reputation that we have as a country. So I think that for me, the option of a deliberate uh, um, um, failing to pay of those debts is one that will have greater economic impacts that will make life much more difficult. And remember, the agitation that we're having is one that seeks to look at what can we do to improve our standards of living. What can we do to make it easier? Because remember, all this was triggered by the Finance Act and some of the changes that had been proposed in law that, in our view, would have made life much more difficult. And so we are looking, and what we are probably saying is that perhaps we are not managing our resources very well. We are not we are taking debt, but we are not using the debt in a manner that is consistent with the purpose for which we obtained that debt. And I think that is the question that we're having, so that we shouldn't gravitate towards taking an action that defeats the noble intentions that people have. So perhaps the money that may have been obtained was probably not used for the right reasons. Can we then shine a light on that aspect and begin to ask questions about how that was done, and then begin to make recommendations to ensure that that never happens again, and so that when we, for example, if it is a Eurobond or whatever we get, that we get all that money, and that money actually comes into the country, into the consolidated fund, and it is used for the purpose for which it is taken, and that the purpose for which that loan has been taken is actually one that in the long term has a greater economic benefit that then justifies the move to actually go and get that loan. And I think that where we are, even a country like the United States is borrowing and everything, it basically means that we must be able to borrow, but also look at how we can review our expenditure to bring down our reliance on external borrowing, so that we largely finance our operations from internally generated revenue, and that then we take borrowing that has greater return economically on the country. And that's one thing. The other thing that I was talking about, and I think the question that I was asked, we get to know where the MPs are living and whatever, I think is a question that was taken out of context, and perhaps it wasn't understood properly. What I meant is that in other countries, and of course we always have to look at other places where democracy probably works so well, because our constitution says that as we enforce our rights, and as we take any action in advancing the constitution, then we must take action that ensures the greatest possible enjoyment of that right, and also ensures that we adopt standards that are commensurate with the best practices in other developing democracies. And it's for that reason that I'm looking at other developed democracies. And basically what I was saying is that the question of public trust in most other countries is extremely important. And that is why you'll find that when people lose the public trust, they actually tender their resignation. And they do that because of the reputation, how important reputation is in holding public office in democracies that have actually matured. And I hope that we can then begin to fashion our discussion towards that level, so that we are not talking of the kusalamia of where we are beating up someone, or where we are taking action that either embarrasses them, or we are invading their phone calls or their spaces with embarrassing messages and everything. But we are talking of a situation where we are pushing for accountability to the level where, if, for example, someone comes to church and is a politician who has misbehaved, that the church would not gladly receive him. They will tell him, no, I think that you are wrong and you need to apologize, or you need to offer and tender your resignation. If they come, for example, to your restaurant to eat, you are able to tell him, look here, I stand for certain values, and your presence here violates the values which, as a business person, we stand for. And so for that reason, we are not able to offer you any services. Please leave. You would find that kind of behavior in democracies that have actually advanced. And I think what we are doing right now is a way of trying to say that if you go against the public will, if you lose our trust, then there'll be consequences to it. But I'm hoping that we can refine the consequences to a level where someone knows that, yes, unfortunately, I have lost the trust of my people. I no longer have their confidence to continue to represent them. And for that reason, it is important that I tender my resignation. So I just thought that it is important I clarify that, so that we do not take it to be that we are talking about kusalamia, or in the manner in which we have exercised it, but we refine it to an even greater accountability tool, because it is only that will bring about the culture change that we are talking about, that we so desperately need in our political space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric, for your submission. And I do agree with that, because like in America, what we do is they have the open lines. See, we have to see what we are provided with at home that will be able to help us reach the politicians. Now, that is not there. For me to be able to reach the Nakuru East MP, I mean, I don't even know how. First of all, I cannot even get into their offices. I do not know what else I am supposed to do. So also, I think that we have to look at it that way, because we do not have those tools. We don't have that mechanism, because like in the US, there's a line that's always open. Like when we are submitting our grievances, even about Kenya, even about what's going on right now, there's a line that's open for me at the Secretary of State that is specific for African affairs. When I call that line, I can file any complaint. I can talk to them, and you know what I'm saying? We don't have that accessibility for our MPs at home. So yes, I do agree with you on that extent, but thanks for the movement. Thanks for the movement. I think we'll be able to do better from now. So could we kindly have Hannah, and then Hannah hasn't spoken, and then Six Siox, I believe, hasn't spoken, and then we can have Miriam. I think Miriam, you're speaking the second time, so let's do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenyan lady, KOT, my people, Afrocentric Sex. Kenyan lady, touche. You don't have the governor of Makwiny, Kivuta, as your governor. His number is right on his bio. How about that? Yeah. a first world service in a third world country. That is the example this Wajumbas and governors should take, to be quite honest. If you go on his bio, Makwiny people are very lucky. I hope there's any one person from Makwiny, please request the mic and we could hear from you. That said and done, thank you guys for the space. Good to see you, Kenyan lady, KOT, Afro, and many people, Kings, a lot of you familiar faces. Aisha, who, Six, and plenty of you.
Hannah,
Yeah?
sorry. Let me just say this real quick. When Professor Kivuda, you can just correct us. When they come out of office, we have access to them. But when they are in office, you will never see that number displayed. I mean, I haven't seen many. That's why we are having, Dr. Miguna just sneaking in the numbers somehow and putting them on Twitter. But I stand corrected. When they are in office, we don't have those numbers. We don't have accessibility to them. That's it. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's absolutely correct. You don't have their numbers. You don't need their numbers. They should be an office number for public. But what can we say? This is the system we need to fix. But when they're looking for you to vote for them, definitely they'll be all over the place. Not only the number, but they'll dish out the dodge. You know what I mean? And Kings was asking a question. I think I'm going to put that question that was answered in a very simple language, a layman's language. And imagine this is me, that a person who's not good with numbers. We were paying 30%, I think 30 to 35%, if I'm not sure, I think it's about 30% of our GDP to pay the loans. Now, the total revenue we have, we're paying back about 70%. So 30% of our collective, whatever on our GDP is what we're using. So you can see how the growth is going. The other issue about defaulting on this loan is not an option, because wewe ukichukua pesa kwa bank, kwanza sasa unaenda kuchukua pesa, the bank has to make sure that unaweza kulipa. The more asset you have, the better for them to secure that loan. Now, as a country, if we default, we will have issues not only to secure loans, we can stay without the loans, but companies that want to invest, they would see it as a high risk. So maybe big investment coming into the country. They'll say, this country that cannot even get a loan, wewe mwenyewe, you will not do a business with somebody anakwambia nimekosa loan kwa bank because sina kitu ya kuweka as a security, but I guarantee you I'm a good person. I'm very trustworthy. You won't know. You will not do it. So not only will it affect us that way, it will affect the investment coming in and a lot of other things. That said and done doesn't mean that 70% we're paying, because why the loan is not closing, the gap is not closing, because we're only paying the charges. We're mainly touching the actual loan. We're only paying on interest. Most of it is going on to the interest. So the number stays there. It doesn't deflate, because our repayments, we're not meeting it. And every time, the more it stays, the more you pay. And the actual, depending now on each country in Africa, this is how they extort money from Africans. The higher the risk of that country, the grading that you're given, a low risk, medium risk, high risk, your interest depends on that. Now we've been degraded as a country. We have given a lower grade than when we were paying about 30% of our GDP. So, which means now we're paying more interest than now that we're paying about 70% of our GDP. So we're paying more in interest because we have been downgraded from whatever level we were. All this, why am I saying? All this would have been avoided if we were spending the money the right way. Believe you me, even the first world do. Our my MPs who wanafanyanga dodgy things. Lakini yeah, that's an insult right there. People don't have faith in him. His name has been tarnished. He's been associated by bringing, let's say, expired fertilizer. Lakini you have the head of the state telling you, no, this guy was not found guilty, therefore he can still do his job. Yeah, there is no integrity. That is what we are missing. Integrity, zero. We don't have shame. We don't have integrity. These people, I don't know which world they come from, to be quite honest. But believe you me, and I don't want to go into that, but in one of these, where you call them first world, our masters, anyways, the UK. What happened to the MPs? There was a big saga about the MPs. They're saying that they live here, they live there, getting money on second houses, employing their own kids, saying that somebody is working for them, a lot of things. It became a big scandal. Everything was put there on, they had to put everything online. Some of them were taken to court, some of them were fined. But today, if anybody wants to see what their MP is earning, they just go on the website and it's there in black and white. But before, they were billing the government a lot of money. And this was whistleblowed by who? By just journalists. And it blew out of proportion. So yes, they do have scandals, big ones. But ours is not scandals, they're insults, because you cannot have the whole government system there to steal money from people. And individuals who are doing rogue deals and this and that, and you call them lobbyists, or you call them lords in the House of Lords, somebody who's rich, paying money to the government, to their campaigns, yada yada yada, finds himself in the House of Lords. Alafu baada ya hiyo anakaa hapo anakulia, anapush ile company, anataka ipate kitu, contract ya government. They do it, lakini hawakwambii nimejenga barabara. Alafu ukimwambia barabara iko wapi, anakwambia yote imeingia kwa hii nyumba. This is how Africans sisi tunafanya. Lakini huyo atakwambia barabara ndio hiyo, lakini kidogo 10% ndio nimejenga hapa, which is a little bit, tolerable. Lakini yetu wanatuvalia masaa. KOT, can you not play Amas Afrocentric? Can you guys play hiyo kitu ya huyo mtu alikuwa anasema sijui ananunua mshipi for 30,000 belt. Tai, no, mshipi 50,000. Tai amesema ni 20,000. Now this guy, the one time he leaves his house, akivaa hiyo belt, avaa hiyo saa, avaa hiyo mshipi, avaa hiyo viatu, the guy is running a cost of 1.5 million and above. Bottom, uengeze suti. Afa nakwambia hapana, unajua hiyo belt moja 50,000, iko na rangi mbili, you don't know, ulihitaji belt 3 ama 4, unavaa hiyo moja unageuza. Uko na brown, siku moja
Can I play the audio?
Please play it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Belt?
Go on.
50. Never belt 50,000. Well, I want to be honest with you, yes. Okay. But I don't need to wear 2 belts in 2 years. 1 belt is enough. How many belts do you want?
Mimi niko na 3 za 50.
Hapana, wewe ujui nunua belt moja ya 50,000, lakini nunua ya kupendua. Brown upande huu, black upande huu. Wewe ujui bwana. Na itakuwa ni quality. Sasa ukitanda the brown side, people think you have another belt.
Nipige hiyo 50.
Yeah.
The most expensive watch you have?
That which I bought with my own money.
Yes.
Well, it was almost like I think, if I remember well, because it's time now, it's about 900,000 or something. Watch, yeah.
Okay, so that is the belt that this guy bought with his own money. Ajongelele nye amenunua na the government's money. Anyway, wacha tuendelee kusikiza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was, I think, summary of that. Yeah.
Higher. So if we do the quick math, for example, of this expensive watch, then the belt ya 50,000 to 950, then tucheze na viatu. Tumesema viatu ni 80.
Yeah.
Let's say round it off to 100.
Yeah.
So let's say 1.1 something.
Yeah.
Someone can leave the house anatembea hivi.
Yeah.
Unajua kutoka juu mpaka chini amevaa kitu kama 1.5 because anahesabu shati
uvai yote safari moja. Wewe ujui?
Sasa sina najua.
Uvai yote safari moja. Unapanga.
Ukitoka na style,
expensive unavaa hii suit yako kidogo ya 20 or 30,000. So ile ingine
una balance. So nakupata.
So this guy generally anasema the cheapest suit yenye anavaa ni ya 30,000, yeah? So akivaa ya 900k watch anaweka suti ya 30k. Anyway, tuendelee kusikiza.
Ndio siku umetoka na saa ya 900.
Yeah.
Then umevaa suti ya 30,000.
Yes.
Tuko 930
something, yeah.
Nini nyingine?
Yeah.
Tai?
Tai 20,000 hivi.
Yeah. 20,000.
Yeah, there are.
Tai ni kidogo 20,000.
What? Okay.
Sikia.
So hiyo ndio hiyo audio. So back to you, our co-host, and kuna so many people down here. Just a minute. There are so many people down here who are requesting for the mic. So those who are in the speakers panel, kindly tumie to at least 3 minutes, bana. Then you drop, we bring other people up here. Bana, DM imejaa. Let's continue.
Sawa, thank you, KOT, and thank you for playing that. Now, for me, this is the thing. Amejaribu kusema avai yote pamoja, but the shoes is 80, the tie is 20, the belt is still using that one belt, which is 50. Sasa. And then not the one I bought, the one I bought with my own money. So how many did he buy with the Kenyans' money? You know, these people are insulting us right in our faces. To cut my story short, Kenyans, absolutely, this Gen Z movement cannot fail. And Baba made a big mistake today. Because why ameenda kusimama? It's like they're talking to who? Time ile wao walikuwa naongea pamoja, wanaenda kufanya deal yao. Those days are over. He cannot run to Baba. The one who Africans going to come to Baba now. Kuja kana mimi kuja ongea na Wakenya. No. This is Gen Zs. These guys, they mean business. And Gen Zs, if you fail, you have failed Kenyans. Each and every one of you will be hunted down like an animal. And these guys mean business. So you better not fail us. We are here and will always be with you. Our prayers are with you guys. Thanks, KOT.
Karibu Hana.
Thank you, Kenyan lady.
Karibu. So even though tuna, if this is what we're gonna do, Z Omolo, you have not said anything. Could you kindly go ahead, and then we will have this 6 Siox, and then George utamfuata, and then Miriam. Could we kindly do that, and then we'll have our guest speaker speak. Wageni waheshimiwa wataongea hapo nyinyi.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Now, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody for having been around in the space and coming here to hold our leaders to account. Now, first and foremost, let me just start off with what has been mentioned immediately. We talked of Murkomen's attire that would cost $1 million plus. One thing that we are forgetting is that these people got into these offices millionaires and multi-billionaires. So we, at times, are not able to draw the line, because for somebody like Murkomen, I believe when he was being vetted for the job of CS, he declared his worth to be around 700 and something million. So that is subject to debate, considering nobody knows if whatever he said is what is there, or he just created some roof to accommodate the loot. So anyway, let me move away from that. The agenda and what I've heard from most of our speakers is one, not trusting the political elites. This came from. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah. So this came from the Kenyan elites and the political elites. And my worry is the fight, the agitation.
700 million, hii ni 700 billion, hii ni 700.
Somebody is interrupting.
I think the Cod, can you are you able to mute yourself, or is it
I think it's Hannah. So if I might just make it short, we want to move away from the issue of trusting political elites. By this I mean, even if we are to have our leaders coming into this space, they'll at the end of the day be politicians or the political elites, so to say. And in my thinking, it is about individuals. We cannot tie it to a group. But at the end of the day, what is the common goal for the individuals? We talk of a leaderless movement in the name of Gen Z. Where does the buck stop, or where do our grievances go to? Because one, we are very loud on Twitter, we are very loud on the social spaces, we are very loud on the streets. Because personally, somebody like me, I have a warning letter for not going to work, and somebody somewhere saw a photo of me being on the demos. So I already have a show cause letter that I need to respond to in 2 weeks' time. So where are we targeting our strength to? Because in these spaces, I've realized over time we start off so well, but in the long run, it degenerates into conversations about history and all that. The distinguished Professor Kibwana, there's Council Kabando, I've talked about numerous times about constitutionalism, bringing in Githongo, and so on and so forth. It is not bad, neither is it wrong. However, the question would be, don't we have another Githongo in the crop of Gen Zs or millennials that are there? My thinking is Githongo agitated for the problems that were there then. Our problems would, in a way, maybe in the same family or in the same sort of setup, but ideologically, our agitations are totally different, 2 worlds apart. So my call to my fellow millennials and the Gen Z is the crop of leaders that we are told to emulate or think through with can be found within us. Because the generations that were there, and I would like to maybe put case on case. There is something I've seen about World Bank withdrawing some funding of some youth program, and it shows that the more we want to keep coping, and the more that we want to look like what we would call developed democracies. Now, these are the first world and all that. They're now using some of these financial institutions to move goalposts for us. They keep moving the target, they keep moving the bullseye. So at the end of the day, when we think we're almost attaining something, they're very quick to move with the goal. Why I want to use this as a case in case, whatever agitation we had as the millennials and Gen Zs, so to say, is slowly being hijacked by the politicians. Whatever we saw today is an attempt to hijack the course of the Gen Zs and millennials. Somebody can prove me wrong. The next thing we're going to have Gen Zs for UDA, Gen Zs for ODM, Gen Zs Mombasa, and trust you me, we'll be disintegrated by the time we'll be reaching where we're supposed to be. We'll be enemies within ourselves. Why I'm saying this is we need to really think about having people speak for us, having people be on these tables. Because if you look at the photos that were shared today from KICC, I don't think there was anybody in that photo who is less than 35 years old. So what does that leave us with? It leaves us with a picture that this agitation is being hijacked. And the politicians that are capitalistic are going to make sure they make use of this agitation for their own good. Take it or leave it, if we are to have any conversation, we have to have people to speak for us. People will have to hold to account so that we move away from this issue of calling people sellouts, thinking that people betrayed us for one, two, or the reason. Somebody might have done something in goodwill, but the interpretation by the general masses of the Gen Z would be somebody went there for their own good. So moving forward, if we are to have any meaningful or tangible conversation, we need to have people speaking the same language. We have an expert today, people will say whatever they will say. An expert tomorrow, others will say whatever they want to say. But at the end of the day, when people want to now come and sit at the table and say, we want accountability, who is the face of our agitation? It's okay, they hear the whatever goes on socials, but who is going to sit in those boardrooms and say, this is what was said? Like today, which Gen Z or millennial would know what was said in the KICC meeting? I'm sure it's nobody. And if there is, maybe the children of those people who are at KICC. And I'm sure they would not speak the same language a representative that is known to the masses as the leader of Gen Z would say or give us as feedback. So moving away from that, we've had conversations of austerity. Currently, the government has 21 ministries and almost, I cannot really get the exact number, but I'm sure you have over 100 parastatals, which is a duplicate. I was talking to a friend of mine who works with KRA at the Namanga border post, and she was telling me at times you want to clear something and make the border as efficient as possible, but the kind of bureaucracy and repeat duties that are there ends up being, you'd find for you to clear one truck, it would take you 2, 3, 4 hours. The kind of human resource that is put there, the kind of time wastage, the kind of others wanting to feel more important than the other, ends up even frustrating the clearance process. A case scenario is assuming you want to bring in maize from Tanzania. You have to go through the Agriculture and Food Authority. You have to go through KFIS. You have to go through KEBS. There's, I think, biosafety or something. So at the end of the day, all these people are just testing the same sample to be cleared. So the question would be, why do I have 10 parastatals doing the same job that is certifying that maybe maize is safe for importation and all that? By this I mean you're using 800,000 to collect 1 million. Does it make sense to you or me? I don't think it does. So that's said and done. My rallying call for this movement is we need to have representation. Whether we like it or not, we'll have people who would want to ride on this. And for as long as we don't have leaders, trust you me, we'll be disintegrated by the time we want to achieve something. The other thing is somebody talked about having agendas. You see, slowly we are being disintegrated as we go. It was the finance bill. Now we have kumekucha must go. there is more comment must go. But you see, if we had a structured way of doing things, have a leader and have people tasked with agitating for these agendas, we would be able to systematically have all these things addressed and addressed to detail, because I believe within millennials and Gen Zs, they are professionals who would be able to give in their input to make things better. The other thing is, I think as I finalize this, to the hosts and co-hosts, I believe we need to really find a way of accommodating everybody and maybe limiting the time to maybe 2 minutes, so that we have as many people as possible. This is feedback maybe I've had from people I've interacted with offline, and there's a general feeling that the Twitter space ideally is used big time by the people in the diaspora. What about the people that are within? Are they being heard? Do people want to hear what their input is? Because the conversation is, I would say in quote unquote, a notch higher. This is a conversation we need to have when we've achieved one or two of these things. Talk of issues of IMF, talk of issues of loans and all that. We need to cure some of the cancers that are within the country. We need to put people into account that are within us. And this accountability will definitely grow into those other big issues. Because I would want to put it as a house, assuming you have your bomber there somewhere in the village. Accountability starts from your shamba boy, accountability starts from your house help, all the way to the head of the house. So the moment accountability is ingrown and starts from the lowest cadres of the society, it would go all the way to the president. Because as you put it, politicians come with money, they would bribe people. The question would be, as a voter or as a boda guy, a driver, whatever it is, when a politician wants to give me 100 shillings or 200 shillings, I have to ask myself, okay, hii pesa unanipea, umeitoa wapi? And it's okay, unanipea, how are you going to recover it? Because I don't think there's anybody who has money that they can just dish out every now and then for a cause that is not known. So the responsibility has to come down to the voter. The voter has to understand, okay, fine, I'm voting in this MC, I'm voting in this MP. What am I expected, or what is the MP expected to deliver? Because we see MPs being big on social media with the projects they're doing courtesy of NGCDF. We have to put them and tell them, okay, fine, can you have a page for NGCDF, Kikuyu, NGCDF, Embakasi, and all that? Because I don't see why they have that entitlement of posting national projects on their personal walls, and this is taxpayers' money that is just coming back to them. So that entitlement is what we need to draw from the politicians and put them to responsibility right from voter education. So we really need to do a lot of civic education, a lot of awareness, because you see, there are people who blog and talk about, talk of even senators. A senator does not have any funds to do any project. What they're supposed to do is oversight. But you'd hear somebody say, the senator has not done anything for us. So it means it goes back to the aspect or the issue of voter education and people understanding. I'm sending in a senator. What is the senator supposed to do? I'm sending in a governor. What is the governor supposed to do? Because there are things as basic as what Article 235 of the Constitution says on matters, roles of the county government. Because something like health is a fully devolved function, but we still have a Ministry of Health that is causing trouble to interns and the KMPD and whatnot and so forth, and so on. Like today, I think the clinical officers were signing something with the governor. So you would ask yourself, why do we have a ministry that is causing more harm than good, and yet it's a devolved function? I think it's time we have those basic conversations that are within, we call them, I would say, the local responsibilities that we need to put to our leaders before we go into the global map and the African setup at large. So let us begin right from our households. Let us put things in order. Let us hold people to account right from where we breathe the oxygen. I think that is my submission, and I truly appreciate the space that we've gotten to at least air out our opinions and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Z Omol. I think was that Miriam about to speak?
Kwani hamnifiki?
Wewe ndio 6, right? Six tayo. Yeah, so tulikuwa tuende Zio Molo, alafu wewe, alafu Miriam, lakini naona Miriam ni kama umeweka mkono chini, alafu Professor nafikiri ameinua mkono. But before the rest of your questions are responded to, Mr. Z, I want to quickly submit something real quick about the diaspora. Sijui spaces zenye umekwenda, you know, how it has been, but or rather how the movement, the current movement unaielewa. We need to, I think, allow all stakeholders to bring their emphasis or to bring whatever they're bringing to the table. And I think this is a movement that we have continued to say all along that it has been organic. I personally nilikuwa hapa hata before the first maandamano ifanywe. And the only thing I want to tell you, and that's what I know diaspora is doing, and also other groups of, you know, upper generations, all we are doing is value addition. That's it. I don't know which part that, you know, has made you uncomfortable to feel that maybe we are penetrating or diaspora is penetrating. I live halfway. I live both at home and also in the diaspora. But I want to assure you what I have done from the beginning, even when the discussion started, even before anything was planned, was value addition. You know, I don't want to say specifically what exactly the value additions could be, but it's a lot. You know, but you know, that's all we are doing. That's all we are doing is adding value. But if you feel that you know, you have an input as far as that, you can let us know. Thank
No,
you.
what I'm saying is, the impact by the diaspora is, I would say, is elating, and it's really encouraging. What I was alluding to was in terms of the Twitter spaces that we tend to attend. Mostly, the number of times I've attended them, you would find that it's I would say it's almost a clique of people, because the people you would find, a majority of the people you found that have spoken or talked to us today, you go to another space, they're the same people who would be given priority to talk to people. So my call was to have some level of balance, to also include people who are facing the brutality, people who go for this mandamano, that like just strike a balance. That is what I was saying. I didn't say that the diaspora is supporting us big time. I appreciate what they're doing, and I know they're doing everything they can to make this a success. I'm just saying, just in the moderation, let me just use that, in the moderation, kindly incorporate both people in the diaspora and people who are within. Thank you.
All right. Nimekuelewa, and I hope ifikie court and Afrocentric. I hope you heard what we said. But this needs a lot of collaboration. Whatever we are fighting right now, tunafaa kuwa to collaborate as opposed to fighting it alone. The more we disintegrate, the more it's gonna become difficult. Na kitu kimoja ningetaka kusema ambacho Professor Kivuda Kibwana alisema na aka insist, and I think that hit me, I got that into my heart. If this movement fails, Kenya fails. So kila mtu anafanya penye ataweza to the maximum, you know. But as far as you know, the spaces, let's work on that. Court, Afrocentric na wengine ambao wananisikiza. But let's continue to add value. Let's continue to agitate wherever we are. You know, we are in the diaspora na mmetuona tumeenda kwa embassies, and we are also pia tunaandamana. We're still adding value to what is going on back at home. Please go ahead, the next speaker. Nafikiri ilikuwa 6.
Mi nimekasirika, and there is somebody who's written to my DM anaitwa Wazi, and he has said, bro, how is this guy telling people to limit to 2 minutes and he's talking for a whole damn hour? Honestly speaking, nimekuwa na watch game ya France na Spain ikianza, iko dakika 43. You guys are not serious. We are not here to listen to one fucking person all that time. That is not what we are out here for. Secondly, I've been going through my TL leo, na mtu anasema mnaongea hizo spaces ikifika wakati wa maandamano hakuna mahali, hakuna kisimu mtu anatokea. Guys, you are all frauds. I'm not happy. Muinue mkono hao watu wanaongea huku kifu mmetokea maandamano and you are in Kenya. You are not coming out to those streets. We can't be talking here, having conversations daily. Yet somebody is wearing a watch worth 900k. We want to create leaders, yet nobody wants to fight to remove the ones that are here. I've kept on mentioning here, our problem is recycling. Look what a 79-year-old is going to say in front of people. Oh, we need to have dialogue. He doesn't know what the country wants, and we still want those people. Omolo, nobody is going to disintegrate us come 2027. I'll put it, and I said, if it means tweeting with my account from today up to 2027, I will. Until people know that we don't want this set of leaders that are there. They must all go home. What we want is good governance. Mimi siko hapa, I get more than 100 DMs daily. Nitumie cabbage. Is that what I want people to be telling me here on Twitter? No. Nataka hata mimi nipigie Marvin nimwambie Mavo uko wapi? Twende tukule nyama pale Kamakis, tukimaliza tuingie Kenwood address pale. Tupige drink, Mattel, turudi home to doze. Honestly speaking, we are speaking here, and I'm very mad because by the time you are seeing these leaders uniting, right now tunafaa tukua hata kesho tumepanga. Huyo Murkomen mwenye alisema amevaa saa 900k. Occupy his office tomorrow. Let him know the wrath of people, and let them know ni sisi tumewaemploy. Si wao wametuemploy, ni sisi tumewaemploy. We are paying them with our taxes. Guys, especially people who are in Kenya, and I said it, there is nobody who is woke. You can't be woke and you're earning 50,000, you're earning 100,000 in somebody's office, and you say you're earning money. That is damn small money. Go out, protest for a better future. We want people to be paid good salaries. We want good working environments. We want good roads, good drainage system. Have you walked in Nairobi? Personally, there is no street in Nairobi I don't know. Start from Koja, twende hadi OTC, Kamukunji. There is no place I haven't passed to because I worked in that city. There is a place hawezi pita Nairobi town kama haujavaa mask because you'll suffocate. We are here, we are leaving these leaders to keep carrying us shit. Ruto is strategizing daily, breaking us daily. But you are here coming to speak on spaces and you are not going out there on those streets. Let us, whatever we say here is whatever we should be doing. Actions speak louder than words. And I said here, there is no single day mimi nimekosa maandamano, hata ya Sunday nilikuwa. I left town at 10 p.m. on Sunday. So it has reached a point where, as much as we are having conversations on these spaces, we should be out there fighting for our country. Murkomen has found confidence all of a sudden. Anatuwekea tweets 10 kwa siku. Kithure Kindiki is speaking nonsense, and we are letting these people stay in those offices. Nahumicha is saying also bullshit that these people have come here because they have been paid. Na tunamwacha akae kwa hiyo ofisi. Why? Right now is the time William Ruto should know, after reject finance bill, we don't want his cabinet. We are not, this country is not a set of place where we will be rewarding loyalty every day. You cannot keep rewarding your friend a thief. You cannot keep covering for a thief daily because he's your brother. One day he will come and steal your cow and you will feel that pain. And that is what we are saying. We are seeing right now. We voted Ruto kama mtu wetu. Right now anatuibia sisi wenyewe. So guys, wacha William Ruto ajue saizi. We don't want his cabinet. IBC tick. Tushamaliza hapo. What is next? We don't want his cabinet. That is what we should be pushing from Monday to Friday. And we don't want them. So guys, it is time for actions and let us act. Thank you.
Very, very
May I speak now, kindly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Co-host. So on the heels of 6, I want to say it's true, actually. On WhatsApp, I'm leading a couple of groups. I was leading some chantings, and I mentioned that in one of the spaces. And it's funny how we will do it when we're in the comfort of our houses. But when it comes to going to the streets, and I always used to ask, Nani anaenda, so that we meet up, and nobody used to respond. And this is like four groups with over 100 to 400 people. So it's true. And the other funny thing is how everyone in the DM is always telling me, wacha kwenda, you'll get hurt and everything. But I always ask them if what makes the people who are going on the streets, their lives more special than ours. So I actually 100% second 6. I was so agitated when, I don't know, one of the mandamanos, people just didn't come out. Yet the previous night, everyone was saying how they would go to the streets. Okay, that I digress. It's not what I was coming to say, but I second him. Then the second thing is I wanted to reemphasize what I was saying about mainstream, the news out here. Let me paint for you guys a picture. I went to the market on Monday and I was talking to this Mama Mboga, and she was complaining about her son who was actually shot on the foot. And I was now just saying, oh, mna support nini nini. And then he's like, no, Mimi, from the bottom of my heart, I support Ruto. I don't even know why I love Ruto so much, but I do. My son, on the other hand, alikuwa tu hapa, sijui nani alimtuma, aende huko maandamano. It's not like the country belongs to him. And I was just shook, guys. I'm like, are you seriously talking about your son like that? She's like, yeah, he's just there. I've left him. And I'm blaming him for having done that. Then I turned to the other guys, and they were all saying the same thing. Sisi tumezoea kuumia. Like, it's okay. It doesn't really matter what happens. We don't support you guys. And I spoke to a couple of other people, not related, just different people on a different line. So I just said this to communicate the same message I said before. People on the ground, who are the majority, are not with us. These people listen to mainstream media, so they are getting that in. And you know, people are people, humans are humans, perspectives are perspectives. People will hear what they want to hear. So it's somehow we will have to devise plans to ensure that we plant the right seeds to these people on the ground. We can ignore the oldies, but we also have our fathers and the younger guys before, like 30, 40s and 50s. Those people really need to be educated with the right information. So no matter what we get to do, we need to do it. I'm telling you guys, we need to use mainstream media in the right way, because that's where they get their news. And I've noticed, because I watch, they don't put what we say here there. There's a way they are very politically correct, for lack of a better word, and also they are partisan. So we do need to get their allegiance. Then the last thing I wanted to just add 2 more things about waste management. We need to add that to the list. Now that Six brought it to Rose brought it up, waste management is a problem here, and it's something that I've personally tried to pursue. And of course, City Hall is extremely corrupt. They gave me a file of people who wanted to do. I wanted to do waste to energy and convert waste into energy, and they gave me a file full of companies from other countries who wanted to do the same, but of course it never went through. So waste is a menace, it's a problem. There are cartels. We need to democratize waste. And the last thing I wanted to say is we also need to discuss the welfare of cops, of policemen and all those people, because I know in their law they don't have a right to picket. So we also need to consider that they are brothers and sisters, of course not the ones who are murderers and everything, but the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So if they see that we are also fighting for them, not just in word, but in maybe their welfare and the things that actually affect them and their children, they might, we don't know what would happen, but organically they might shift to side with us. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys, and good night. I need to sleep.
I don't know if there's somebody else who was speaking. If I can speak. All right. I want to talk about the protests. I've been attending the protests, and even the one which had goons. I actually talked to the goons. I have a 360. I did a 2-hour video with them, and some of the guys are making it into a film. And I lost a phone, and my companion also lost a phone in the protests, but it didn't deter me. I still did protests right here in Karen, where I am, and was able to facilitate a lot of people to attend the protests. 18th and then specifically 25th. Obviously, there was a lot of disorganization after 25th, and especially with the military coming in and with the police being brutal, the goons as well. But at the same time, we kept soldiering, and even recently, when there was nobody on the streets, I was still out and I did a march with my flag and also my placard. And I got to talk to the cops. When I was alone, I usually go to protests in a suit because I'm a lawyer. And obviously, we want to represent our professions. We want to have the diversity out there so that everybody knows that this is not just about me and you. It's about all of us, because we live in a bureaucratic society. So as a lawyer, for example, if I have a case and I'm fighting for you whose land has been stolen from, and I have a court order and I go to the cops, and the land that we want to reclaim has been grabbed by somebody like Ruto, for example, because Ruto has had issues with land grabbing with Mutesha in the past. I'll just use that example. And if I take that court order and Ruto decides to give orders to that OCS or the police in that space that don't do this, they won't do it, because that's what is happening. And that's why for me I started going out into the streets, and I keep going out into the streets, and I keep asking us to go back to the streets. I also was planning to go back at my home and organize protests, and I did in kind and not physically, in as much as I was eager to go, because it's important as well that we make this a grassroots thing. But the unfortunate thing that happened when we went to the protests, the folks who organized the protest back home, their shop was vandalized, and obviously it was an investment. But at the same time, I keep talking to them, and they keep telling me that we are still in this. For them, they have lost something, but they're still in this, and they want as much opportunity to get involved and to see us win. Particularly for me, I'm not interested in political office. I think I'll rather have a good political climate. I'd rather have the majority of us who have grand ideas in all these spaces. And I've been for me, I'm a strategist, so I like strategizing and actualizing things. Every time I come to a space, I usually ask myself, like, am I going to live with some people so that we can do something on the ground, not just talk and finish? You know, today we were talking about dialogue, and I called a friend of mine who vied for MCA position in Lo Nyanza, and we were talking about this, and he was talking about that the people there are going to stick with Ruto, with Raila, at least the majority of them. They're going to be angry, but if he goes there and he talks to them, they're going to stick with him. And that's something that we need to be able to counter. As I've been on social media, I've been talking to some of the guys, for example, Kimuzi, who were in high school together, just telling him, like, you know, like, let's move away from small politics. We are statesmen now. We're no longer talking about you know, our small beefs. If somebody comes to my you know, chat box or my thread and gives me an insult, don't amplify the insult. Move past it and just talk about statesmanly stuff. Don't talk about a tribe, because I've been seeing some people talk about, you know, like, the people who are defending this person are from this tribe and stuff. We need to move past that. Nobody knows my tribe. People usually guess which tribe I am. And I try to keep it as much as possible. We talk on state issues. If we have a good state, we have a good life. If we can go out there and give hope, because now hope is being lost. Actually, I think that's something I will want us to resuscitate. I think when these guys are coming together today, what we should be pushing, and what I am pushing consciously with my small following on X, because I'm not a big influencer. I think X requires a bit of investment for somebody to grow, but for those who have grown, I would like to see like a more engagement which is deliberate, to ensure that when we are moving forward, uh, we are educated first and foremost. We know that this is something we can do. Like, for example, for me, I have strategies. I make strategies. Even for protests, there is usually strategies. You have to have a message. You know, when we went, we were 2 buses from where I was coming from. We had a strategy. We had, you know, trying to amplify the message, trying to film ourselves and post on social media. Some of us who are popular posting and amplifying that, and that made the protests, the Occupy Parliament protests, successful. But coming into the next protest, a lot of people withdrew because they were afraid. Some of them talked to their relatives, their parents. Some of them talked to maybe cops, and they were told that this is going to be dangerous, and they withdrew. And I understood. And even going forward, when I lost my phone, and I was also harassed by cops, apparently I actually even met some of the cops on Sunday, and we had a chat, you know, at Uhuru Park. They were just out there in their vehicle, and I was like, I remember you guy. And you know, like, even that reaching out to the cops, it's something that we can do deliberately. We can have a targeted message. I know I was talking, and I think I also talked to I don't know his actual name, which I wish I knew, but KOT Sonko. I just talked to him, and there's a need for us to move towards civic education. And you know, sometimes when people talk about civic education, we think about it as a grand idea, but civic education is what we did during the finance bill. It is what we can do even now. When you talk about, say, Raila has been in government and has done handshake, and the handshakes has not resulted, that is civic education, really. And if we can inform the public, if we can structure ourselves and talk in our, if I can talk, for example, for me, I can talk in my vernacular language and speak to the folk there, and we can have many of us amplifying this, and down the road, and I think this is something controversial, but for me, I have in my strategies, which I continually share with some of the guys, and even some of the prominent people in the movement, trying to strategize. Even when we're talking about an outlying person, Okia Omtata, we want to see ourselves in a position where we are making allies for ourselves. You know, we were talking about earlier today. We were talking about there are people in the political space at the moment who are you know, supporting us, you know, and they're coming to the spaces, and we can analyze who is an ally And if you have somebody you feel is an ally, people can bring them on board. Some of them are dangerous, and that's why we have to keep them away as much as possible. But if we can make sure that in my home village, for example, in let me just use my home village in Kisii, which is Onyansiaga, which is in Bobasi. If I can go there, and it's something which I intend to do this August, if I can go there and have take up a tent and a field and have a bunch of lawyers and a bunch of doctors come and do an education on what it means for the healthcare to thrive. As a lawyer, to talk about what laws, to give out some handouts, and to do that from my dime, and to have other people joining in and pulling together, wouldn't that be amazing? So that this movement, this just Gen Z movement, goes to my grandparent, some of my grandparents are alive. My grandparent knows that this is what we are doing. And so if somebody asks me what is the end goal, it is good governance. And what is the plan? We can be able to say that this is the plan. We want to inform as many people, and then we can choose people who can help us. And if we can, they told us what is wrong with the guys we have right now. I think we should be able to say, if somebody asks me what is wrong with Raila right now, I can give that explanation. It's because he's siding with the killers, the people who are killing us. The gentleman who gave a name, Joshua Kayo, we had supper not long ago, and then a few weeks back, and he was kidnapped. I think some of you have seen the video, and he was found in Muranga near a river. And I remember that time there was nobody who was willing to look out for him. And what I did is I took the initiative and called the press, the press to come in, and other people joined in. I was receiving money so that we can be able to look for him. There were contributions coming in right straight to my number. When everybody refused, I don't want to be associated with this. And you see, now we get this movement is going. I think we have to have that proactiveness. I am in the streets. I'm not just sitting at my place here in Karen and just saying, okay, this is something which is happening, I'm going to sit back. I'm in the grounds. When somebody is arrested, I am there. I'm pushing for us to make those steps. And it is important that everybody who is listening on here, that you make that conscious effort, that it is not just going to be sitting back, because we will not win against Raila and Ruto and all this political elite if they band together and we are sitting back, because then other people will be standing, other people, and this is something else also I'll just comment. For example, if we go to have civic education as Gen Zs, millennials, to the slums, for example, and we talk about what we are bringing and we identify with them, it's easier for us to win them and to be able to like consolidate. Like if you're going to the protest, it's not just going to be people sorry, I'm done. It's not just people in X who are going to be participating. We want to have our parents, we want to have middle class, lower class, and everybody involved. Thank you for the time. And I hope that tomorrow we're going to have a conversation on civic education. Okay, God bless you. I think we can have somebody else speaking, because I am done speaking.
Yeah. I think Mariam was before Yvonne, but please go ahead, Yvonne.
Thanks, Kenyan lady. So the main thing I wanted to say today, and the point I wanted to drive through, is that this is a national problem that transcends Gen Z. It is cross-generational, and if we can all understand that, then we'll be on the right track. Because I've heard in this forum people say, Gen Z, if you fail, you have failed us, or if you fail, this country has failed. We need to personalize this fight. That is the very first thing. Everyone is filled with frustration and disgust at the level of wastage, at the level of incompetence that is synonymous with this government. So if we all just shift our mindset to the fact that this is a personal fight, then we'll be one step forward towards winning this. We are all fighting for our very lives. We are fighting for our future. We are fighting for the future of the generations to come. And today's topic initially was what dialogue. And I certainly agree, like what further dialogue is needed? What else is there to talk about? For the president to uphold the constitution, what do we need to tell him? For him to fire those non-performing cabinet secretaries, for him to adopt a system of meritocracy rather than awarding loyalists who have questionable backgrounds. Does he really need to be told that? And if you realize no one has even asked for a space on the table, what we want is a Kenya that works, and a Kenya that works for all of us, not just for the select few. So when the protests were starting, within a week, like Kenyans of goodwill had come together and self-organized to make sure that, for example, there was a USSD that works, that posts information on like where the police are, where you can contribute, where you can get medical help. Medical teams had all come together to attend to protesters. And also post-protests, Kenyans contributed and were accountable to each other. So in those 1 to 2 weeks, we were able to see like a system that works out of goodwill. And people contributed 30 million, and it has catered for hospital bills. It has catered for funerals. That has been the money that has been sent to families of the deceased, the ones who are bedridden, and so on and so forth. And there's still a lot of change left. So really, if we were able to do that with 30M, what more could we do, for example, with the 368 million that NHIF paid last year in overpayments that the CS for Health has not recovered? Like, this is a really huge problem, and we need to adjust our mindset to win this fight. So please, my main point is, let's personalize this fight. Whether you're 70-year-old and God gives you an additional 1 year, additional 10 years, you still have a future in this Kenya. You still need to fight for that future, for a better quality of life. Whether you're 50, please just know you're in this fight with us. Say, if we lose, we lose. And everyone should in their own capacity, do what they can do to make sure that we spread the message far and wide. I was happy today morning, like on radio, on mainstream radio, people were having discussions about Murkomen, about Ababu Namwamba, and calls were coming in like from up country. I think it was Radio Maisha, from up country, having these discussions, which means that the conversation has percolated also to the grassroots level. So do what you can at your level, do what you can at whatever age you are, do what you can with whatever resources you have. Whether you're rich, you're poor, please, let's just fight for Kenya. Let's fight for our future, because at the level these guys are taking us, we won't have a future anymore. That's it.
Thank you so much, Yvonne, and I couldn't agree with you more. I wanted to add just something a bit on your submission, but let's have Cosmos go first. And if anybody on the panel is able to respond, I think Professor washauri wetu, not washauri wetu, but wanasheria wameondoka. So right now we're just exchanging minds amongst ourselves. Could you kindly respond to Z Omolo's question on us having a leadership or the movement having a leadership as we go? Cosmos?
Thank you very much, Kenyan lady and KOT. I was here. I was here with the Professor Kibwana and the others. Then I came back, and I'm back. And I think I'll start from where you just asked. One of the issues today, people can stand up and bash Raila and other leaders who are in the second liberation and now. But the moment we shall have a leader in this revolution, the leader will share the experience Raila has had. And I'm saying that from a previous generation, and we were there, we were student leaders. And during Moi's time, student leaders just used to get lost, others would be killed. The last student leader to be killed during our time was a guy called Mururi, who was burnt in his dormitory in Kikuyu campus. So these things used to happen. As soon as there's a leader, the leaders will start getting bashing. But it is good they are there so that they can withstand the challenges, because, for example, if you have no leader, a leader normally just brings people together, encourages them, tells them we are going to be there. We used to follow Raila a lot that time, because he would come to campus even at night and motivate people to go out, and we did that. So you need people to motivate you, because the government, and I think you have had the experience, the government incites the people against the protesters. And it does that by bringing in people to destroy property. And even in campus, you would find there are students who you had never seen there. You are starting demonstration, and all of a sudden you are people, and they are inside the campus, but you've never seen them. You don't know even which cause they do. So the government does that, and this is one thing they'll continue doing. It is good that we are prepared for that. That another as soon as demonstrations are planned, the goons will be there, and so the business people, the older ladies and men, the disabled persons will be castigating whoever planned for the demonstrations, because they cannot differentiate between the demonstrators who are peaceful and the demonstrators who are violent. Because all the time we went for demonstration, I would read the following morning that goons were there, so I'm one of those goons. Yet I never broke anybody's shop or hit anybody's car, but people will come there. And you had sometimes back when Songo, the former governor, was saying that they would go and burn a car, and then it is said they are goons from the opposition. So this one you need to be prepared for. There's a lady who also talked about down there in the village and also in the estates. And I came yesterday from home. I'm from makwiny. And the youth down there, we have one of the MPs who voted yes. He had some problem with the other leaders, but the youth did not have any issue with him. Yes, I'm finishing. They did not have issue with him because he gave them a lot of money. So this is happening now. The MPs are sending people down there. They are getting money. They are preparing the ground for them. So the next time they go home, they are ready for them. So as we move on, prepare for all these things. Politicians are scavengers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to quickly respond on the question of leadership, I do not think that the movement needs a leader, and I will explain why. This is a movement that started organically. It has continued to morph, to norm, to develop on its own the same way organically. I find it very, very influential and very, it has a lot of weight when we speak at one and when there's nobody to actually point at somebody. And it's because everybody has an equal voice within the movement. Anytime you have a central node, anytime you have somewhere that you can point at, it is very, very easy to disconnect the node from the rest. And then the other thing, which is the final thing that I want you listeners to put your thought in, whatever we have been witnessing, whatever this movement is, it's actually just not from anywhere. It is actually employing a new leadership model that many of us don't know about it, but it is actually a new leadership model where everybody contributes. It's mostly an online tech thing, and I am forgetting the name. I think it goes by somebody needs to remind me. So it's a model of leadership and management that is very, very new. It's mostly online focused, but it translates very, very well out into the physical, or rather offline. And I think that's what it is. we actually have a form of leadership in this movement. It's just that everybody has taken their part of this responsibility, just like the other person. Whatever you can do, you do it without seeking permission from somebody else, as long as all of us work in harmony. So next speaker, please. Who's speaking next? Wenye wote mko kwa panel, have you spoken? Ayo, please go ahead.
Gentlemen, ladies, good evening. I hope you're all okay, yeah? I just want to reiterate on who's this calling me? Sorry. Let me turn up this call. I want to reiterate on a few things. Number one is the leadership issue. We've said in various spaces, we've talked about this leadership issue for, we've been here back and forth. But I want to tell you guys one thing. If you are Kenyans and Kenya is your business, you might have learned a few things in the history of colonialism in Kenya and struggle for independence in Kenya, and how the British captured Kenya and how we fought for independence and how we pushed them out of our country. I'll give you a few examples. We have stories like of leaders like the Kinjeketile Ngwales of those times, the Mekatilili Menzas of those times. We have the Dedan Kimathis of those times. We have the Johnston Kamaus of those times, Jomo Kenyatta of those times. What really happened when people like Akina Dedan Kimathi were captured? What happened? The revolution ended, right? Because they were purported to be the leaders, right? What happened when the British signed a pact with Jomo Kenyatta? What happened? The struggle for our independence, actually, they told us we got our independence, but are we really independent? Because we signed a pact with the devil, and that's the same, that's the sin we are paying to date, right? And that is why we are still in debts and debts and debts. We are really depending on the West to sustain ourselves, and our poor leaders believe that we cannot, stand firm economically. We have to depend on loans from the IMF, from World Bank, and so on and so forth, right? So are we really independent? We are not, because we are slaves of loans that we don't know when we are gonna finish paying. So this is, I want to bring you back home this time and age in 2024, July 9th, whereby someone is still talking about we need to have a leader for our revolution. We saw what has happened to a few individuals who came out to purport themselves as leaders. They were in the pockets of the government, and right now, what are they doing? Busy in spaces, crying for forgiveness. We don't need that shit. Sorry for using that word, but there's no better way I can describe this. If we appoint a leader, for example, we have KOT, or rather we have Kenyan Lady as our leader today. Guys, we are hungry. We are overtaxed. Most of us are in debts. Most of you are still paying your help loans. Most of you are paying mortgages and all that. If you're enticed with a few millions, you'll be like, we need these few millions will help me, So will you sacrifice the cause for a few millions? And that is what, or someone said, I heard someone say that one of the leaders were killed way back, the previous speaker, killed way back then when we were still in college. So what if you appoint me as your leader today, tomorrow I'm gone, I've been kidnapped, killed, my body is found in Nairobi River. So you'll be like, our leader is dead, so is the cause dead? So what I'm trying to say is, we've been leaderless and we've been functioning quite well. We don't have anybody we are paying allegiance to. We are paying allegiance to our constitution. And that is what we are fighting for. And I keep on reiterating this in all the spaces. So all these issues, if you feel like we just need a leader for this cause too, you're confused. You don't need to be here. We don't need no leader. Our leader is the constitution. Our leader are those Kenyans who are shot down, who are shot down by the police, and right now they are going 6 feet under. They are our leaders. We are paying our allegiance to them. We will do this for them. So if you want a leader, go to that guy's grave, go say your piece, and come back to the revolution. If you know where they were buried, go there, pay your allegiance to them, come back, and we continue the fight. So this issue of leadership here and there, it's neither here nor there. And someone will ask me, then what is the next step forward? Guys, our main agenda right now is to ensure the constitution is followed, is to ensure that this government is gone home, and to ensure we have fresh elections. We will cross that river when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So right now, thinking about a leader, that is, I'll kindly say, I'm sorry to say this, your ideologies are being short-lived, or you're kinda, short-sighted. Let's not be short-sighted. Let's look at the end goal of all these. Your story of leadership, forget about it for now. Let's focus on what's on the table. Okay, what's on the table? Ensure the constitution is followed. Ensure no part of the constitution is amended or added on or subtracted. Ensure that this government goes home. Uyo Ruto, na uyo Raila, na uyo sijui nani, we need to wipe the table clean and start afresh. That's our goal with this movement. Anything about leadership, hizo ni utumbokrat. Tusilete utumbokrat hapa. Tafadhali.
Thank you for the strong submission. I do have Mansa
Kenyan lady.
Musane. Yes.
Kenyan lady.
Yes.
Professor says he dropped by mistake, so you can send the mic his way.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought they left completely because I've been prompting them so many times with the mic. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that as Mensa speaks.
Okay, and ayo, it is mekatilili wa menza, si mekatilili meza. Ayo, you've heard me, my brother?
Nimesema menza. Wewe. I said menza.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Mansa Musa. You remember the guy called Mansa Musa, the king of Mali during the Trans-Saharan trade or whatever. Leave about that. Everybody calls themselves names. So, first of all, thank you, KOT, for taking me up and grab the mic. And thank you for hosting this. And thank you, Kenyan lady, as well. First of all, I'm deeply saddened by the loss that has befallen upon our fallen heroes. Mungu awalaze mahali mzuri peponi. Sasa mimi, the reason as to why I have taken the mic, there is a very sad story I want to share. It is not shared anywhere. We have tried reaching out to the government to tell them these stories. Hakuna mtu anasikiza. It's really so sad. Kuna cohort ya healthcare workers walichukuliwa during the COVID time. They were around 8,700. They are working up to now. Those people are taken on contract for 3 good years. Now, after taking them for 3 years, the contract lapsed. They have been taken again for 3 more years. But because of, I don't know, some kuna venye PSC ilisema wacha wapewe 1 year. Hiyo 1 year sasa imeisha, and then wameongezewa tena another year. Now, the story is not about the contract. The story is kulikuwa na COVID. Wasee walikuwa na shida. Watu walikuwa nakaa nyumbani. These cohorts were taken to respond to this COVID. Someone in the same hospital, working in the same condition, in the same environment, with the same qualification, is taking double of them in terms of salary. It's really sad. It's like kutuambia Peter Salasi achukue 200,000, what do I say, another some certain MP, like let's say Babu Wino, achukue 1 million. They say they serve the same purpose. Now it's a very sad story. These people have gone to court. I mean, they have gone to the parliament several times. Wamepeleka petitions. No one is listening. That's why we say this government is so arrogant. And it's by the way very arrogant, because when these people talk, oh, sijui mko na pressure mingi, kuna kitu mnafanya. Oh, funny enough, watu wengi walikufa juu ya COVID. The same people, kuna watu walipoteza maisha juu ya COVID. Walichukuliwa juu ya COVID. They were in the front fighting for this COVID. The sad story, kulikuwa na msichana among those. I even have, kuna karatasi aliandika. She committed suicide together with her kid. It's so sad. The same government is not listening. They are talking about JSS wenye wamekuwa on internship for 1 year. These are people who are serving 6 years on contract that is punitive. It is against the law. Hakuna venye, okay, hakuna watu wanaongelea sana. That's why maybe wanafinywa. So we really do not understand what this government wants. And that's why most of us say Nakhumicha must go. It's not just Nakhumicha. Kuna a whole lot of things. Hii kitu inaitwa COG yenye inakuwa headed na Waiguru. Waiguru, anytime these people go to her, oh, anawaambia msiniletee, nyinyi ni watu wa national government. Like, hatuwaelewi hii government. What does this government really want? In case of anything, people wanarushwa. Kuna time nakumbuka Alfred Mutua alisema, I wonder with government, because when a paper is on a table, inahitaji signature ya mtu fulani, ndio hiyo kitu ifanyike. Mtu analipwa pesa kukua kwa hiyo ofisi, ataangalia file fulani enye maybe angesign, vitu zingefanyika, atawacha hapo na naende zake, sijui angoje, sijui siku ngapi, sijui wiki ngapi ndo afanye hiyo kazi. These are some of the things we need to change in this country. It should not be happening. So we are really in a very bad state as a Kenya, as a nation. The second thing I would like to add is, tumeona video ya mtu anaitwa Farah Maalim inatembezwa akiongelea mambo ya angeua watu. Who is he? Who does he think he is? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, unaua watu kwani watu ni birds or something yenye unaona tu lazima uwaue? I think this guy, according to how he spoke, that is very violent. And as a movement, the Gen Z millennials, we should not stop about that. We should address it. Because mimi ni Muislamu, mimi ni Msomali. Kuna wase mahali fulani maybe watafikiria, maybe huyu jamaa anaongelelewa.
Si ati tulikuwa tunamchukia, we were waiting for this to happen. So basically, let's sit down and think what we want. But kama uendi maandamano kakangu, nyinyi ndo watu mnaangusha hii country chini, nyinyi ndo watu mtarudi kuturudisha chini. I'm very angry to hear mtu wako Kenya na amelala kwake peacefully, na bado utaenda Monday kuan 20,000 kwa ofisi. That is so bad. That is so sad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are very, very heartfelt submissions. Now, we've added a couple more people. Please raise up your hands as I try to respond on this leadership phenomenon. Now, imesemezeka kwanza kwamba hatuna strategy. There is a clear strategy with this movement. If you look at the way we have moved, if you look at the way how this Gen Z movement has sucked in everybody, that's already a strategy. When it started, it was just our, the young people. Yes, I was attending meetings. I was doing this and that, looking, okay, hapa hivi tukiwa America, what can we do? And we did what we did. But then one of the strategy that this movement has done, it has sacked every corner of our country, every corner of generations. Everyone, Paka Shosho right now, when they go to churches, they are like, what not? You know, I'm from Kikuyu land, so I'm about to like speak some words, you know, from my my end. But what I'm saying is this movement, the way it has moved organically, its strategy has made it, much as it is not documented, everybody has been sucked into it. The second thing about our strategy is that it has been able to address what is urgent. Nobody has actually laid down, Kesho, you know what I'm saying? There's no actually clear like a 7-book with a leader every day waking up with a PowerPoint presenting, making all these presentations. No. But this as a movement knows what is urgent for them. Number 1 was the finance bill, ikaondoka. Number 2 ilikuwa IBC, ikaondoka, at the backdrop of a system that is ailing. So what we are doing is we are trying to fix the problems that are urgent before we can fix the problem of the system. And everything is falling into place. That is a strategy. That is an unspoken about strategy. And then let's go to, there was nobody to condemn this. There was nobody to condemn that. Let me tell you, Raila hata hakumaliza kuongea. By the time he was completing that sentence, everybody in the movement was on social media condemning those statements. So it's either some of us probably are not following, either we don't understand the situation we are in as a country, but this movement is put together. This movement is together 100%. The other thing I want to mention is the disorganization that you're talking about. That is very, very important. And it's a form of strategy. When we have people sleeping out, trying to get into Afia House, because that's an emergency. We need our teachers posted. We need our doctors posted. Right? That's why they were at Afia Center. On the other end, we have another group doing something else. And, on Thursday, all of us come together and air everything. Guess what it's doing? We want to incapacitate the person who is at strength right now, who is our government. Our president had put in a front to the rest of the world, the way he's so strong, the way his country is so together, the way he is so Africa Kwanza, endo mtetezi wa Africa. But then when we release all these things, every corner, there's the Afia Center, there's the teachers, there's the the bill, there's this, there's that. It has given him a very, very poor picture to the rest of the world. And I am telling you, in no time, all these bodies that are not on our side right now, Akina World Bank, Akina IMF, we don't know who to go to. They cannot speak our language, but eventually they will be. Because what we have done is what men like to call emasculating. We are emasculating a system and its leader. Please go ahead, Mr. Let's see, Solo. And then Solo will be followed by Mr. Catch. Alafu utafuatwa na naona mtu mwingine hapa ameinua mkono. George. In that order. Go ahead, Solo.
All right. So
just a minute.
You guys are hearing me? Okay.
So Solo, just a minute. I think Afro, you have a watch, so we need to do some timing here because a lot of people really want to speak on this space. Unfortunately, some are taking even more than 5 to 10 minutes, and I have a lot of requests in my DM. So it will be good if we can give each person at least 2 to 3 minutes. They go down, we bring others up here. So let us have that order. It will be okay.
All right, let me take my 3 minutes. So about I don't understand what the issue of this leadership is all about. This movement, our leader is Jacob Juma. Most of his tweets are out there. If they want to find who our leader is, that is who our leader is. I love what the lady before me just said is we need to move in 1,000 directions because this guy has been shuttling the world, flying all over the place. The fact that he is seated at home saizi anatafuta njia ya solve our problem is a win. We don't need more than that. We need lawyers to go to this, whatever they call the high court, to sit there. We need doctors to go to the MOH to occupy there. We need teachers. We need all these rods. The next, we will go to the to City Hall. We need to go to all these places combined every time, and then we should have mother of all meetings that we go show them that we want all those things solved. Another thing which this thing has brought is uh, when we don't have a leader, like one of the speakers has said, they don't know who to go to. The World Bank has no idea who to talk to. They don't trust this our leader, whoever the Ruto is, because they don't know. They're talking to him, but they don't know whether he's going to be there or not. So please, let's remain leaderless if that is what they mean. But our strategy is up to us, not up to them. What we've done, we've achieved so much. They are listening to us and they are doing things, but they are not doing things the quicker way that we want. Tunataka hiyo pesa yenye imetoka kwa ofisi ya mke wa Mdavadi, mke wa Gashagwa, mke wa Ruto. Where did that money go? Wameitoa wakairudisha kwa treasury ama did it go diverted somewhere? We have a lot of teachers who can be employed. Please divert that money to somewhere where we can see. Tuseme hata kama ni mwaka moja watoto wamesoma bure, hiyo pesa imechukuliwa imepelekwa wamesoma huko bure. Once we're done with these guys, there's a lot of rot. We will go to the governors. Those are even the worst. They are the worst, but we have to go step by step. So kila mtu akija hapa, watu kwanza wanafikiria ni watu wa NIS. Usione kwamba ni rafiki yako kwamba hawezi kuwa NIS. Ndio wanatumwa wanakuja, hebu enda ukaseme hii hapo, utafute leader. Leader wa nini? We unatoka kwako unaenda maandamano, we naenda. Kama utaki kuenda, kuna msira inaendelea, we watch soka, ukae huko, tutakwambia, tutakutumia screenshot za kule tulikuwa na tumerudi. Wenye tutakufa, it is okay. I like the way we treated Baba. I respect him so much. I've supported him for so many years. But time has come, he has to let us deal na hii rot once and for all. Kwa sababu yeye akinunuliwa, anaenda kukaa kimya. The worst thing that has happened to us, yenye nashindwa kuelewa hata what Baba sometimes thinks. Juzi tu huyu Ruto alikuwa na pull people from Kisumu, anawatoa kwa nyumba, anapiga na rungu, anavunja watoto wa watu wengi, has been buried. Na leo hii anaenda kusema tutende tukakae with dialogue. Dialogue what? Nini ajui? Yani these people does not work in Nairobi, waone vile Nairobi ni kuchafu. Hawaendi Kisumu, hawaendi Thika, hawaendi wapi, waoni the system is broken. What kind of world does these people live in? I don't sielewi. Lakini hawaelewi, so we will go step by step mpaka watuelewe what do we want as a people. Kuna mahali tunataka kuenda and they know, lakini hawataki kuenda huko kwa sababu kuenda huko inawanyima zile mambo ya ufisadi na corruption na nini inazuiliwa. So let's remain leaderless, let's remain focused, and let's remain tribeless, and that is my submission. Thank you.
Asante sana. George?
Hi guys.
I think I was next. Oh, is it?
It was solo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can go ahead and solo. You're gonna follow back.
yeah,
Okay.
it's the two of you, Kat and George. Asante.
Yeah. So my point is I want to give some opinions here regarding our leadership. First thing, me naona like we need to do away with these political parties because ukiangalia nowadays, I know there are people who fought for this multi-party democracy, but as the time goes by, it has lost its meaning because ukiangalia imekuwa kama tribal cocoons ndio wamechukua hizi political parties, like no one else will ever come to shine with that political party. So for instance, if you go to maybe Eastern, unaona tu Kalonzo na Wiper yake. If you go to Nyanza, Raila. If you go to maybe Central and Rift Valley, you see UDA. What if we do away with these political parties? We'll have independent legislature. Mtu akiingia anaingia ka independent. So your brain is not taken by the party. You think as your own. And then during elections, ukienda pale kuvote, You are not voting someone because he belongs to a certain party within that area. You are voting a person because of his agenda or whatever he needs to do as a person. So come as you are, without a party, tell us what you got, then we vote for you, or we put you on the trash, including the presidency. Hii maneno ya kuja na party, I feel like ndio imeinfiltrate hii maneno yote tunaongelea. Hata hii finance bill, kama aguge kuwa na party yoyote, ati mtu anatoa orders, you must do this, it could be very simple. If people say no, watu wanaenda tu wana vote no, depending with their own brains. So that was my first point. Second point, it's about qualification. I don't know whether the qualification of CASs and all those appointments, zenye naonanga government ikipeana, whether there are some qualifications need to be there. For instance, CASs, like ukiangalia some ministries, unauliza, what are the qualifications to be a finance minister? What are the qualifications to be maybe energy minister? You know, I feel like you're supposed to be in that area for you to qualify to be a CS because you understand more about that profession. So that's something we need to check because all these CSs must go home. Third thing is about corruption. Niliona, like, when Ruto and Gachagua were elected, they came yapping, oh, we found empty coffers. Okay, we found empty coffers. So it means the money was looted from the government. So it's like you are telling us, you know, the thieves. What have you done to recover that money? Because it's like you are intending, like the thieves were from the previous government. Have you arrested them? Have you recovered the money? And then now you come and tell us here, we need to pay loans. Why do you have to pay loans? And very well you told us the money was stolen. You need to recover that money to pay off your loans. There's no way you can pay loans, and yet we know the money was stolen. That can't work. So he needs dialogue, but the dialogue he won't. I don't know which kind of dialogue he needs because at the end of the day, he knows what's easy to do. At the end of the day, I don't think like he's ready to solve anything. If you are calling for dialogue and you know what you need to do, I think you are not going to solve anything. And the best way is to get out and pave way for another person to come. So that's all I got. Thank you for that, Speaker. Bye.
Thank you, Cole. Mr. Catch, sorry.
Yes.
Can you? Okay.
Salamu kila mtu. If you get greetings from me, just raise up your hand or clap or thumbs up. Greetings and thank the Almighty God for keeping all of us safe. And I'm back to this space. I am the only Mr. Catch, and I'm very happy, extremely happy on a couple of things. One, on the speakers who have spoken here. Tumeongea kwa sauti moja. There is a slogan and it's being underrated, but I think it's a very important slogan. And those three words, those words should be, kila mtu aprint aweke hapo mbele. It's saying, drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. And I want to dig deeper into why draining the swamp is the topmost priority kwanza. Because me, I grew up in Kenya. Nimesumbuka. I had 6 stock hapo, nyumba ya one room. I lived in Kayole, Soweto. I struggled. We couldn't get fees to go to school. My mother had to do business of sugarcane and do all these kind of things. And by the time I was a straight A student. By the time I was leaving high school, I was shipped to Nairobi. I started walking around industrial area, kugonga magate, nipatie kazi ya kibarua, and so on and so forth. But if you look at what was happening, was that there is a systematic corruption, bad governance, and blatant disregard for constitution. Imagine, let me give you an example. A conman anakuja Nairobi, comes up with this fake, I don't know, thinks either is atakusaidia kutafuta job, mwingine sijui in church. This young man anashikwa kwanza, before ashikwe amepata what they call anticipatory bail. Yeah, anticipatory bail, I've never seen any country in the world yenye mtu anakimbia kwa court kusema anticipatory bail. You know, tell me which country yenye mtu you are corrupt, umechukua pesa ya youth are struggling, unawakon na before ushikwe, before you face the law, wewe uko na anticipatory bail na hiyo pesa umeiba, you have 100 million shillings in your account, umelipa lawyers, ukienda kwa court uko na 15 lawyers, wote ni wakora, judge ni mkora. Where do you want the youth to go? Drain the swamp. Drain this swamp. Mukishamaliza ku drain the swamp, tukimaliza hiyo, we'll talk about something else. So I want to stick with that point of draining the swamp. But this reminds me, what unajua kwa hii space, I like borrowing from war history because I'm a war historian. Sometime in 1941, there was a conference that brought together some big powers. FDR or US was there, Churchill was there, and a few others. And they were planning and saying that kuna some countries that had bad habits because they were told some things in 1918 around the First World War, and they were still repeating. They were called repeat offenders. And they came up with one strategy. And that strategy was called, so there are different strategies. There's one called German First, where they'll deal with Germany kwanza, wakimaliza Germany, wakuja watafute Japan. Of course, Italy ilikuwa na Mussolini, they had to deal with that. But the point of my story is they coined the word unconditional surrender. So mtu amependa hiyo, you can go read about unconditional surrender. These countries could not believe it. They wanted some sort of conditions. So wanataka ati, you know, war ikiisha, sijui tupatiwe hii, because also around that time kulikuwa na colonials, watu walikuwa wanagawana ma countries, mwingine anataka mudibakishie Taiwan, mwingine anataka wakaambia hapana, we are gonna hammer you, tutawalima unconditional. Ile yenye there is no way, amtoki, tunawalima paka tuwamalize, you know? And if you look at Drain the Swamp, is about sticking to the fact that saizi, we must remove all the wamesumbua watu for years. I mean, we've just talked about Agwambo saizi. Agwambo amekuwa hapo miaka na miaka na miaka. Ako ndani ya swamp himself. Right? I mean, I respect him vile jamaa mwingine amesema hapo. We respect him, kuna some little whatever, lakini ameingia kwa swamp. Na ukiingia kwa swamp tunakudrain. So let us stick to the point. Anyone aingize kwa hiyo swamp, mwenye ameingia kwa swamp, awakwe drained kwanza, and then we come to part 2, which is how do we rebuild after tumedrain swamp. Hii swamp tunaileta maji safi, how do we make it clean, you know, how do we put some fish sasa zikuwe na afya, lakini saizi swamp ni dirty, inanuka, iko na matope. Hiyo swamp, you know, the only thing you can do, drain the swamp. So that's my first submission for now, and I'll stay here, and maybe later on, I'll if I'm given opportunity, I'll come back. I want to give time to my other speakers. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Next speaker, please go ahead. He's not coming up. Let's raise up our hands then when you wako kwa speaker panel. But I think almost all of us have spoken, correct? So we can drop you and add others ama nyi wenyewe muondoke ndio tuongeze wengine. Anybody inside the panel that wants to say something?
Okay, I'm just reading a comment here from Kasera Jr., who says, Mr. Cash, drain the sewage. This current leadership needs sewage, not even a swamp.
Speakers, inueni mkono, Chairman. I can't see any hands up. Let's see. Mansa, are you trying to raise your hand? Ama watu wamelala wakiwa kwa panel?
Yeah. No, I'm here.
I just came back because KOT Sonko, thank you, was reading a comment and he called me out. I just dropped off the speaker panel. But ni ukweli, sewage, matope, iko na takataka huko ndani, that hiyo swamp imekorogwa, iko na chemicals huko ndani, like hata it's even better than sewage, pengine ni cleaner than hii swamp, right? So thank you Sonko, and your comment imekuja hapo, but we need to drain hii kitu, and I think isikuwe drain na tap moja. We need like inakuwa drained by all sides. Actually, one of the speakers said that we need to have there should be like 1,000 different directions. I agree. Swamp to drain it faster, musiweke pipe moja, toboa holes or everywhere, drain mara moja together, ndo itoke na hizo matope, mafi, nini, weka kila kitu kwa ndani. I mean, guys, everyone, weka kila kitu kwa hiyo, whatever is bad iko kwa hiyo swamp, and we need to drain that swamp. So thank you, host, and for the comments and feedback. I'll give others space pia waonge, so I'll drop off. I'll go to listener side. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and add more people. Anybody on the panel can speak as I add. Now, environmental activism, and then Moses OJ. I have been trying to add you. I have sent you a request if you guys can check your DM. For some reason, I'm not able to directly add you, but somebody go ahead and speak. I think the the political auditor, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know whether you can hear me. Somebody confirm that.
Tunakusikia.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I have some views. I don't know whether I'll be getting out of lane or I'll still be on track. But looking at today's yesterday's events and cover one by one, I took time and really went through the IBC thing, and they had edited 11 clauses to be specific, and I don't know how the whole thing is playing right now, because looking at this poster shared by Professor, the Gen Z backlash, we are looking. I tried to look at what is Raila trying to do here. Raila and these shitty people, what are they really trying to do? Is it coming back on us? Is it trying to side to form a coalition, a handshake government yenye iko chini ya maji? Because in which country do the opposition share the same table drinking tea with the government? It's like Kenya doesn't have an opposition anymore. Looking at that bill, we are going to be played, guys. And all through, I'm always praying, and I'm always urging guys around me that, guys, we need to have voting cards with us, because many youths don't have these voting equipments. We just have IDs, and that's all. Nobody wants to go and queue in those long queues to see whether they can be able to vote in somebody, because whatever Ruto is doing right now, whatever direction he is taking, he is pocketing all people around him to ensure that he remains in power no matter what is going to happen. So let us not give a shitty ear to this particular person called Raila anymore, because Raila is going to shit us up. He has shitted us up before. He did so during Kibaki's regime. He was supposed to take power, but he refused. He went ahead and did a handshake in 2007 after Kofi Annan came. Okay, it went ahead. What happened later on? He dined on the same table again with Uhuru Kenyatta. After getting into government, Raila literally went quiet. That one not forgotten. The same thing is now happening with His Excellency, as claimed, William Samoei Ruto. Raila is going to shit on us again, and I think this man should go home early enough before he dies, because he's going to die trying to get what he doesn't deserve. Raila no longer deserves to be a president of Kenya, because He is greedy. We have seen it out. So Ruto must go. Indeed. Let us not quit fighting. That's my desire. I don't know whether I've gotten out, but guys, there's a great game being played here, and I don't know. Ruto is just a malicious person, and he's going to work it out, and he's going to do every single thing possible to ensure he gets back on that seat.
Thank you so much for your submission. Environmentala and OJ nimewatumia. Moses OJ, angalia inbox. Environmentala, angalia inbox. Nimewatumia link. Otherwise, keep the conversation going. I hope kwa panel hatujalala. Nimeondoa watu kadhaa. But Otile, let me see. Otieno Brian, ongea na sisi tafadhali.
Okay, habari ya jioni.
Njema.
Okay, a lot has been said, and from where I stand, I've been here before. I've told you guys I'm working on a project to bring this rogue leaders to account, and I'm almost there. I'm done with the servers. Now you have to work on the servers. Then you have to find the user interface developer. Actually, we are going somewhere. We're somewhere. So I wanted to talk about the opposition, Manzi. As we stand, as the look of things, we lack opposition, and as the Gen Zs, I think it's high time we put the government on toes. It's like the opposition failed to play their part, to play their role in this government, and that's why you find that these guys are just doing things according to their thoughts. Yeah? So if we wake up today, we are seeing the opposition government. Okay, the opposition alliance is on the red carpet taking photos. So it's like we are left to the dogs. The country is left to the dogs. So nobody is to hold them to account. So we have to take our stand. You know, it was first they asked for 100 representatives, and now they asked for 50. So I don't know, when it comes to the dialogue, maybe they'll cut it to 25. But then I don't think it's the right thing to do. I mean, what are we even having dialogue on? I mean, is this, okay, the coalition that took the oath of office, is it that they don't know what to do? Is it that our protests have been falling on deaf ears, or is it that they are blind? What have we not said that we need to sit with them on the table to talk? We've seen the dialogue happen with the opposition, they absorb them. After they absorb them, we remain there like we were fighting a common goal at first, but then after the opposition is absorbed, sisi wananchi ndo tunabaki, nowhere to run to. I think even these other MPs, they've been riding on this Odinga's back. So I think it's high time he retired. Okay, not on a bad note, or not angry about it, but it's just prudent to ask him that he retires. He has accepted the dialogue, but then I don't think we need dialogue. There is no dialogue. Do we need dialogue to ask for justice for the fallen heroes and armored people who are fighting for their rights? Do we really need dialogue to tell them to clean the offices? I mean, to do their work. I've seen Murkomen tag the projects, the 3 projects under his profile, and I looked at that, and as a citizen of this country, I feel like I'm left alone. No. And I know I'm not the only one. So the fact that we've come ahead, we've come from the forefront, we've bashed him. So he's on the limelight. That's when he's tagging the projects. In fact, these projects are not even his. So these guys, I should come to account. Like, we should stay leaderless. We should not go to that table. I don't think there is anything new we are going to discuss, because we've seen before somebody hosted the space with the president. He was absorbed. He's nowhere to be seen. So what if we say, okay, they want 50 leaders. So how are we distributing these leaders? They're saying 47 from the 47 counties. Then those other ones are people with disabilities. This is such a small group of people, because they will easily manipulate them. You know, when we want to talk as the Gen Zs, I think we are so many than, okay, we cannot be represented by the 50 people. I don't think dialogue is the way to go. And I asked you guys, these government bloggers and okay, those that are spreading propaganda about the government, let's not give them attention. Watch our tweet, let them tweet, just see their posts and move. You know, when you give them attention, they try to stir up things. Wako na kiburi, na they don't know that we don't fear anybody. As somebody said the other day, somebody here only fears fear itself. So why should we accept to be gathered as one voice? Then one person is selected amongst us, goes behind the curtains, apewe chai pale State House. I know it's been the dream of many of us to get the State House, but sasa mtu akienda pale State House apewe chai, apewe brown envelope, then akuje agawane na maybe the close friends. Will our needs have been met? No. So hiyo story ya dialogue, me I don't see. Dialogue has never helped this country in any way, in any given way. Every time we see dialogue is there tabled, handshake is seen. They just changed the names. It was handshake, now it is bipartisan talk, now it is something. We are involving the Gen Zs. I don't think it's the right way to go. So I am on the final stages with the project. I'll still ask that you guys follow me so that when I start pushing for the agenda, at least it will be heard. Because it is not my own project. It is our project. And if after I'm done with it, I will push it. You guys will vote it. If you find that it's fit to run, we can start it. We can test it, and then advocate for its absorption by the government. So I would be asking for ideas of what to add or what not to, or what to remove from the project, and then I think we'll be good to go. For this night, I just ask you guys, let's stand on the opposition. Let's be the opposition. You know, the functions of the opposition is to keep the government on toes. We have to see this project set and running. We just don't want to see, don't want to hear words or dialogues or what. No, we don't want to see these things. We have to demand for justice for the dead. We have to demand that these corrupt officials are done away with. No. That's the only way we can move. So anybody that is in for the dialogue, weenda tu peke yako, tutakupata, tutakusalimia, ama utaenda Zanzibar, your friend is there, Otero, utamfuata ni sawa. But then, as things stand, let's be on the opposition. I think it's the best way to make the government perform. So thank you guys, and you have a good night.
Thank you, and good luck with that, what you're preparing for us. I know it's gonna be excellent. So I think I have added, is it Moinamo? I think I've added Moinamo. Anybody that I have added, you can raise up your hands kindly so that you can speak. This is showing that I have 3 speakers. Afrocentric, unaweza tuambia chochote? So I've been sending invites to your inboxes, but you're not accepting because I dropped almost everybody so I can get this the space. Lakini hamuongei, sijui mmelala. Kotsonko. Sijui tufunge. Unadhani vipi?
Yeah, hata mimi naona ni kama tufunge because there are no people here who wants to talk and share their views, but kama kunaye, then when it text DM I'll be sharing with them the link to the microphone. Most of you najaribu kuwatumia hiyo link, then munasema you are already on the space. That link yenye natuma hapo DM, it means when you click that link you automatically become a speaker.
Yeah. So Afro, tell us something. Michael, I think I just added you. Michael Mwenamo.
Yes.
I just added you. Do you want to say something? Unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana.
Haya, karibu.
Asante. I'm against the Raila, especially when they come together to form dialogues that are going to harm Kenyans, especially for us, the Gen Zs, because whatever they are going to dialogue about, we've aired these views and everyone knows what we actually need. We need to address the issue of corruption first, especially in the government. They were supposed to start by first firing the ministers that we said kwanza ndio wakuja kwa hizi mambo zao za dialogue. So instead of doing that, they're busy going to create spaces for themselves in government so that they can continue making life difficult for us, whereas they're earning money from our taxes. So we are very much against, and we are calling upon all Kenyans to hold hands together, especially with the Gen Zs, tupigane na hii watu wakora, tuwatoe wote waende nyumbani, then we can come in and form a new government. Thank you.
Asante. Go ahead, Ismail.
Hi everyone. Mbonga vipi? Nimekutafuta sana bwana.
Niko poa bana. Normally umenizoea kunipata WhatsApp bana. Huko tulitoka, nowadays we are here on X. So yeah, every time ukitaka kunitafuta kuja hapa X. Now of course you guys, you need to know that this space is being broadcasted on YouTube with several media outlets. So yeah, we are massive na pia I've tried to broadcast it live on TikTok. So sio lazima mtu ukuwe na X ndio uweze kufuatilia. So those guys who are watching us live from YouTube, tunasema asante sana, keep tuning in, na pia kama mnataka ku air out your views, you can always request for the link, you come up here on X, then you share your views. Otherwise, let's continue. Ismail, back to you.
Thank you, Mabonga. Still on you. Please, I need actually to appear on your space almost every time. Manze, upande yangu mambo ni pabaya sana. Sumona Faramali vile amechoma picha, and still I have some stupid Somali guys coming up and defending him. What I see, Tamu Rex, Evans, and those guys who died wakati watuko kwa demo, it's very hurting. So it doesn't matter who speaks nonsense, whoever speak nonsense, we are going to deal with him or her. That's why on my TL nilisema nikimpata msikiti, I will alert you guys. Mkuja mchangamkie kwa sababu on our side still Somalia has a problem. As my committee, I'm sorry to say this, kama wako hapo wengine, you guys must understand that's why Somalia is not stable for the last 30-something years, because people value tribal than their own welfare, the whole country. And that nonsense has been, introduced up Kenya. Will not allow that. I was wondering, Farah Maalim was talking in a hotel where was a launching of a book. It means he was actually talking to elites, a Kenyan elites, people who have studied from class 1 up to university. To an extent, they are going to write a book in this country. and then you just sit there listening to somebody saying that manze, you are supposed to kill 5,000 Gen Zs per day. Kwani sisi tumekuwa data bundles tunanyonyo kama safari kwa 5,000. That guy is so shameless, he's so reckless, na ana adabu. Na anasema sisi tumelelewa na pesa za, you know, ill-gotten money, ill-gotten wealth. Who doesn't know Farah Maalim? Bilal fucking, he has eaten this country to death. Amekula pesa Somalia, Djibouti. Kwanza looting yake, it's beyond even this country. And actually, mukimona, huyu mtu mnafaa kugonga kabisa mali mtamona. Mimi I not spare me even if I see in the mosque. Because the mosque is very, they have taken their stand on this issue, a demonstration of Gen Zs. Last Friday, maybe I'll be sharing the one of the Halinga Mosque. The Sheikh was very clear on this. Now wamesema they cannot side with the oppressors. That's what they are going to, you know, that's what you are supporting. So Farah Maalim, huyo mzee, I think is getting confused. Na natakana aambiwe ukweli. Na si kuambiwa na mdomo, agongwe ndo aelewe. So Mabonga, please, I actually nahitaji sana on your space because I need to educate people on these things. Nobody hapa, hakuna mtu tunaheshimu. Kama ni hata Raila tutangushe, tutarusha na mkono anguke avunjikie huko. We are not respecting anybody because we have lost over 40 people. My friend, if your uncle or your sponsor is more important than those 40 lives, to hell with you. Hatutabembeleza mtu yote kwa space. Sisi tunaendea Zakayo bana. Anybody in between hapa tutakanyanga kama choo. We are not respecting anyone on this. Anybody try to negotiate with this government at this juncture, ajue ule takataka alinyang'anywa bibi na Juliani anaitwa nani, ule wa foreign affairs, ati damu iko kwa mkono wetu. Sasa mwenye atajaribu ku negotiate na hii serikali ama anybody who is speaking on behalf of this government, ajue damu ya wale watu 41 42 including the 12 years young boy from Rongai, hiyo damu iko kwa mkono yao. Anybody try to negotiate, anytime you think of supporting this idea of dialogue and this nonsense, just know manze, iko mtu sahi room yake ni empty, is in the cold room, wengine sasa ready to weka 6 feet. Every day we are barring people bwana. Hata muna shame, people are talking about dialogue. Na mimi naona hii ni upuzi, wanajua we are not buying, but they are trying to divert our attention. Hii ni ku divert hii vitu yote hizi, kama huyu Farah Maalim ujinga anaongea. Today we have put more focus on Farah Maalim's statement. Huyo ilikuwa ni mtu tumtafute mahali yako na tukamsalimie vile inafaa, si ati mtu ambaye tunafaa kutuita hapa. Hiyo ilikuwa yani, mimi nilisali jamia yani saa 10 na saa 7. God is my witness, nisiamka asubuhi nilimtafuta na macho, ningemuona I could have alerted everybody, ningempiga kelele kama mwizi wa viatu, kwa sababu somebody has to be taught a lesson so that wajue. I have seen chungwa kwa TV leo amekonda na ni bado they have to. Hatutakuwa tunatukanwa ati na tumepoteza watu bwana. Unajua saa hii we are mourning manze. Mimi nilikuwa kwa maandamano na every day maandamano hakuna mtu anifacilitate kwenda, I take myself. Juzi nikaenda kuprint t-shirt ya, and I always take their statement to print on my t-shirt, naenda nayo kwa street, wakisema sisi tunatumia kama hiyo ndio inakuwa kama nini yetu slogan hiyo siku tunatumia. So somebody is asking me, who is facilitating you? I'm this I buy it from my, you know, next mall or my kiosk to my home. Kenya flag is with me all the time. Sikozagi natembeaga nayo. Kukidhoka mimi natoa nje. So mambo na dialogue, hiyo kitu leo imenichoma manze. Imeniharibia mood. Imeniharibia mood sana. So mimi naomba my request goes to those who are on this space. If you are a Somali, good, kaa hapo. Wale wengine, these are, you know, Somalis, they have dominated this country. Tuko wengi, sikatai. Lakini I'm sorry to say this, majority of us think that Kenyan problem is not part of us. That's where we go wrong. People are in demonstration, wako sleep biashara yako. Very nice. Lakini don't undermine others. Don't undermine others. And whatever we are fighting for, hao ndo wanakuja kusupply. So kama nyinyi labda you have a way of maneuvering and manipulating the government, sisi wengine hatuna, we don't have. And nobody should be judging us by our tribe because that's not what define us in this country. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa. Yani, throughout my life, I've grown with different people. Ambaye my brothers ni ule mtu akonami kwa maandamano. Ile siku tulipigwa na teargas mpaka siku ya kwanza siku inatulemea kidogo mpaka unashinda kupumua. You'll get a guy pale anakusaidia, anakupatia maji. You don't know this person, anakupatia mask. And that's brotherhood. Manze kuja maandamano ndio ujue what this country means. Ule mtu hajakuja maandamano hawezi jua hata what is unity. Huwezi ukajua. This ukikuja ile maandamano unaonaga kukaa kwa nyumba kumbe ulikuwa unafanya you are betraying others. So sometimes nikikasirika hata nashinda kuongea. People are dying bwana. Watu wanakufa and then asubuhi unapaka naitwa nini? Mtu anapigwa, mwanaume anapigwa makeup kama mwanamke alafu unakuja kwa kamera unatuambia story ya dialogue. Dialogue na mama yako. Na ule mtu ambao unapenda kwa bedroom yako. Don't come dialogue on our behalf. They know what we want. They know what we are protesting for. They should go and apply. When wafuate hiyo sheria wafanye hiyo kitu tunataka. Don't waste our money to go to bombers, my friend. Mtu unamdai pesa, then he's using your money to discuss how to pay your debts. Nonsense. We cancel that. That's our money. Tuko na watu kwa hospitali sahi, hawana miguu, wako kwa ICU wengine wako kwa mochari, wengine kwa kaburi because of this process we are fighting for. Kindly just follow the law. Give us what we want. As citizens we'll pay our tax, show us what we are using. Pesa yetu tunatumia wapi? Tuonyeshe. Ule mtu atakuja kwa space hapa, hakuna kuitana mheshimiwa, tunampasha vile iko. Achukue aende akakufia akakasirikia mahali anaenda. That is it. Hii ujinga tunaita moja. Na ile kitu kingine my friend, ujenge kwanza Robert Alai. Tupatane. Kelelesho hiyo ujinga hizo board na umeweka huko na jamaa wa Dimples ati unatuwekea barabara Mazera Road. Ati sijui Makwiny Road. Unatuweka picha zako na ni pesa zetu. You cannot be decorating the road without pathways wenye watu hawezi tembelea, haina drainage, umemwaga lami alafu unatuwekea picha. Hizo picha pelekea mama yako. We don't need your pictures on our roads. We don't need. Na kutoka leo mtu asikubali area yake mtu aweke picha ya project. That's it. We just need the name of the company that's undertaking the project so that we can take them accountable. That is it. Story na mapicha waongoje nayo kwa siasa zao. So manze nimeongea sana. I'll excuse the others to talk. Mabonga, please, I need a lot of time on your space. I need to teach my what do you call it? Majama wangu bana. Wananiangusha sana. Nataka kuongelesha sana. Kwanza uniweke hapo mahali yenye naweza ongelesha. Naweza wa invite. Na maze mufoleane and then you support this data so that you keep in touch. Hapo normally hatuna TV nyingine, TV zote zimenunuliwa. Ya wadosi. Sisi zetu ni akina Mabonga tu. So I thank you guys. Kama sitapata nafasi nyingine, have a good night. Thank you. Poleni kama nimekatika sana.
No, don't apologize. Again, this is space. Hii inaitwa space. Hapa ndo tunaleta kila kitu kwa hii space. Itatoshea. Everything will fit in here. So, Kwach na Sultan in that order. Tafadhali.
Okay, greetings to everyone. Mine, I'll start with Ismail because umeongea kitu touches my neighborhood about Kileleshwa. Me, I don't even remember all the watu naongea na wote. No one I know voted for Lai. He's a fraud from day one. He's been hustling politicians to make a living. But that being said, what I'm gonna tell Kenyans is it's now or never. Hii kitu tusipotoboa, mtu atakuwa tu Hitler. Like we have to boot him out. Nashangaa kuna watu wanaongea 2027. We don't have until 2027. Trust you me, this guy survives. See mind game anacheza cause even who's Raila even to speak. I respect him as a statesman. Alifanya party yake akashindwa. Guys come here do their own stuff and then people regroup because it's now us versus them. Let's say the truth. I have Gen Zs, I have, what do we call them? There's another group coming, sijui nasikia ni Alpha. This is, hii si ile time ya wazazi wetu tulikuwa tunaingizwa box. I grew up in Moyera. I saw when Oko was killed, I guess I was in class 4. I just saw tear gas, I saw Koigi being arrested and everything. Like, I was young, but I saw all that. Haikuwa rahisi. Now we have a generation that's not even scared of the cops. I used to see tear gas, I'm like, oh, I'm done. We see the elite, they come in, like, kuna ile siku Ichunga was even saying like, oh, Gen Z wanashika sijui iPhone. Like, how? They want us to grow like we depend on them. Because even Gen Zs, they make more money than their parents. We have kids who even make more money than their parents. But they decided enough is enough. Let's take back our damn country. History ya kusugarcoat kitu kila sati. Oh, Raila time up. Hawa watu wote walikuwa wamekaa pale like, our problem was in one picture. As Kenyans, like it's now or never. Because me, Faramali, may God even forgive him. Ile hasira nilisikia akiongea kitu and then anakuja kutuambia imekuwa edited. Like, wametubeba aje? The guy spoke well. Hakuna kitu, cut and paste. Okay, cut and paste and then check the video well. Kiari ni KJ alituambia ile siku ati sijui Gen Z na edit vitu ati is done everything. Come on, we are way past that. The train left the station. All I'm gonna tell fellow Kenyans is it's now or never. The train has left. Boss, we have to push them out. 2027, kwanza tufai kuongea story ya 2027. We give this guy mileage, we are fucked up. Trust you me, our country sema limefika like it's now or never. This guy breathes vizuri tu atoboy inoma because we've stressed him to a point he's not even traveled. Anashangaa like he's stuck at home. He's not even comfortable. Trust you me. Angalia body language. Ismail amesema ati Ichungwa amekonda jakonda. We have to inject and push. Hii rawata kuingia kwanza, they've even made it easy. They're all going home. And when I say they're all going home, when a government falls, inabeba kila mtu, fagia mpaka parliament. People who clapped Sifuna, me, I don't have issues. If kuna wale wanamsupport, that's them. Dude voted for that bill, conflict of interest, and then wanakuja kutumain twist hapa. Like, we are no longer playing child's play like, oh, you know, read the bill. Come on, we have everything online. We check how people vote. Gen Z, people have phones. Every information we need. That's why me, I no longer trust Githeri media. Why should I? I'll come online, I get news on the ground. What I insist, Kenyans, it's our time, it's now or never. Everyone listening to this message, push these guys out. No one should survive. Ata MP akwe, ati, I saw another Western MP telling guys, oh, forget CDF. Why hold me hostage? It's my money. Why should you tell me, oh, now letea barabara? I pay for the fucking road. You know, they've programmed, wanafikiria I'm not my ancestor, ama sijui my dad, vile walikuwa na reason. That's way too different. I know I'm paying taxes. Let my fucking taxes work for me. Why am I paying taxes then? Yo barabara, it's not even a favor. But unaona kwa village, Dindinyoro now paid local villagers to be received like a hero. Sijui obvious 200. I saw another fool giving guys unga ugali. No, we are way past that. And then now we redeem our wazazi wetu pia and sijui relatives in the village. Ukiona anaenda kuvote viujinga, take their ID. We don't need them to vote. By the way, ukishajua tu your dad or relative will vote viujinga, take that ID. They are not allowed to vote. Because we are in a mess. They are all down, watu wanaenda kudai, like they know they are done, and then who's gonna be paying all this bullshit? IMF wanakama wanatupeleka mbio. So me, what I'll encourage Kenyans, soldier on. I know I'm far. I wish I was home, but I'm with you guys in spirit and everything. Let's push it. Hii mtu kuniambia ati sijui Gen Z, their phones, they are being sponsored by sijui which foreign elements? This guy is even asshole on their own. Me, I didn't even know nothing about. Leo nilikuwa nauliza, forgive my ignorance. Hii kitu wanasema tap tap. I'm old school. Sijui ya TikTok. I didn't even know that sijui the movies you get, like you make something out of it. I don't know, to be honest. But the hustle people are like more enlightened, and then fossils go sit down. Hiyo rika ya Tuoli, Raila, they're all done. 60 years, just retire, go. Ukiapply sijui ID, good conduct, you have to wait for months, years. States, you apply for your passport, unaenda post office. We had a good project called sijui ni Huduma Center. Hizo ndio vitu wangeforce, like make it function. I don't have to go to the immigration. So let's just focus, fight on, because it's now or never. The soul of our country depends on us. Raila, let him go. We don't care about him. He's done. He's a wasted bullet. Ruto should just pack. Faramalim, to him, what he said, all I'll say, may God forgive him. Because ile asira niko nayo, I can't even talk. I was even shaking. Kill 5,000 kids every day, like how? That their parents stole. Who stole? Those kids, ukiongalia kwa street, for real, come on. Watu wanajitolea, watu wanajituma. Kenyans for Kenya. They even know like Kenyans for Kenya, we always come through for one another. And then someone wants to hijack. So Raila coming there, no. But that's my 2 cents. I'm pissed off, to be honest. But yeah, that's me. I'm done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Mkenya, wanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. And then
Thank you.
Sultan, you had put your hand down. So Mkenya and then Sultan, you know, you will follow.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My points are based on 2 things. And one of the points that pissed me so much is on professionalism. Because, for example, if I talk of a CS, it have been so politicized that you'll see, for example, let me use an agriculture as an example. An agricultural CS is not even based on, even doesn't have a clue of what farming or either of the projects are. Then he is given the mandate to reorganize or to have that project on his head or her head. My problem is on the issue of corruption. How will that CS able to man or able to utilize his or her power against those corrupt subordinates? That's bring to my attention that even if we are dealing with this forum, and I'm very ready, and of course I do follow up every day. But I fail to understand why a CS could be given a docket where maybe let me just interpret in this way. Maybe me, I'm very good in electrical. When you give me a field of farming, I'm not able even to utilize. Those are the challenges that we are facing, and yet we create a different organization called anti-corruption. I don't see the need. So I appreciate this forum, and I appreciate being in this space. And I would like us to have that what we call sanitizing. We sanitize these institutions. After we sanitize, after we do something to formulate the professionalism, it will be awakened. Number 2 is the issue of governance. I would like to overlook on issue of a governor. One time I was somewhere, and he said, I'm here because of my money. That 200, 300 shillings he gave to locals is what is, that is why I'm a governor. We need to wake up. Also, I also second somebody said about LSK. LSK should enlighten this forum on some of the institutions or some of the amendments that should be brought so that we can create a way forward.
Somebody said about LSK.
There's an echo, I don't know.
Are we having interruption?
Can you hear me?
So that we can create a way forward. Somebody said about
Mkenya, unmute. I have muted everybody. Unmute and speak.
All right. Thank you. So
Tumekupoteza. Go ahead, Mkenya.
I hope I'm back.
Yeah. Is that Mkenya Maniko?
Yes.
Is that?
Coach ndiye analeta echo, I don't know.
Yeah, there's somebody. Yeah. So I had to mute everybody. But as Mkenya gets
No,
ready.
mine is muted. Mine is
Yeah,
muted.
I
I'm
see.
okay.
I
I
actually
muted mine.
see that. Yeah. So Mkenya, are you able to speak? Ama tumwite Sultan as you get ready.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
So my point was, and I have written it on your message, in form of a message. It is not at this time we should be looking on the leadership, because in politics we say divide and rule is a tactic, but when it comes to diplomacy, when they bring people together, they are able to govern, they are able to manipulate. Not even about money. You don't have your right. You don't have your say. And I overlook on a group that was created some times back, and it was crushed in the name of it's anti-government. So I appreciate us being in this forum, leaderless and fearless, and you are ready. That is the motto. That is the motto of everyone. But when we talk about having readers, having that setup, we'll miss the point. Again, I was reading a post saying that we are being financed by people, a certain either politician or not. Kwangu mimi ni kujituma, depending on Kenya kinanifinya ndio ufanya nijitume. I go to the street to demonstrate what pleased me, and that is my motto. Thank you.
Hello guys. Hope I'm audible.
Who is
Yes.
speaking? Sultan or?
Yeah.
It's Sultan.
Hope unanipata?
Yeah, tunakupata kabisa.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the space. We appreciate. It's a nice conversation. So my submissions, number one, no dialogue. The people in government wanajua ile kitu iliwapeleka hapo, ile kazi tuliwapea wanaijua. Let them do what they are supposed to do. They know the duties, the responsibilities zenye wanafaa kufanya. Hapo hakuna discussion. Second thing, the issue of leadership. Tuko sawa. Everything is going on well at the moment. Story ya leadership tutaongea baadaye. But for now, let's just focus to do what we are doing. Another thing is like, I don't understand these people in the government. They are arrogant and ignorant. How comes we are addressing serious issues which are affecting us? Na mtu ako hapo akisema ati we are being funded. By you and for what purpose? Huh? When we fight for the teachers to JSS teachers to be employed, for the intern doctors to be posted, sasa fight ya rights zetu tunaambiwa tunalipo. Hiyo ni ufala gani? It's bullshit. I think these guys have been taking us for a ride. Sijui wanadhani wao ni kina nani. Unashanga a mature person, mtu amesoma, anaongea kitu it is out of sense, kitu make sense, something that is hata si logical. Instead of them addressing our issues zenye tuna raise as Gen Z, as millennials, as Kenyans, they are just wako tu hapo wakiongea hata giving irrelevant responses. So I don't know where we are headed to, but at least we have started something and we'll keep on fighting. We are not going to give up. Tutafight hadi mwisho, and at least we are seeing light, and tuko na hopes kama wa Kenya. So my urge, my encourage is that we keep on fighting. Tusipoteze hope.
Asante Sultan. Kwach, I think your hand was up. Ama ushaongea?
Yeah, mine was just nilishaongea. Mine was just to add, let's not lose focus, because kuna game these guys wanna play with us.
Yes.
Once we pay attention to their gimmicks, we are done. Like, let's not lose focus. We are reclaiming our country back from the vampires. Flush them all down the drain. Miato Yalai is never represented. I don't know who voted for him. Sijui mali alitoa hizo kura. But all I know is gonna be a one time. He's going home. Me, that's mine. Niko na hasira mob, by the way. I can't even focus, but that's all.
Tunakuelewa kabisa. Today was one of those days, huh? Raymond? Raymond umelala? How about najua mjapata wakati wa kuinua mkono, but Kombo umepata mic, please, you can go ahead and speak. Bonai, I see your hand up, you can go ahead and speak. And also namuona Common, in that order. Tuanze na Bonai.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for KOT for holding this space. And I would like to continue expressing my gratitude to the fallen Gen Zs who died in the line of trying to make Kenya a better place to stay and live, work, and also do business. So mine, as we've seen what has been happening, and really we are on our own. We don't even trust any leader. We don't trust any politician as things stand, because the politician that we thought maybe some few of them that we could rely on are the ones now who are showing us that no, it is the rich versus the poor. We want to make this Kenya a better place for everyone. And I've been urging the influencers who have a big number of following that we can push some hashtags. You know, as we can see, these people are regrouping. And the best thing, the power that we have, it's like that rememberable Tuesday when we stormed in the parliament. So we have another power which we cannot even wait to recall these member of parliament who voted yes and those member of parliament who are corrupt. I had a very good way to go about it, and it was very simple. Why don't we resist? Because as we can see, the fights that are being fought, most of them, you can see resistance has yielded to a lot. And as I talk, we have companies like Safaricom. We know very well. Safaricom did what they did when we really needed that particular, we needed them at that particular time, and they did what they did. I don't need to explain this. So, as revolutionaries, we could have started with such companies, state corporations like KBC, that Okia Omtata said KBC is owned by particular individuals, where it is KBC is registered by an individual, a private lawyer. So Why don't we resist these things? We saw it was, I think it was in 2017 when Raila Odinga led his troop, and they really resisted some companies, even I think it was Royal Media Services at that particular time, and they really suffered a lot. As I can go back, you remember this Pesa guy, the MP for Kasarani. It really affected him, and since that particular time, I think a lot of people sent negative feedbacks to the Sport Pesa, and the guy has been so quiet. That means he felt the pressure. So the young people, we need civic education. Yeah, I do agree. We need to recall some members of parliament planning for 2027. But we should continue with the hashtag Ruto must go, as we do part of what we can do, what is in our hands. When you go to a market, when you go to a supermarket, you find there was that time when we were like boycotting the stuff and resisting. I remember one of the products was Brookside because it was owned by the then President Uhuru Kenyatta. That company, it was a company from the family of Uhuru Kenyatta, and they really felt it because they were getting a lot of losses. So we have a lot of hashtags now: Occupy everywhere, Occupy MOH, Occupy. I'm very sorry. It is okay. We can do that. But again, let's focus. Let's put the eye on the goal. We want Ruto to go. And if we make life difficult for Ruto, okay, I feel for my country, Kenya. I feel for the businesses. I feel for everyone. I feel for the economy. But things cannot continue as we are at the moment. Let Ruto, what is it that makes this particular guy called Ruto not to resign? They said that they found the government coffers was empty. If you go to a place and you find that house is empty and you're forced to stay there, you cannot stay in that particular house. If it is empty, there is no food. You look for an alternative, or you go and get a place where you'll get food and such things. So these guys are just playing with our brains, and they have regrouped for 2027. I've heard people talking about 2027. Guys, if we don't do something at the moment, and on my part, I don't just want to criticize, but I want to give solution. And the best solution is resisting and boycotting. The same thing, I don't want to talk about those who betrayed the movements and whatever. It is a pity to find people on spaces for those people who betrayed us. It is a pity to find people responding to pages or to accounts, like for this fat guy called Mutahi, the likes of Intumbi. Give these people a total blackout. Don't like, don't follow, don't comment on what they post. The likes of Murkomen, all those people. We see. It's just like you will be posting every day, you get 2 comments. I'm sure you will not continue posting those stuffs. So guys, let's just focus. Let's think about that. And also the young people. We have people qualified in different fields, like the lawyers, the young lawyers. I remember there was one guy who they claimed that he was a lawyer without papers. We need such people now because he was winning cases. He is a young guy. We need his advices. I'm very sorry, we cannot go back to get advices to people. I had Professor Kivuda Kibwana at some point. He was speaking. I didn't want to interrupt, but on my views, you could hear there is a beef between Kivuda Kibwana and Kalonzo, the wiper and whatever, who is the king of Ukambani. You could hear that from a distance. We don't want that. We need the advices, but let's start with the advice of these young people. Let these people be cheering us while they are on the fences, but not inside our ground. Thank you very much for those few remarks. I'd like also to give other people a chance to speak, but we should think about that. The power that is in our hands, it is very simple. We have the power of not responding to these tweets from these people. The government has the machinery led by Tumbi. You can just see whatever they are posting. They are posting the same thing. A guy like Alai was bought by the government. He's trying to send, he's trying to tweet, purporting that it's just in between there, but we know what is going on. So let's just resist. And I think by resisting and boycotting these particular things, it is not even sometimes a must we go, because when we go to these mandamanos, you find the goons have been brought by the same people, then it is not successful. So we don't need to use energy. We just need to use our brain. Let's try resisting. That is the very noble thing. It is very simple. Okay, have a good morning, guys. And let's hope that every now and then you wake up, the hashtag should go on. Ruto must go. Let them bring all the other hashtag to confuse us, like what they did yesterday, the Raila Odinga by coming to greet. Those are shenanigans. Raila, time is up. I was a supporter of Raila Odinga, but henceforth, I don't want any politician in my life. I will stand by the people of Kenya. I am there with the Gen Z. A luta continua. Asante sana.
Can I pick on?
Hello.
Yeah, I think you can continue. Sorry.
Yeah, Combo, go ahead. Go give us your submission.
Okay. Good morning, fellow criminals. Let me use the word criminals because that was the first. That was the first thing that we were called. Mine is just on the issue of agriculture. I'm an agronomist, and I realize that these people have really fucked up the system. They have really fucked up even the food production. And this crop of leaders that we are having, I don't know, I can't even know, I don't know how I can describe them. Maybe it's PR, they are only guided by PR, they are only guided by how many degrees or papers or PhD professors, how they are. But in really sense, they are not working. Let me just touch a little bit on the issue of agriculture. We have been getting a lot of, in most of the budgets, agriculture has been allocated a lot of money. And I can say maybe little has been used for research. That one I'll give a credit. But you find that almost 80% of any money that is kept on is allocated in agriculture. It actually goes to waste. You go to agricultural offices or Minister of Agriculture in most of our wards, or most of our areas, you find that those facilities are not working. Completely, they are not working. Back then, we used to hear there were these officers, the veterinaries, the extension officers, animal science, and what have you. But right now you go there, you'll find that this place are deserted. Farmers have been left alone. To an extent that you produce your own stuff, as in you start your own business as a farmer, After producing whatever you have, somebody else will tell you how much you're going to sell whatever you have produced. And it really hurts me a lot to see how fucked up the system is. Nobody cares. These people, once they get the powers, they'll tell you they have allocated, they have done whatever they have done. But there's nothing, zero implementation of everything that they are saying. I just want to touch on something that I had a conversation with someone I don't want to talk about. There's this association of farmers. We call it KENA. KENA is a Kenya National Federation of Farmers Association. During last regime, Uhuru Ruto's regime, they were allocated 100 million Kenya shillings. But let me tell you, the association never got that money. When Minister for Agriculture was Munya, they tried to follow up the money to date. They have never received that money. The other day they were told now they have 17 million they need to go and collect. They have never gotten it. So it's like a system whereby nobody cares. Once the money is allocated, now it becomes a scramble for the few, not for the mwananchi or the citizens. It's just a fucked up system. And if we don't talk about this, if we don't work on how we are going to solve it, if these people are not going to work out, let them just ship off. Let them just leave their offices and leave it to people who can work. You know, they think we, the Gen Zs and millennials, we don't have anything to do in our profession. For me, my side, I've never been employed since I graduated 2015. But doing my own consultancy here and there, I've learned a lot of things on this system. I know people are expecting a lot of changes. They say they have subsidized fertilizer. Let me tell you, fertilizer, when you subsidize fertilizer is just one item, or the one item on the cost of production in agriculture. To be sincere, it will not, if you calculate it in terms of an acre, fertilizer is not even 20%, does not even contribute 20% or 30% of the cost of production. Talk about labor, talk about control of pests, talk about the cost of the seeds, talk about the cost of after harvesting, that is post-harvesting. These people are just trying to play with the minds of we Kenyans, because they know, or they always know that most Kenyans are not learned. Farmers are outside here yearning for knowledge. Young people are coming up to do agriculture, but you find nobody's there. They have to learn it by themselves. Somebody to go on Twitter, on YouTube, to go on Google, to go to do what, so that they can get enough information for them to do business. But the government is there. The government whereby they don't even care. If I plant my own tomatoes in 1 acre, somebody else will come and decide on how much I'm going to sell that price, the product that I'm producing. And the government is there, just kept quiet. It's just a fucked up system. To be sincere, it's a fucked up system. And for me, I've never taken any things to do with the money to do with these politicians, because I know they're not genuine. And it's the money that is supposed to be, is meant to help people, to help the citizen, or to create an enabling ground or environment for the farmers and the citizens and teachers and doctors to work. Like today I was coming from town, just from at Nyayo Stadium, from Nyayo Stadium to Imara Daima, you take almost 3 hours, 3 fucking hours, and people are saying that they are working. You wonder what kind of a government are we having? Do these people, when you go there, are they blinded? Is there anything that comes in their mind once they are there? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some of us, we are not rich to see what money can do to some people when they get it. But I wonder how can money just make you blind not to see exactly what people are going through? People that you have been crying when you are looking for those leadership, going to their homestead, visiting the working place, mama mbogas, motorbikes, seeing the pathetic life they are going through. But once you get the power, you are somebody else. I come from Mias West. Back then, the MP will tell you, you people from the other ward, you didn't vote for me, so I'm not going to give you CDF. As if the CDF is his. I can just even slap anybody. He can slap you because you people never voted for him. So this thing is not all about Ruto. This thing is the whole fucked up system. The whole fucked up system. And I was even listening. I know most of you have been listening to what Wanjigi has been saying. And these people have made me start learning much about accounting, economics, and everything. Once you learn all these things, you'll realize that we are fucked up. And if we are not going to stand for this country, our children's, our next generations are going to suffer. Because now they have decided, okay, no, we are going to tax you and we are going to borrow. We tax, we borrow. We tax, we borrow. At the same time, they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. Once somebody has gotten the money or has gotten that political seat, he'll get there, have that kind of life that he wants to have, so that everybody can be worshipping them. No, we are this generation, we are past that worshipping somebody. Me, I have my own bills. I don't even care who is next. But I have my own bills. I don't care who is my MP. But provided is doing whatever he's supposed to do. I don't care who is the president. But if he does what he's supposed to do for the citizens, why should I be worried? I can vote for anyone. But for meantime, no, we have lost trust on these people. We have really lost trust. Raila, till yesterday, I was really having a lot of trust in him. But for whatever he did today, I don't think he deserves our trust again. Let him go and relax. We respect whatever he has fought for, and let him give us time. Let this generation change this system. The total overhaul. Okay, that is my submission. Thank you. And have a good morning.
Can I speak? Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
This is Kenya. Most of them call me CPA because I'm an accountant by profession and I've seen all that has been going through. I started gaining some red alerts concerning the leadership of our government during the raids that were conducted on North Rats. When North Rats was attacked, we had a government in place. Not even a policeman was sent the whole day until night, even when they were burning the farm products there. I could see the Governor Sakaja saying that he sent the fire engines red, and the explanation he gave, it could not amount to an explanation from a governor. That is the first red alert that I show, and decided that, and had a second thought of the proceeding of the government. Then the introduction of an expiry IDs. Let me have a question with you, great Kenyans. We have, let's say we have an expiring ID, and you have a succession issue to deal with the same ID. Let's say a parent has passed, his ID had already expired, and yet you have something to inherit. Are you sure your succession will go through? That's my worry. Then we have another issue. The issue of leadership of the movement. I also support that it remain unknown to everyone. I will say this with evidence. This group I am in is called Kenya Youth Organization. It has been killed by the leadership. They are a very good copy of what the government is. When the Kenya KK government came in place, a youth organization was formed. I'm sure many of you are not aware. A youth organization was formed under the watch of Ababu Namwamba. An online election was done. You know, online elections, how they are done. You don't know who is a student, who is not a student, who is qualified to do this and this. And the organization elections were done, everything was done in place. We got a youth president, we got national executive officials, county, sub-county, and at ward levels, to a point where every village, every sub-location had like 3 people, representative, countrywide. Those are sub-locations. Now come to ward. Every ward had 6 people. Sub-county had several. That thing has been killed to death. Until now, I'm acting as a savior. I've been trying to resuscitate the organization with my limited resources. The president of the youth ran away from me when I asked him questions. He would still remain lying to me to suit the opportunity, of which I think being an accountant, you can't write to accountant many times. Also on taxation, the government cannot impose taxes, some of which are biased. Let's say like VAT. VAT cuts across everyone, whether a high top level government official, a chokora in the street, a farmer, a futibora, VAT is equal. That brings equality and equity as a principle of taxation. Now, when you come to housing levy, you are targeting the only employed. The only employed that is being biased and against the rule. Also, we also need a president who can listen to courts, who can obey court orders. If you are told don't do this, if you are told don't bring the prime cabinet position into government that will eat into our money, just listen. Because time for listening was over. And yet, when we voted Mr. Ruto in, we voted him as a president, not as a semi-god. He thought, ni kama alifikiria Kenya ni ya familia. This is not a family business. Then, Kenya Kwanza, the infight, the pride to listen to them. Let's say, and for now, Kenya Youth Organization is like now, left few of us that have been trying to resuscitate the organization. We don't have any funding. We are using our personal funds. We have been outsourcing capacity buildings, trainings, and sourcing other opportunities for our members. Something even the president himself, national executive, is redundant. I reach personally to people from Turkana, Wajir, Mombasa, Ramu. All those we have representatives. Now it has been killed by Ababu Namwamba, the organization. Why? When we met at Bomas, I want to give you a little story. Maybe some of you, even Gen Zs are in the same organization. so that you can compare the organization with the government and how you can even chip in. KYU organization is something even we can occupy tomorrow and make sure we have other officials that can represent youth better. This organization was formed by KK government through the watch of Ababu Namwamba. He came the first date, I think it was on 2nd December. We were given 2 million, something we did not expect. The 2 million broke the party because people fought almost the whole night. And from there, nothing else has ever taken place. Even the training that we have had later, the group was split into two. Others registered the other part as a family business. That opportunity for us splitting was created by the government. They did not even listen to us. Then when the youth fought, they came for their 2 million and then went. Nothing more. You were promised heaven and earth during the same launching. Nothing has been met now. All they achieved is one, a girlfriend that was among the national executive who was in love with an employee from Ababu Namwamba. That's why I'm saying Ababu Namwamba's office has a conflict of interest. There is a gentleman there who thinks every beautiful girl must come to his side. Na ni kama pia wa Ababu. So alikuwa official pale, walivunja chama right, center, up, down. And I don't fear saying this because I have some database of the party, of the organization. I've managed it at my expense, calling them, sending them emails, and also convening meetings at my own cost. Without this, when I call upon the president of the youth, his name is Chuchu. He's not aware. He gives code eyes and also shoulders. So what do? I feel challenged. Carrying, like, we are more than 50,000 youths across country that were on this. Now it's now dead. Joining Jay-Z, most of our members are Jay-Z there, because when we started, most of them were in school. It has been brought to death through the same organs of the government. How? When we reach to them, the promises were made, we have made follow-up. The same things have been done through chambers. We had MasterCard's foundation that was doing some genuine fund accessing. Something we have gone for capacity building, and yet projects come halfway. We have, let's say we have a project to suit a certain issue for a short period. Tunapewa half-baked ideas by the same government. Like they appear to be the queer businesses, where people are told to farm queer birds and then sell, something that did not come into the. Also, we have the issue of you say you take some loans for us as a country, yet the loans are not even budgeted in the same budget. That is a worry I saw. Many could not have noticed. We also have some Euroboats that matured sometime. And that one was discussed, I think, by Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, Honorable Jimmy, touched on that. Most of the money that has come into our country has not been put into the budget, something that worries us most. Also, you could see that there is lack of coordination in government. Someone at a certain point in time said there is El Nino. Another one said we have disbursed money to governors for El Nino. Then, within the next 30 minutes, you find a press briefing from governor saying this is not true. You see there is no coordination in the same government. Also, complaints we have made to Senate, Parliament, to parastatus, like the Ajira program is a very good program that was helping the youth. But us requesting to have an evening class has taken like a decade. You know, most youths wengine wako kibarua kidogo jioni wanapatikana, ni kweli. So kusema ati tuwekewe kasirot kidogo tu ya klasi ya jioni, hiyo imekuwa a mountain of issues. Something that could have given some training to our youth and make an extra coin. But now, having them not listening to us, I think they should go very early. And I also request for your help resuscitating the Kenya Youth Organization in there. We don't have papers. We better even advise us on that. I think I will request coyotes and everyone on board to have a thorough check of why Kenya Youth Organization came to death. Because if that organization was empowered when time was ripe, it could have now captured every youth within Kenya, as per the objective initially. But because they wanted to sell us to the highest bidder, we declined, and a split came. Ababu Namwamba knows why it went down. That's why we say we don't need him in that office. We don't need him in that office. And I think I will repeat, Ababu Namwamba must go. But before he goes, Ruto should go first, because he is the head. If the head is rotten, the neck cannot pass some good. And I think I'm getting angry the more I speak. I beg to stop at that, dear leaders. Thank you. Should I go on?
I think Tomboya was the next speaker. Tomboya.
Hello, fellow leaders. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think I'll just be very brief because all along in these spaces and also during the protest out there, our message has always been very clear. We've talked a lot. We've really talked a lot. And the more we talk, the more we find ourselves repeating many things. What I can say is that going forward, we have seen that the group that we are really against their way of action, they've always been organizing themselves, coming up with different strategies on how to counter the popular revolution. With us, well, we've been talking, sharing whatever we need to have done. But I think at this point, we also need to consider strategizing, coming up with action plan that are really aimed at reaching us somewhere. What I'm really suggesting going forward, it could be good knowing that all of us are leaders. It could be good if we be able to identify, especially us who've been initiating the spaces, the likes of KOT and many other. We should be able to consider having one space all the time, especially when agenda is about Ruto must go, when agenda is about the popular revolution, so that even if we have as many spaces as possible, every day we can agree that one specific person to hold a space for this one particular purpose. That is part of organization, of being organized. Secondly, I think it's high time we need to put things down on paper. Let us have a policy paper guiding the direction that we want to take. This one I'm saying because there are a lot of things that has been said by many people which are very relevant and necessary for this movement, but we do not have a clear guideline on what direction are we really taking. So having a policy paper is necessary. Going forward, mobilization has happened by itself because this is like a spirit. The spirit has united us through our anger, our hunger, lack of job opportunities, and having a dry pocket. Also, anger towards the corruption that is going on in this country. That has been our uniting factor. Self-mobilized. Then, what do we need to do going forward? I think we need to consider on reaching as many people as possible, especially those who are in the villages, with the same information. We've been sharing a lot of information that are making sense. I'm happy that at this point, it is even being aired live on YouTube. That's a good one. Any other platform, they should also be aired there. I believe myself from day one, I've been capturing this information here and sharing to TikTok because that's where the largest number of the Gen Zs are, and they are able to access TikTok easier than the X. That's a way of sharing information. So how are we going to make sure that we reach the people back in the villages? My point is simply because we need to get this information going, we need to focus on civic education. I'm just giving an example myself. I've been already doing what we call reading the constitution with the people and sharing in various social media platforms. That is something that if any of us and most of us can also adopt, let many people understand the constitution so that going forward, as we aim to make sure that the people are well informed, because I can tell you that we've reached here because of information. The more we get informed, the more we get the energy, the more our fear runs away. At this level, most of us are fearless. So let's focus on making sure, like right now I can say the population of the Gen Z that are already informed, out of the 54 million Kenyans, I can tell you we can only have up to around 8 million that are voicing their opinion now. If we can focus and reach as many as possible, we can target at least 24 million people to get the information up to the villages through civic education. And as we are saying that Ruto must go, well, we have two options, and let us really be practical. Number one, sure way is complete losing fear. Once we lose fear completely and we are in large numbers, then we can say as simple as tomorrow, we are going to State House, Ruto must go, and we can achieve it within a day, just the way we achieved the fall of finance bill by breaking into the parliament. That is possible. But as long as the information has not reached as many people as possible, as long as we've not really managed to defeat fear, as long as we are not very much united and we are not able to walk out within a single day in all the major counties, to be in millions in the street, as long as we cannot do that, then still let us not lie to ourselves. Let us keep the civic education going. Let us plan for the 2027. Let us plan for draining the swamp. We will not fall for any political side. Kenya Kwanza Azimio. Then when we have people informed, then what are we going to do? Later on, having our action plan, our leader, the person we are going to elect as a president, will just emerge automatically. And just by the way, we are unanimously saying that Ruto must go, and majority are for that. Such a leader who we will vote as a president, the day the person will come out, honestly, nobody will be saying no to that person. So even if we are not really focusing on getting that leader right now, let us focus on getting information, reach as many people as possible. And as I conclude, it is important knowing that we are all leaders. Let us just be honest with ourselves. Many people have initiated many things here, and it is going. The movement is going. There are people who normally prepare just a communication on specific things that we want we are really talking about. And it normally come in a paint of red, black, and some things. I believe we've never asked to know who that person is. The same way, we can organize ourselves. We are a community. We are a Kenyan community. We have many professionals among us. Let each and every profession do whatever they can do at their best. Let them do whatever they can do at their best. And as we are going to have a policy paper that is going to guide the direction we are taking, we will be intentional step by step, making sure that either way we establish what we can call bunge la wananchi, which this space is one of them. This is a digital bunge la wananchi. We can have other bunge la wananchi, which are physical halls where we can continue championing this agenda. We can have a space like this, which I've said should always be one at a time, and it is shared on a screen within a hall, and people are seated there watching and listening, and they can also be given a chance to speak all over the country. We can establish these bunge la wananchi as many as possible so that the information keep going. At the end of the day, we will ultimately achieve our goal, which is simple. Ruto must go with the legislative arm, with the executive arm, including the cabinet and any other. We can go for an election later, even if it is 2027, we can form an alliance. When we reach that time, we shall have known each other very well. We shall have trust each other. It will be as easy as swallowing something that has already been chewed for you. As I conclude, just my last point, this is the point. We need a policy paper. We need a direction by the professionals that we have. These people who have been holding these spaces, they have proved they have the capacity to guide us. We know as many of them. There are more than 10, majority in the diaspora. Let's get that direction. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Kenyan lady, are you there? Combo, are you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. I think you can bring some more people to the panel.
All right.
Panel so that
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Let us see. On the panel, we have received that submission. Any reaction to those already on the panel? Any reaction to that submission? Kiptanui, umeongea?
No, not really, not really.
Are you ready to tell us something? You don't necessarily have to react, but tell us something.
Okay, okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, first of all, let me thank you, everyone in this space, for the opportunity and for the time that you have given each one of us until this time. So mine will just be straight to the point. I won't take so much time, but just a few things that I would like us to highlight. The first one is on the goals, and someone mentioned about the goals. We need to have the short-term goals and the long-term goals that we must leverage on every time we have these spaces. So, for instance, the short-term goals that we have been advocating for, and we are seeing them being achieved and being pushed for by the government. The one for IBC and the others that they are saying they will put into dialogue, which we don't know what this dialogue will be about. And really, we don't need a dialogue because these people already know what we want for ourselves. So they just need to push, they just need to do what they are expected to do. And that is how we will be able to agree with them. But so far, we don't have anything to dialogue with them. We don't need to go into bed with them. Just like the earlier on, we saw Raila going to meet him. I don't know for what reasons, but we really need to keep the spirit and the momentum going. The other thing I wanted to, the long-term goals, as we have said, we don't need to rush so much now into getting ourselves leaders, because as for now, we are leaderless, partyless, and tribeless. So we just need to go with these short steps, slowly by slowly. And I know as we approach that time, we will be able to have, our preferred perhaps candidates that we'll need for our endeavor. So that for now, we should just not be in a hurry for that. But also the other thing, I don't know if these guys, these experts and advisors that are usually advising this president, because I wanted to pass something across that is really important, and I don't know whether they are around. But if they're not, I think we can just note, and I like it because we are.
Did you drop? Kiptanui? We'll give you a
Hello.
second. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Drop kidogo, sorry.
Yeah, agriculture is a big area that can really absorb a lot of youth. For instance, as we can see, agriculture has all value chains around. It's an all-round item that can really absorb a lot of people. For instance, the logistics, marketing, value addition, etc. So we can see that if really the government puts in more energy and puts in more resources into this agriculture sector, a lot of youth can be absorbed into the arena, because as much as we don't have sufficient programs for our country, because we're still facing hunger issues. But if the government does that, we will be able to solve this issue once and for all. The other area is cottage industries. Cottage industry, that is manufacturing at home levels. So the problem now we have with this issue is that we have many regulations and strict laws that are limiting us. We cannot do business now because of such issues and policies that are put in place, which are really awkward and weird, because you cannot kill these things while you cannot impose these things while you are saying you want to create opportunities for the young people. So I don't know if the advisors are there, but if they're there, you put it across and pass this to your boss, because we don't really need a dialogue to pass these things to him. So kama muko kina Itumbi, I don't know if they're around, but that message I hope is passed across. Yeah, so for that, I wish to just leave it at that. And let me ask everyone to keep the spirit going. We are doing well. We are doing well in the timelines, the X space and everything, but let's keep pressing. And I know with us standing and believing, we will get there. So mambo ni matatu kwa sasa. No dialogue, no retreat, and no surrender. So best wishes as we keep pressing this government because we expect more from them and we don't need any dialogue with them. So lazima tukaze mpaka watusikie. The other thing is dissolvement of cabinet. Sasa kama yeye hataki kudissolve cabinet, tutampanga tu mpaka ata Kenyan lady and Coach Zonko for the opportunity. I hope we'll keep engaging. Asante sana.
Hii space haiendi mahali kabisa kabisa. This space is here to stay.
Kabisa,
So
kabisa.
I'm going to be
Yeah.
stealing your lines. No dialogue, no retreat, no surrender. I like that. I like that.
Hey,
So
thank you.
yeah, asante sana. So let's see, the watu wenye wako na mic, wacha tuone nani hajaongea. Kombo AY, have you spoken? Ayub Kombo?
Yeah, I've spoken. Yeah, I've spoken.
Okay. Also, about agriculture, I have a question. Kiptanui, about agriculture.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for actually bringing up this subject. Now, you know very well we are not very we are not even close to self-sustaining ourselves as far
True.
as food security.
Yeah.
Are you able to speak on that? And especially why we
Okay.
cannot sustain ourselves. Sorry?
Sorry, there's some echo at your background. I didn't get the last bit, especially in which area, kindly.
Yeah. So food security. Kwa nini bado Northeastern bado wako na njaa na Nyandarua tunatupa viazi? You know what I mean? Kwa nini wakati mwingine Mombasa kuna kiangazi and in Nakuru we have a bumper harvest? Where does the chain break? Because this is the other thing. I actually am so happy that you're on the panel. How can Kenya drive itself towards sustaining ourselves as far as food security is concerned? Because I know the population has grown, but something doesn't add up. Maybe you can shed a light on that.
Yes, thank you so much, Kenyan lady. A good question that you have posed to me. But we're living in this space and we kind of experience these issues. So I think it all boils down to corruption. Corruption. And corruption is eating us so much. We have a lot of also wastage, because if corruption now remains to be the main problem even in agriculture, such that we don't have these goods moving from one place to another, we don't have this facilitation by government to put these goods or services from this point to another where it is limited, it becomes a problem, right? So the government has not put so much attention into that, because we, as you've said, we have a bumper harvest somewhere else, and yet somewhere else we don't have any foods to help that situation. So that is the main challenge that is there, because these people just for instance, these goods can't reach those people, you see. So it's all about that, because these people don't have the goodwill and the interest to serve people. That is just something that, like, it's normal to them, so they can't really support this all these endeavors and helping out people. So that is why you have these challenges. The other issue you mentioned was shortage. Yeah, shortage also comes in when we don't support the farmers. Farmers for many times have been demoralized because of many factors. We don't have services that support farmers to produce more foods or rather products for the market. So we don't really have those resources getting to the lowest levels of production. So basically, it's just all about the corruption that we experience now in this KK government, and that is what is causing all this. I don't know whether I've answered your question, Kenyan lady.
Yes, I'm trying to put so the bottom line you're saying is corruption, right?
Yes, corruption. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay,
So
so
these people who are supposed to be, in charge of facilitating and helping all these, the CSS, the PS, and all those subordinates can't really, put those measures in, and yeah, it's all a crooked system. Just generally the corrupt heads in them. So that is the main challenge we do have.
yeah, you just reminded me that it does not really make any sense buying food, importing rice and whatnot in Kenya, while Mwea Pishori does not have even buyers. Like
Yeah,
I don't know. It just does not. And
yeah,
then I
yeah, yeah.
remember when I was younger, we used to have cafe. We used to call it
Yes.
cafe. KFA. I think it's in Kenya Foods. Kenya something where I do remember they would bring a lot of produce. Na watu wenye walikuwa wanaishi Tao, we would be able to get from that harvest that was coming like from all over. So it is very, very interesting to be able to revisit the days when things worked. So thank you for shedding a light on that. Bonnie.
Can I say something on
Bonai.
agriculture?
Yes, please go ahead. Is it Combo or Bonnie?
Yeah, it's combo.
Yeah, okay, because Bon's hand is up, and then you can speak after him, Combo, please.
Okay, I think,
okay.
Thank you, Kenyan lady. I think I got your question very well, whereby you are asking why is it that you find at a certain point we have a lot of harvest, like for example in Uasin Gishu, they're harvesting maize, but in part of Northeastern, people are really asking for relief food. So if you remember this issue about farmers, there are what we call cartels. Who are cartels? Cartels are politicians. Like if you go to Uasin Gishu, who are the cartels? The politicians from Uasin Gishu are the bigger cartels. What do? For example, there is a bumper harvest of maize. They will allow people from Tanzania to cross the border. This one I speak from personal experience, whereby we find these people coming to buy maize, even when the maize, we haven't harvested the maize, they will promise to buy the whole maize in the farm. They even want to harvest by themselves. They want even to give you the deposit, and they buy it at a throwaway price. And why are the farmers selling their produce to these people? They are selling the produce to these people because they cannot be able to stand the queue at the KFA. The KFA, the one that you said, are run by the government. They buy the maize at a good price, but again, you take your maize there, you queue for like 3 weeks or even 1 month before you are served. You've hired a lorry. The lorry, they will charge you per day. Remember, when you reach at the KFA to be served, they will tell you that your produce, it's not up to the standard of the KFA. So it keeps away a lot of farmers. They decide to sell their produce to these brokers. These brokers are the same people that are sent by these politicians.
then you will find when there is a shortage, they bring back the same maize in the name of that they have imported the maize from Tanzania, and they will sell at a higher price. The same thing as sugar. They will suppress the farmers, not to supply the farmers like what happened to the fertilizers. It is not that the fertilizers, they brought in the fake fertilizer, knowing very well that the farmers will not have a good fertilizer to have a good harvest. So they will have a gap to import maize. You saw the other day, they said unga prices had gone high. And they told us that they are going to import maize from, I don't know, was it Mexico? There was a time Ruto was having that scandal when Raila decided to. It was I think the Kibaki government, and Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture, I think, at that particular time, and it went that Ruto and his people, they were importing maize. It was a scandal. So about food security, it is these people, we call them the brokers, and it starts with the politicians. And also, you find that food, like when you say in Nyandarua, we have potatoes. There was a time potatoes were rotting in the farms, and we have a food chain like KFC, but they were rejecting the potatoes from that particular place. Why? Because of the quality. We had long time. We had the the agricultural extension officers. Someone spoke about this. I think it is Combo at some point. These people were advising the farmer on the good grades if it is maize. If, for example, it is avocado, you find now we have types of avocado like hash. I've been privileged to travel around the world, and in most markets, when you find avocado from Kenya, they are very expensive. But who are these people who export this avocado? They are not those farmers. If they are those farmers, you find that they are brokers in the name of politicians. You have to give them some amount so that you can be able to be registered for the part of those, because those companies that are exporting these products belongs to these people. You cannot, just a single farmer at your own level, you cannot be able to export this stuff because of the condition that they have put for the export conditions. So the cartels, who are the politicians have ganged up to kill everything. And apart from now the cartel from up, from the top, we have other cartels whereby you find, like, for example, the farmers, they're taking their produce, like, for example, to Gikomba market or Wakulima market in Nairobi. Without those brokers in Nairobi, you will not sell your stuffs. They aired it, I think was on Citizen or something of the sort. I am not very much sure, but it was aired at some point, and there are some people who are saying, yeah, you have to do that, like to use those brokers to sell your produce. So this, again, it kills the morale of those farmers, because these farmers, they buy they buy like the fertilizers, they buy the seedlings. The cost is so high. The cost of transporting as well, it is so high. Even if you subsidize the fertilizers, and the fertilizer that they subsidize, it is not all types of fertilizers. It is a simple fertilizer, which we have a lot of farmers doing different things. And smart agriculture now, you will look into it this way. We have a lot of produce like the berries, like what I talked about, the avocado. Instead of the traditional avocado that we've used to produce, we can make hash avocado, which is a good quality, and also the price is good. Look at the macadamia farmers. Macadamia, if you go to any outlet, whether in Europe, whether in Gulf countries, whether in USA, you will find that these things, their costs are so high. The dragon fruits, these are things that we can diversify. There was, during campaign time, I don't know, I don't trust any politician now, but there was a certain part of the political political side they were championing for one product, one county, and they do it to perfection. They create industries. They create, if for example it is at the coast, they have a production because they have coconut. They can do the coconut syrup. They can do they can do the whatever the twigs. They can use them to make their own brooms, because you can imagine up to now you find in a market we are importing brooms from other countries, something that we can have them here locally. So the cartels first, second the cartel, and third the cartel. And the cartels are the politicians. Hope I've tried to answer you.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. 100%. But at the same time also, I'll add something on what makes food, especially to let me say Nyandarua, and you go here in Machakos or Kajiado, you find that the food is expensive, but here in Nyandarua is very cheap. The other thing is also network, the infrastructure. Ferrying food from Nyandarua to Northeastern or Turkana is very expensive. So people maybe will opt to take it from Ethiopia. So if the network, the road network or infrastructure is fine, then farmers will also be able to reach to their market. But for my personal analysis about farming in Kenya, I've realized a lot of things are coming, a lot of technologies, and farmers are coming in to adopt on them. It came with, there was something that came about greenhouses. It boomed and everybody wanted to do greenhouses. But I've been sitting down and analyzing agriculture for quite a while, like for the last 8 years or 9 years. I realized that there's small basic things that farmers are lacking. And this is the records. The records, once you don't have the records, somebody else will come and dictate to you how much you're going to sell your products. Right now, I'm coming up with a farm management tool. I don't want to talk about this one in this space, but let me try and mention it. Farm management tool whereby a farmer can track all the expenses, all the activities that he does on a certain block of the shamba where he's going to produce his crop. And that's the basic things that most of us are not talking about. You find that I produced my tomatoes, I produced my warus, and produced anything, but I can't tell how much I've used to produce the same product. You find that now the brokers are taking advantage of that. If you don't know how much you have spent on whatever you have bought, how are you going to sell it? You have produced something, you're going to ask somebody, how much is the price of tomato right now in the market? How much are you going to take? Because farmers doesn't have information. They don't record exactly how much they are using to produce their product. But once the farmers will start, this revolution of records keeping will enter into farmers. They'll realize, okay, now this is how much I'm using to produce my one bag of maize. So anybody in Northeastern, or somebody in Rift Valley, or somebody in Western or Nyanza, even if the cost of production will be different, but the margin will not be high. So a farmer will be able to come up and dictate the price. So we are not going to sell our one bag of maize less than 3,000 because the cost of production is 3,000. So if everybody if every farmer is talking about the cost of production is certain price, then they'll be able to dictate on the price. But once they don't have all these things, somebody else will always be blaming the brokers. You want them to, they are also in business. Of course, I don't like them, but they are also in business. They'll want to maximize on their profit, on the expenses of the farmers, because the farmers doesn't know exactly how much they are producing their produce. So it's a revolution that is supposed to happen. And this revolution is not only about the change of leadership. It's about the change of our society. It's about the change of everything. It's just an overhaul of the change of everything. So I think if farmers start looking at it in that direction and supported by the government, implementing the infrastructure, the marketing strategy, the marketing information, farmers knows exactly how much they are producing, then you'll find that farmers will be able to produce enough food and sell it at a good price. They get their profit, and the food production and the food security in the country will be okay. You go to Europe, all this system is there. Even if the price varies, you'll not find one person here is selling waru at one bucket at 100 bob, and the next person is selling it at 500. You'll find that once the farmers can dictate on the price, you'll find even the price in the market will have almost the same price. Even if the variation will be there, yes, but not that big. Yeah, I think that is my answer to that question. Thank you. Back to Kenyan lady.
Yes. Natafuta speaker huku chini. I didn't know. I was talking to myself. Sorry. So, do you see any requests? Because I don't see any requests really on my end. Na kwa speaker tuko na Raymo, tuko na Kiptanui, and then Combo. Is the panel tired? Do you want to request to speak? People's Parliament? Anybody wants to be added? I'm looking at the requests here. Nafikiri watu wetu wamechoka. I see zero request. How about your end? I just see I don't see any request.